There are a lot of questions that you should be thinking about before buying a frame.
Now, one thing I always talk to people about to think about, number one is your space. What kind of space do you have? Do you have a large room, a small room, dedicated space, or is it just going to be on the side? So that's number one mark that I always ask people, what space do you have? Second, your budget. How much are you going to spend on this frame and other accessories? Because that can be a huge thing for you of how much money you've got and where you're taking it.
What's nice about the Grace frames is you can put your own machine on the frame all the way up to our large 21-inch machines.
Yeah.
What are some of the struggles if you're doing a large quilt on a sit-down table?
Number one, if it's large quilts like a king, I'm wrestling the quilts constantly. It's going over my shoulder, it's hanging off to the side because I've got to move it underneath the machine.
That's right.
But with the Cutie, your machine moves on top of the quilt.
We're going to be creating a fall pumpkin banner using our circle cutter. I love this pattern because I wanted to create something really simple and really easy that I could duplicate really quickly to make lots and lots of these for my friends and family. So that's why I wanted to do it just as simple as possible. We'll be doing kind of a raw edge applique as we quilt. If you want to do that needle turn applique, you're welcome to that as well. But that's the process we'll be doing in this specific educational video. So you're gonna place right here and press down on the circle. And then you're gonna take the blade and just go around in a circle. And ta-da! Isn't that so fun? I love it. I could just cut circles all day long. I love it. So you'll just go through and cut out all of your circles so that you can then piece it into your many different pumpkins.
So one of the important things working with your workspace is making sure that you wipe down your tracks and wheels. It's very important. If you get a little bit of lint on there, it actually does make a difference when you are free motion quilting and moving your machine around, because you really do feel even a small amount of lint on your wheels. And so it's important for you to make sure that you are wiping that down. And I try to do that every time I change my quilt. It's just good to go through and walk and go clean all of your wheels and all of your track and just wipe them down with just a rag and water. And for the track, I just take 2 fingers and just wipe down both sides of the track and just rub it along all the way down the entire length of the track.
What about the upper carriage as well?
Upper carriage as well, you need to make sure you wipe down all of your tracks. You do both the top and bottom, so you can get all your track all the way along the entire length of your system. Because even though this track is a very hard, nice, dense track and it's very smooth, so you will feel those small little bumps and threads or lint, whatever builds up on your track very easily. And so even with cleaning your track, it's also very important then to also clean your wheels.
Tell us a little bit about this beautiful quilt.
So this is a quilt that my grandma made, and it's Sunbonnet Sue. And today is my mom's birthday. And so in honor of Grace, I pulled this one out. If I were to gift this, I'm not, but if I were to gift this, the care and instructions to how to care for it are really different than how you would for a regular quilt, because it's an antique and it's been around a long time and we want to preserve it. And so with this quilt, you just want to be careful as you're, to not use harsh chemicals on it, and you want to store it correctly. You don't want to leave it out in the sun to erode all the fabrics. You've seen this is preserved pretty well because I've taken really good care of it. But you want to store it in a pillowcase. So if you want to gift it in a pillowcase and how you want them to take care of it, and they can pull it out, just remember every once in a while. That's really important as well.
Our screen will show us that in order to sew this pattern, it's looking for the top left corner and the bottom right corner of the block. I'm going to move the machine over, and I have this block that I've drawn out here on the quilt, and I'll go up to that top left edge. I'm going to simply touch and tell it that my machine is there. I'll now move the machine down and across the square down to the bottom right side. We're now going to tell it will automatically size the pattern it has positioned the pattern, and the pattern is now ready to sew. It's literally that easy. We selected a pattern, we told it where we want that pattern to go, and I am going to hit quilt. With quilting, the machine automatically knows where it's at. It will know how much stitches, and we can set those types of things, but I'm simply going to hit the button sew so that we can see how easy it is to actually place a pattern and sew it out. So here we go, machine's gonna move to its start point. Might ask us a couple quick questions to make sure that our thread's where it needs to be. It automatically knows where the center is, and there we go, it's moved to the center. Here it goes, it's sewing and tying off, and I'll simply hold this thread for a minute as it begins, and away we go.
One day, Miss Annie comes home from church, it was actually on Mother's Day, with one of those little questionnaires that you fill out for your mom, and it asks questions. It said, my favorite thing to do with my mom is to quilt. And and I said to her, I said, but honey, we don't quilt together. And what did you say to me?
But I want to.
But I want to. And that day I just grabbed her so tight and was like, oh baby, let's quilt. so she made this first, she actually had done a panel and I could not find it for the life of me. So it's somewhere in her house. So she made this one. Do you want to talk about this one? What is this for?
It was for one of my dolls. I wanted to make a quilt for my dolls. And yeah, I just...
She laid out all the squares and sat down at our domestic machine, and so she was so funny. She pedaled to the metal full on, like full speed, and then she adjusted the speed to go a little slower because she realized she was being a little ambitious. But that was probably one of her first projects besides her panel. And then Miss Emma came along and noticed everybody was quilting, and she wanted to quilt too. So what?
It's my frozen quilt.
Yeah, her Anna and Elsa quilt. And who did the quilting on this one?
I did.
You did, huh? You had fun doing that. And what I really love about this quilt is even though it's all like scribbles,
I like that I did some eggs.
It's just cute and cozy, and she loves it. So
the back is sparkly.
Yep, she's got sparkly frozen fabric.
When someone is using a straight cutter, what are some of the ways we hold the straight cutter?
Yeah, so I think one thing that people tend to naturally do is you go like this, and like I said earlier, you're trying to get up and over that so you can try and cut. You know, you're trying to get there, trying to do it, and then you can see here you can get a white knuckle because you're trying to push down, get that pressure on there. Or one thing I've seen people do as well is sometimes they'll put their thumb here, again, getting that white knuckle if they're trying to go and cut.
That's right. And not only that, go ahead and put that back down there again, but also what happens with the wrist, right? When we want to get that blade towards the fabric, that wrist bends, and if you want to do your thumb up top, it's the same thing. So no matter what we're doing, we have either our fingers holding the cutter, we have that bent wrist, and we get above the fabric, so our shoulder. So literally from your fingers to your shoulder, that's where the fatigue and stress comes in.
Hello and welcome to the Grace Company. My name is Amanda, and today I'm going to be showing you how to use Pattern CAD to create some unique snowflake designs that you can quilt using the Grace Company's Quilter's Creative Touch software. Today I'm all set up with a quilt top. I've done a simple 9-patch design. I'm sure that experienced quilters will have many creative uses for these snowflake designs that we're going to create today. I've got a QNeek 21 machine set up ready for automation and some Snow White finesse thread that I can use to make my snowflakes really pop out. I also have a tablet set up with our Quilter's Creative Touch software, or QCT. I also have a gold subscription that I will be using one feature of, but it's an optional feature to place multiple patterns at one time. So I've got some little triangles all folded up and cut ready to make some snowflake patterns. You can do an image search for different snowflake designs, or you can create your own. Today, I'm going to be creating my own unique design so that I can have a mixture of straight lines and curved lines, so I can show you how to do that in Pattern CAD.
I love Christmas. I love the decorations, I love the time of year, I love the whole spirit of Christmas, and most importantly, I love bringing my family together and making it fun and enjoyable for them. And so to spark your creativity, I came up with an advent calendar, and it's right here. And it's a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun to make. And the reason I felt like I needed to do an advent calendar is we kind of lose sight of Christmas. And this will help bring us back together as a family, and it'll have activities that you can do throughout the season, you know, for those 25 days, so that you can stay close and just remember the importance of the little things that you do during Christmas time.
Today we have Luella Hall with us. Can you tell us just a little bit about your history with quilting and just life history in general?
When I was a little girl, once a week I would go with with my mom to my grandmother's house, and all the ladies in this little rural Wyoming farming community would gather there and quilt. Mm-hmm. And our playhouse was under the quilt,
of course,
between the knees and the feet of these wonderful ladies.
Mm-hmm.
When they first asked me to talk about some of my favorite quilts, I thought, this is going to be interesting. How do I choose my favorites? Last year I made and gave away about 400 quilts, and this year so far.
Last year, 400 quilts. Oh my gosh, I've made it through 2, and I was really proud of myself. That's incredible.
When you're my age, you'll hurry faster.
Oh my gosh, that's incredible. Okay.
This was a design that I kind of doodled, and I thought, hey, that's kind of fun. And then I started out, you know, doing, I don't even know what this is called, but I know it has the Taj Mahal look. And so I thought that was kind of fun, and I could just fill this in. But notice it's not perfect, but it's an inspirational idea and thought that I can use down the road. So I may not use it on this quilt. And this is just kind of a filler design that I was just, you know, practicing and having fun and practicing my pebbles and little feathers and flowers.
And I love this, and it intimidates me like crazy because I'm not an artist yet. So are there still...
She doesn't think she's an artist, but there's a little inner artist quilter inside of her that she doesn't even know. And today she's going to find a little snippet of that.
No, I'm excited.
This is Cape Elizabeth. This is from a photo I took when I was teaching in Portland, Maine, of the Cape Elizabeth headlight. And it's hand appliqued, but it's one of my first machine quilted pieces. And I did it all with invisible thread, which is, people told me it melts and does all sorts of stuff, but I don't know how old, and it's still intact, and nothing's coming loose.
I put my little block here as I wanted to talk to you about squaring up your blocks for piecing. And I found that when you're squaring up your blocks, it's really much easier for me to square up my block when I can find my center and place it in the center. So you'll notice that I took my pin right here and I put it down through the center of my block. Then at the point right here, I'm just going to put it on this point right here, which is the center of my mat. Now you don't have to use the center of your mat. You can use the intersection on the squares and then cut it up. I just thought that would be easier for you to recognize and notice. So this is where I like to use my mat with my ruler, and I'm just going to put it down in here, the little pin to hold it into place. And then I'm just starting on this side, and I'm going to turn it around like a wheel and just kind of fussy cut them and straighten up my edges. And then you can decide what size you want. And notice how I'm lining it up with this 20-inch line right here from the bottom to the top. And I'm just going to make my quick cut, put my guide over my track as I'm cutting, and notice how my thumb is, because that's the way I like to cut. And then I'm just going to go up it and across, and now I have a nice straight cut. And notice how pretty that looks. So, and now I'm ready to kind of just turn it and do my next cut.
Nathan's on first.
Oh, come on, Nathan.
Yep, we're here. We're welcoming with everybody. Welcome to the Fantastic Fall Festival.
Woo!
Yeah.
Welcome.
Hi, everybody. Welcome.
Say hello.
Thank you for
Say
joining
hello.
us.
Yes, hello.
Hi.
Welcome.
Welcome to another. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm super excited, actually.
Mark couldn't sleep last night. He was so excited.
No, I couldn't sleep, and my hair was a mess. So
So he
Always-
shaved it all off.
Always a tough one with that hair, right, Mark? Always a difficult one. So
it is. It is a tough one.
Let me do an introduction for all of us. So thank you, quilters, from what I'm believing is around the world, and everybody who is joining us now and will be joining us for an amazing period of time as we not only stream today, tomorrow, but we look at next week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I'm Nathan Erznoznik with the Grace Company here in my own private studio to help us a little bit more with some navigation pieces. And then in our Grace Company studio, who we have is starting there with Karla on the right. Welcome, Karla. Maybe just say hi to the group for all of us.
Karla, your introduction on that.
Just say
Sorry,
hello.
I couldn't hear what was going on.
There she goes.
So we have Karla Gerome, who is head of our education. She
I still can't hear, so
is one of
thank you for joining us today, and I appreciate the introduction.
Yeah, I'll even add a little bit more to that. Karla's been around for many years and been part of the Grace Company since its foundation. And she is an amazingly innovative person who continues to always look at new ways of bringing new methods of quilting and finishing quilts. And you're going to see some of her wonderful work throughout the event that we have here at the Fall Festival. In the middle, we have Mark Martin, who is head of all of our customer relations and sales, again, around the world. Mark, welcome.
Happy to be here, and yeah, Mark Martin, and super excited.
He's been pretty excited. He's also a little concerned, wanting to make sure that we take care of all of you that are participating with that. So Mark, thanks again for being with us. Mark has been with the company for many years, and really anytime you call and you have a chance to contact somebody on the customer service team, or you have part of an order you're dealing with, Mark's team is ones that are taking care of you. Mark also is in the team, deals with all of our dealers out there. So welcome to our dealers as well. Next to Mark, we have Laurel Erznoznik. So Laurel, welcome. She is on Mark's team as an account executive. Say hello to everybody, Laurel.
Hi, I'm so excited to be here with all of you. I have been looking forward to this, and I am super excited to be able to experiencing some different things, some workshops, some patterns that we have created for you, and I'm super excited to get to know all of you.
So thanks for joining us. Thank you, those in the studio. Again, Karla, Mark, and I call her LJ by short. So some of you might know that that's what you're going to hear me refer to her as. It's a fortunate opportunity, with Grace Company having roots in quilting, but with our owner, Jim, and Karla is a sister to Jim and obviously a daughter of Grace. And so again, it's always fun to know that the namesake of the business, we have part of what this is and how, and Karla, I'm not sure if you can hear me right now. Are you back online? If not, awesome. So Karla, maybe I can just have you share before we kind of go through some of the other things that we're going to talk about and some things to consider. But Karla, you have a passion and you have a desire to help our quilters. And why don't you just share a little bit about what that is to you and a little bit about what you feel that this event might do for them as they're here watching with us today.
Well, I'm very excited, and thank you again for joining us today. I love quilting, and if you don't know that by now, by the end of this, you will know that. So anyway, and my mom, I didn't really think I really realized how much I love quilting, but my mom instilled that in me, and it's just taking classes and learning the craft and trying new things. And that's what I want. I want you to expand your quilting arsenal with new techniques, new ideas, and it's just such a great world out there with unique personalities that everybody brings a different perspective to quilting and the art and the craft. And so that's what I want to bring to the table. I really want to help educate you because when you learn, I learn as a quilter. And I want to share my love of quilting and of this company and of the innovations and my mom's name, her legacy and my brother's legacy. It's kind of a family thing. So I just appreciate the opportunity to be able to do that. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Karla. I really appreciate the insights that you have and the passion you have. I was actually meeting with Karla here this week, and I was really excited to see her great ideas. She literally, you're going to be seeing things that continue to come out from her, not only here in this event, but also innovations that will continue for years to come with the things that she has. She definitely has a passion for you as quilters. She has a passion for what is quilting. She is, you know, literally one of the most creative people that I've seen with this. And as you look at some of her quilts, you'll see that she's not somebody who just takes a pattern and pieces it. She's the pattern creator. She is the innovator. So wonderful. Again, thank you, Karla, for sharing some of those thoughts with us. Again, with Mark and LJ here, they're helping out as part of our customer relations team. Mark, you're going to see some demonstrations from Laurel, LJ, and Mark here. Part of this event, we're really excited to bring you a breadth of different things. Before I do that, I'm going to go ahead and take us over to the website so that everybody can see this. So let me go ahead and add this into the stream here so that you can see what we're looking at. This is the main site, and I want to talk about a few things. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of giveaways. There's a lot of things happening now, and this is the calendar that we're going to go through. But I want to get you familiar with this screen if it's first time for you here, so that as you have chances at breaks or later on tonight, that you can understand that there is some simple things that we've hopefully put in place for you to navigate that. But with the gifts and the prizes that we're doing, we have had those registrants. And if you have not, or if you're new, I would encourage you to go get a couple other friends as well. Bring them here, because we're going to continue to give away prizes based on those people who've registered every day. And then we have for those who are live streaming. So thanks for everybody who's joining us. If you're just recently joining us, we are giving away prizes throughout the day. And how we're going to be doing that is we'll be pulling them from the Facebook channels, from the YouTube channels, and from the Grace platform channel as well. I would encourage you to look at logging on to the events at Grace Frame website. You can find that by going to the main Grace Frame webpage at graceframe.com. And if you have an account, this is what we're looking at right now. So this main screen that we're looking at right now is part of the beginning. Let me go ahead and click on part of that quilt show so you can see this. This is the landing page. What I want to do quickly here before I get through this is the giveaways will be for those in the contiguous 48 US states. That helps keep that really easy. What we've done is we have honored those who've registered. We are going to look at choosing those names. So this is not the live giveaways, but the main giveaways, we are shipping those to the winners throughout the world. So that's an encouragement. If you are international, invite your international friends to come join. We're really excited about having as many quilters as possible with us to have this wonderful experience. So this is what we're looking at here. Our main area that we have as part of the events shop here. So this is our fall festival. Just to kind of give you some details, you can see that there are the events that we have going on. We're going to come back and look at today's schedule. There are the giveaways and a chance to see what those prizes are. There are specials that we have also that are on sale. Now, those can be done both with your local dealers. So if you know or have a local dealer or want to find one online, we would highly encourage you to reach out to a Grace Frame dealer. In fact, that's probably the number one thing that we find people look for when they come to the Grace Frame website are the dealers in your area. So I want to encourage you. They are there. They're there to help you. We're also here as backup to help you as well. And then there's a lot of other things to explore, like our vendor hall. And so we'll go through each one of these tabs in just a minute after I kind of can show you my account. And so I want to walk through what this is. If you register, you do have an account that will help bring you information. It will help remind you. If you haven't signed up for text messages reminders, please make sure to feel free to go ahead and do so. But I'm going to go to my account dashboard. And no, I have not finished bingo yet. If you have not finished bingo, there are a chance to get additional coupons as well by going through part of this process. But what I wanted to quickly do is if you look on your main dashboard up at the top, mine says, "Hi, Nathan, welcome to your account dashboard." There's a video, and one of the requests that we had from you as users last time was, I wasn't too familiar with how to navigate the site. So what we did is we have Jennie, who is our wonderful marketing partner, who put together a video that walks you through this site. I would encourage you to watch that, take a look, see what that is so that you can engage with this site in a way that makes it most beneficial to you. Right now, if you log on, you can either click right here to see the live videos, or if you actually are on the main festival homepage, I'm going to go back up to this. At the very top, you'll see that there is a watch live, which will bring up the screen that lets you see exactly what we're all seeing right now. So that is what it brings you into. I'm going to go quickly back to our account homepage here to my dashboard. And you'll also see that there are other things. If you want to go ahead and select your preferred workshops, you can go and choose the workshops that you want, and you can register for reminders and adding them to your calendars. And this is a great way not only to browse what's coming up, but a great way to be reminded. So you can go ahead and browse through these different things, add them to a calendar. If you're added to the calendar and you get text messages, we'll actually just ping you with a reminder that that event that you're looking to watch live is available for you. And so this is a great way to see not only what's coming up today, a little bit about what those classes are that we're going to be teaching, a little bit about what those products are as well. It's a great place to come in and to understand and to see. So again, I'm going to kind of be here on the main page so that you can kind of see as I move through this. If it's on a mobile device, you're going to see that this will change slightly, but when you come into your main page, you have a chance of looking at some of the different areas from the show. Let's see if we can get in here. There's also an instructions bit up top. Here we go. Here's our main page. And so again, at the top, we have the events. We have the amazing quilt show. We have a vendor hall, shop, and grace. We'll come back to that in just a minute. But one of the things I thought I would like to do is if we bring Karla, Mark back out here a little bit really quick, and we can get the two of you on here. Let me swap out with the two of you. Why don't you, Mark, before I get into some of this, and Karla, there's a lot of wonderful content. If you guys would to share something with those who are participating with us today, and they're asking questions or doing other things, what items, what couple simple things would you encourage them to be thinking about as they're going through the Fall Festival? Maybe Mark, we can kind of go with you. LJ, if you have a couple comments, or Karla, that would be great to hear as well with our wonderful audience.
Yeah, there's a lot of information that's going to be talked about today. A lot of quilts, a lot of wonderful people talking, our keynote speaker. I would suggest that, I'm sure you've thought of a lot of ideas yourself, or you've been planning, or what you want, or this is a great way for you to look at what we have going on, who has our product, and to look at other ways of doing your quilting. There's a lot of different ways to do your quilting. You're going to find that it's what works best for you. So I would highly suggest that, when you look at Karla's stuff and a lot of stuff that she has done, because you have a lot of fantastic ways of doing your quilting, that do what you feel is best, do what you feel is comfortable, but also understand that there's the right tools. And so as you go through this Fall Festival, we have the perfect tools, the best tools, the right tools, and for you to understand kind of when to use them, how to use them, and to really pay attention as we give the tips and tricks to do so, because it's going to make your quilting journey a whole lot easier and funner.
Yeah, and I just want to add, and Mark's so totally right. I just want you to be inspired and get excited about your craft and your artistry, and watching these amazing quilters. Yeah, I love quilting, but there's so many ways to quilt and so many different art forms to quilting that we just want you to be inspired and be able to try maybe some new techniques, and just try something new and get a kick out of it. It's always fun to learn. And that's what this Fall Festival is partially about. It's the learning techniques, and most of all, just be inspired.
Thank you. And LJ, what are any thoughts from you there? I know that you're kind of sitting there. I know you're just super anxious to share your 2 cents with us. What else do you have for our all? And I know you talk to quilters all the time, so I know there's all sorts of stories. What would you share with the quilters that you have communication with and now have a chance to talk with around the world?
Yeah, one thing that I would say, I think it's kind of off of what Karla and Mark said, but just to make sure, maybe take some notes on some things, whether it's something like a new technique that you've never seen before, and you're like, you know what, I think that'd be really interesting to try, make a note of it. Or if it's, hey, I see this new machine, that's really interesting, let me look into it more, make a note of it. And if you do happen to miss a session or something, no worries, because this will be available later. So again, make notes of things, and then you can always come back through and watch it again.
Thank you. Thank you. So with this, just so you know, LJ, Mark, Karla, I want to do a quick giveaway. Let's get into some giveaways. I know a lot of people are here, so I want to talk a little bit about that. Then I want to get back and just briefly walk through the show, because we have some wonderful guests. We actually have Charlotte Andersen as our keynote speaker, and I had a chance to spend some time with her coming up. So I'm really excited about getting to that. But no, That's coming up here in a little bit. So what I want to do is, again, let's do some giveaways for everybody. I want to talk so we can kind of get used to this, because this process will happen throughout the live event, where we'll be doing some live giveaways, and we'll be doing those from pulling some giveaways from those who have registered. And we'll talk briefly about that. So before we get into the giveaways, let me bring back up the computer screen. I want to show everybody what we are looking for here. Let me go in to my account dashboard is what I'm going to be doing right now. And then what I'm looking for is, where are the giveaways? Give me a moment here. I'm finding the giveaways. We're going to get to it. So we're on the main screen here. Fall Festival. Sorry, here are the giveaways. I want everybody to see what we're giving away a little bit, so that you can know what you have a chance, what you're going to have a chance to get into here. So these are going to be different things that will be going on. Obviously, there's the bingo giveaway that we have, but we're giving away just right around over $45,000 of different gifts and prizes. One of them that we're going to be drawing today, that will be happening around the 2 o'clock hour. So if you by chance you step away, this is Mountain Standard Time, come back, because we are announcing the winner of the pre-registration giveaway. That is an entire Unique 15 combo package, where you get a 15-inch machine head, one of our regulated machines, which is phenomenal. It's our most popular machine. We're not going to talk a lot about it, but you're going to love it if you don't already have it. And then you get a choice of frame that you can put that with. And obviously, we have frames that work in anybody's space. Again, there are solutions for everyone out there, along with a light bar. So this package is valued anywhere between right around $5,500 to $6,500 as a giveaway. So that's going to be one of them. We have several other winners that we're going to be giving away. Our new Cutie tabletop frame. If you haven't heard about this, you're going to love it. We'll come back to it. Other types of winners, additional light bars, additional combos, frames, and many other things, leading down to, at the end of our day, we're giving away a complete 21 Pro system with automation and a light bar. So I'll tell you, there's not something grander than that to win when it comes to a quilting system here that Grace Company makes. So I wanted everybody to see that that's part of what we have as part of the giveaway for the system. So those are some wonderful things for everybody to take a look at. We're going to go back in now to part of the live, because I want to do a giveaway. But before we do so, I want everybody to see, this is going to be us here. I'm not going to hit play, because that would bring us inside. We'd see a ton. But to the right of this, you'll notice that there was a comment box that came up. If you're on Facebook, if you're on YouTube, there's a comment section where you can go and add a comment. If you're on the Grace platform, which if we are, thank you for joining us exclusively on the Grace platform as well. We're going to be choosing a winner from each one of those platforms. And then again, what we're going to do is we're going to go through part of those chats. And so this is where we would go ahead and simply post a comment into this if you're streaming on the Grace platform here. With it, if you're on YouTube and or Facebook, we would highly recommend to come register for the event if you actually haven't registered for the event. Again, it gives you access to the dashboard. It gives you access to some of the additional giveaways. And it also, one of our goals, as Karla kind of mentioned, is we look at building more content, more education. We provide better and different solutions for you. We're trying to, what I call, orchestrate or bring those together in a way that helps our quilters down a path, regardless of where you're starting. And this platform is one of those platforms where that can be done. Also, you'll see that there'll be a lot of things continued to stream. And this is where really you can find everything about this event and how to use this event. So with that being the case, let's go ahead and bring back in our audience and our group here. I'm going to shrink myself to the side because we're going to do some giveaway. But maybe, Mark, if I could have you introduce everybody to what the giveaway process is going to be and what we have sitting, it looks to you to your right. It's your left, but share with us what we want to do as far as these giveaways, what people can potentially win, and what that's going to look like.
Yeah. So right to my left here is our Plinko board. And what we're going to do is throughout this time, we're going to have questions. And so you pay attention because we're going to throw out just random questions. And if you get it, then, obviously we'll go ahead and put the plink down and what to win. So pay attention to the questions. This is something that I love doing, Nathan. I know you do as well. And then same with probably LJ and Karla. Here's an opportunity for you to win these wonderful prizes. So you can see on here, we have several wonderful gifts that we're going to give away. And we're going to start over here at the Quilters combo. So the Quilters combo, that is a perfect combo to start your quilting journey. Now, if you've already owned quilting tools and you have your accessories, that is all right. This is something so unique. If you haven't heard of TrueCut, this is where it comes from, is a TrueCut line. And the Quilters combo has 3 awesome, wonderful gifts that you get in there. It has the 6.5 by 24.5 ruler. It has a 45 comfort cutter, and that comfort cutter is the best ergonomic cutter on the market. I'm not just saying that, it is truly the best. So many different stories of people telling me why they love it. So the best ergonomic cutter. And then last but not least is the True Grips, part of this package. Ruler slide, you want to make sure you cut straight. So this package has the comfort cutter, the main ruler, and the True Grips, all in one awesome bundle. Next to that is our sharpener. Now, sharpeners, we want to make sure that you stay sharp. So cutting, your blades can dull over time and then you get nicks. And you don't want to cut with a dull blade. You want to make sure your blade is staying sharp the entire time, because if you cut the dull blade, other things could happen. So we have our electric sharpener, the best sharpener on the market. It has stones, which is why this product works. We get that question all the time. So yes, it works. Yes, it's awesome. And that's one of the gifts we're giving away. So that's awesome. Then we have our comfort cutter. Now this is on its own. So you get my comfort cutter, and the my comfort cutter is perfect to use with your ruler. So if you win this gift and you have a lot of rulers, that's great, because now you can use the best ergonomic cutter to use with the rulers that you already have. Next to that is the circle cutter. So circle cutting, we talked about over time that it can be hard. You go grab a bowl in your home, you try to grab different tools to make sure you get the right circles every time. This circle cutter, one tool, all you need to make sure your circle cuts are the best, perfect. It's going to be anywhere from 2 to 12 inches of cuts, so that's awesome. And then we have our rectangle ruler set, and that includes the 6.5 by 24.5 ruler, 3 by 18 ruler, and the 6.5 by 12.5. So 3 awesome rulers that you get. Now our rulers, they are unique. You're going to see that they have holes in them. They are very sturdy even with those holes. We make them so that they last, they don't chip. But one unique thing about the ruler set is it has track down the side to interlock with our cutter. So if you combine them together, you're going to have straight cuts every time. So that's a wonderful set. And the last but not least is our finesse thread. Yeah. Our finesse thread is one that a lot of customers who already own it has been raving about it. It's 50 weight, polyester, 1,500 yards, and it's a 4-pack of solid colors. So wonderful line of giveaways, and we're just excited to do that. So just keep in mind, we have questions we're going to throw out, but you have a chance to win any of these giveaways. And shoot, Nathan, you may be a lucky winner that wins 2 at one of these giveaways. So participate, love it, because we love doing this.
With that, Mark, I really appreciate that. We're going to talk more. We'll do some physical demonstrations as the day goes on. I wanted to say thank you for your comments. In fact, Mark, let me go ahead, and I think you guys can see everybody that's streaming with us through this. Let's do a brief minute. Let's go just do some welcomes, and let's do some warm-ups to see if we're getting ready for this. First, I just wanted to say thank you, everybody who's putting comments. I have individuals, and I'm guessing that we have people from all around. This one came in earlier from Vicky Edwards. Hello from Ozark. Let us know where you're visiting from. Here is an Mrs. K Scraps. Welcome. I think you've been on some of our live videos as well. Welcome back. Love trying new things. Thank you. Mark, I think you can see several things on your side. But right now, let's just throw this out there. Why don't you go ahead and I like to use a simple number just so that you're kind of ready so you can find your comment box. And this is an interesting one, and this is going to be 1, 2, or 3. What we're doing, and I love doing this because we get different results all the time. And again, this is getting us prepped for some of our comments because we're going to be pulling from the live comments right now. I see Arizona, Nancy's coming in, Paula Becker, we mentioned that, Belinda, welcome. But what I want to do here is give me a 1 if you have at least 3 unfinished quilt tops that are not done. So give me a 1. I'm curious if you have over 5. Go ahead and give me a number 2 in the comment section. And I'm pretty sure we're going to start to see these racing in. I'm curious if you have more than 10, give me a 3. Here we go. I see a bunch of 1 streaming. Mark, Karla, can you guys see those streaming in over there?
We
a bunch of 2s coming in. And those who are watching, if you're by chance checking comments. A bunch of 2s. We have several people that have over the 5 quilts. Again, if you have 10, I'm looking for a couple 3s. I'm guessing we're going to have 3s. I'm going to throw this crazy number out there. Anybody have more than 15? Give me a 5 if you have more than 15. I go a 3 question mark, and I'm guessing you're trying to decide probably 10 plus, or what is that? But wonderful. Great. A lot of people are participating in this. Again, thank you very much. You know, we have Ellie and Donna. Donna's a 3. Grace Gibbs is 3. We have Denise Rardon with 2. We have Patricia let's see, Calabrese Harold with 3. Obviously, we have a 5. Here's a 5, a Robin Greenlee. Thank you for joining us, Robin. You go. So thanks for joining us with what this is. We're going to try to bring as many of these comments on as we can. We have others still piping in from, whoa, here's a 10 plus. I'm not sure if this is they're creating and multiplying the 5 to 10, or if that fits into our 3 category. And then here's again another one. 3 is enough. 3 is enough. Karla, I always go over to you and I say, where are you at? Where are you at on your unfinished quilts, Karla? So I know you're doing them. You finished one today.
I'm quilting. Yeah, I did. I finished a couple in the last 2 days, so it was really fun. But I'm always piecing because, that's what I do. So we'll have some going all the time. So it's a lot of fun. So you that have more, I know you love the piecing. Now let's get into the quilting and get them done.
And here's another couple comments. Karla, I think you might like to comment on a couple of these too. Here's 4 tubs of tops.
4 tubs of tops.
Here's another one. And I think this is hopefully by joining us and coming through part of this event. And stay tuned with Grace Company. If you haven't signed up for our newsletter, if you've registered, I think that's an option to do.
I get this scared.
But Karla, you have solutions for this too, right? I mean, these are things that your team continues to develop to help reduce that with what we have. And here's one person, don't worry, 1 is enough to have 1 unfinished object done, which is good to go. And you might be looking to get into, so hopefully there's some inspiration you're going to find today with what we have. All right, so Karla, I'm going to come to you. So what we're going to do is we're going to be choosing somebody from the Facebook platform, the YouTube, and the Grace. Again, we see on the Grace platform, people are continuously, here's another one coming in really quick. It says, I don't know how many. I probably have 5 or more. So again, thank you everybody for your comments. Please post them. Post your questions as these events go along. Some of these have been pre-recorded. Some of them will be live. But know that we're actively trying to answer questions, and we're also looking to answer questions in between some of the lives and the pre-recordeds that we've done for you in order to bring this event to you. But with that, let's go ahead and do a first giveaway. Let's go ahead now. We have those Plinko chips. So Karla, let's go ahead and choose a question that we think we would like to do and reach out there to everybody.
Thinking about it.
Okay, go ahead. What is the question?
So, if you are listening, or if you have them, our TrueCut rulers have a unique feature, okay, with them, on them, okay, and it helps you to be able to line up your markings so that you get nice straight cuts. That unique feature, we want to know what it is. A lot of you say, oh, why does it have this feature? Well, it's important. So what is that feature that our TrueCut rulers have? Nobody else has this. So
that helps keep it aligned, right? Is what you're asking.
Right.
So
it helps keep it aligned and helps you mark all the way up. So, and to hold it in place and steady.
So again, this is an interesting one. You might not know, if you're not fully familiar with our TrueCut, understand to know that we'll have some product demonstrations. And Karla,
I think it was too hard.
Probably not. So, but we're going to see what we get. Here we go. We have all sorts of answers coming in. Karla, let me ask this question before I go and start to select, because we have all sorts of comments coming in. What is the answer you are looking for, so I can make sure?
I was looking for the holes. It has the holes.
Boom, there we go.
Janet, way to go.
All right, so we're doing Janet. Congratulations, Janet Holtzel. Welcome for being here, and thanks for joining us today on this fantastic Thursday, beginning part of fall here at Grace Company on this amazing streaming piece. You're correct. There are holes in the rulers. And again, we'll look at getting a couple live pieces. You might be asking, what do you mean holes, or why? Trust me, they do help with part of the process of holding and also potentially marking through them. So great question, Karla. Mark, let's go ahead and drop a Plinko chip. Let's see what we can give to Janet. And then I'm going to tell you, Janet, what to do in order to redeem your prize. So go ahead, Plinko.
So Janet, and I don't know if you have the TrueCut rulers, but let's hope that this Plinko chip lands on the rectangle ruler set. So here we go.
Oh,
No, but you got the My Comfort cutter. So
and even if you have it, you can always use an extra. I have so many.
that's right. So My Comfort cutter. So earlier, just like you explained, so this is, Janet, you're going to love the cutter. The best ergonomic cutter. Whether you're young or old, this cutter is going to teach you how to cut, I would say, proper way, because we're so used to like bending our wrists and getting white fingers, that this cutter is going to teach you the real proper way of cutting, where the pressure is. And you can see the shape. It's a beautiful color, the best cutter. You're going to love it. And it's 45 millimeters, so it's a standard cutter. So congratulations, Janet. That's a great win right there, or great prize right there.
Congratulations. With that, really quick, to redeem your prize, Janet, what we're going to ask, and all those that are watching with us today, please make sure, write this down. If you're a winner, we're asking that you email melinda@graceframe.com. Again, we're capturing your name as well, and so we're looking for that to come in from you, but we're looking for you to email Melinda, MELINDA, @graceframe.com to claim and redeem your prize. I know that there's been a request to maybe share a couple details. So you know, as we're going through this and there's a winner, we are wanting to get some information from you. That's your name. If we can, we need a shipping address if we can get part of that, and also a phone number if there needs to be a contact with that. But again, email melinda@graceframe.com to redeem your prize. Now, we do have a couple others that we're going to choose. That was a winner that we have from our YouTube one. We're going to go into Facebook's. I like this one. So this one was a great one. So our next winner is going to be Judith Cable Johnson. So congratulations. I liked it with their holes ? So not sure, Judith, if you know the products. If not, when we're done, just know we have an amazing sale currently going on with TrueCut as part of this deal. Again, you can find those with your Grace Frame dealers. You can also find that at graceframe.com. But Judith, congratulations. Mark, let's drop a Plinko chip, and then we'll go over to the Grace platform and choose a winner there. We have several people who are contacting us on that one as well. So go ahead.
All right, Judith, here we go. We're going to come all the way to this end. And the Quilters combo. So congratulations, Judith. So the Quilters combo. So in here, you do get the ruler, and you get the My Comfort cutter and the True Grip. So great package. Again, great way to learn or to continue to cutting. Your journey is going to be even more fun using the Quilters combo. So that's fantastic. Great win.
And if you're just starting out, it is a great size ruler and cutter for everything that you need to get started. So good price.
So with that, again, as a reminder, we're going to ask you to reach out to melinda@graceframe.com, melinda@graceframe.com. So congratulations. I'm going to jump over to the Grace Frame platform here, and we're going to go ahead and select a winner here from this one. I have one, and we're going to go ahead and see if you've logged in. If you're logging onto the Grace Frame, just as a piece to help us, because there's a lot of people putting in first names, if you could put like a first name and initial, that will help us as well. But we're going to go ahead and select. We have a name, and this name is going to sound kind of familiar because I brought a name up like this here just a little bit ago. But we have Laurel as a winner. So on the Grace Frame platform, Laurel.
I hid it in my back pocket, you know.
Yeah. And the conversation is holes are correct again.
Yes.
Holes was answers to the question. So with that, Laurel, if you're there on the Grace Frame platform, we're asking for you to go ahead and again reach out to melinda@graceframe.com so that you can go ahead and redeem your prize. So congratulations. Thank you again. I just have a couple other people here. Just please tell us more about those holes. We're excited. We'll get to that. That one came from Vicky on the Grace Frame platform. So thanks for your participation again with where we're at on those giveaways. Let me go ahead and just another quick brief minute here. So with that, I do want to come up and show one other thing with everybody kind of as we look at this. We're really excited again that we have a lot of, we have vendors that are joining us, and I wanted to talk briefly about our vendor hall. And then I'm going to go.
And then Nathan, can I just pause you really quick? Is it okay if we drop the Plinko for Laurel really quick?
Yeah.
Oh.
Is that okay if we drop really quick?
Absolutely. So good. She's like, I won what? What did I win? So,
yeah, this Laurel right here is sticking up for that Laurel. So
she's got your back.
Don't worry.
All right.
Okay. Go ahead and drop it.
All right. It's all you.
And the sharpener.
Nice.
So the sharpener. So Laurel, again, if you have blades that you've kept, or you have blades that are going dull, either way, this tool is going to keep you staying sharp. So fantastic. Again, it's one that we sell a lot of. It absolutely works. It is fantastic. So let's keep your blade sharp and have fun cutting.
Thank you. I appreciate the catch on that. Thank you, LJ. Laurel, for the sakes of Laurel. With it, that sharpener is awesome. It does take pretty much any of the 28, the 45, or the 60 millimeter blades, and it hones them back in and brings them back to a near factory edge. So that's a wonderful prize, an $80 value that's available. So that was a good one. Again, look for additional sales on TrueCut.com if you're also interested in other TrueCut items. So, but to your point, let's go ahead and take a look. I wanted to bring up the vendor hall, so we can kind of just take a look at this vendor hall as we both kind of look now. Mark and Karla, I'm not sure if you've had a chance to look at this, but we do have different vendors that have different promotional opportunities and coupons. Thank you, vendors, for being here. If you by chance haven't visited the vendor hall, I'm going to recommend that you dip back into this space on the platform. Again, if you're under My Account and you go into your dashboard, an easy way to find this here as we update this is to go ahead and let's go in here. Our account dashboard. Patience will be great here. There's a section in the middle here. Hopefully it brings up, but you can scroll left or right to look at quilts. You can look at vendors. You can look at the classes. You can look for all these different details. So my recommendation would be go ahead and there we go. You can go ahead and see that there's the vendor hall that shows up right here. You also have the sale, which we'll get to here in a little bit, and also part of the community. With that though, let's quickly dive into the quilt. So what I'd like to do, Karla and Mark and everybody, so that we can kind of see a little bit about this, talk briefly, and then I want to come back for another giveaway. And then we'll look at potentially being at a space where we can look at introducing our first keynote speaker for the day. But let's go ahead and again, on the left-hand side, if you have your account, you can go enter them, and this lets you see what those are. I'm going to go to the festival homepage. Again, we can click on the quilt show and tell section. So that's good for you to know that regardless of where you're at, you can get into the quilt show. So I'm kind of taking you from the landing page. Here is the quilt show. And if you've entered one, we've now opened the voting. So the voting was not opened. What we wanted to do is waited until everybody had a chance to submit your quilts. If you've submitted them, which we have several quilts that have been submitted, I think we're upwards over, if I'm thinking correctly, right around 1,800 quilts. I'll go do
That's
a
awesome.
quick check on that and see. So just give me a minute as we're looking at this. But in this Quilter, you can see we're doing cash giveaways. We're also doing different prizes within each category from what that is. So that's a great thing to know. So please, if you have a quilt entered, what I would recommend doing is obviously you can go into the quilt. So we're going to go here and see our quilts. This is the wild imagination category. So we'll come back to this here briefly. But in the category, you'll notice that there are all of the quilts. Oh, hey, I'm getting my bingos as I'm going. Woo! Play bingo if you haven't played bingo. But here are all of the quilts. And simply, you can just go and you can just simply tag the right corner to vote on the ones that you like. If you want, you can go into them to see more. And this is great to have because now if you look at this, you know, as we look at all of what those quilts are, we this time allowed you to put in a few more pictures of what that is and some close-ups. You can see there's a description. But you can also put comments. So we would encourage you, since this is all open, one, to vote and to add your comments. Go ahead and start filling these things out as you browse all of the different quilts that are there. So again, you can see there's the voting option just right up here above the quilt. Again, if this was going to be on a smaller platform, let me kind of show you what this looks like. I'm going to shrink it up here for you. So if you're on your phone, it's going to look a little bit different, but then you can scroll through your quilts kind of like you do on your other platforms, you know, and then we can simply vote. You can see right here, or we can add a comment. Also, one of the other things that's really important is share. So there's a beautiful 16 patch, but here we go. We can go ahead and share that with others as well. So I just wanted everybody to see that as part of the process. So Karla, Mark, any thoughts? Have you guys had a chance yet? I know we're really busy to get into the quilts. I know I have not. I'm excited because I know it's just opened to get into that. But either of you, has anybody, LJ, anybody had a chance to get in there at all to look any of that yet?
Yeah, I have. I actually had the opportunity not too long ago, but I think it was just yesterday. I spent some time on there, and it was super neat to see. I love to see people's ideas of how they want to design it, because the way if someone like would lay out a quilt, I'm like, oh, I never would have thought to put that there or anything. So it was super neat to see what people did. And then I love reading the descriptions as well. I love the stories behind the quilt. So it was super neat to be able to kind of scroll through some of those and see that. So I would definitely encourage you guys to go look, because seriously, there is some amazing, amazing pieces of artwork out there.
Thank you very much. I do feel like that is the case. And Karla, I know, with you having many, many years of quilting, part of our guests share, and LJ, I know that there were some things that you'll be able to talk about later, but Karla, like quilting, I feel is continuously taking on and shifting and changing, right? As the industry and the world as a whole, I think, accepts it. I know that even when I came in over 15 years ago, I consider them works of art, but I also think that they're changing. Like you're finding that there are different styles of quilting. What are some of your thoughts about what we're seeing now as there's this progression of people looking to try new things within the quilting industry or the quilting world?
I'm a big proponent of trying something new and trying new ways of quilting and bringing something new and fresh to an art form that has been around for so long. It's just so much fun to see the younger generation gravitate towards their way of thinking and what can they bring to this industry. And that's what we want to keep it going. And it's really important for people, our quilters or artists, to be able to express themselves. And this is one way to express who you are. I mean, my way and my style is totally different from Laurel's way or Mark's way. And that's what makes it so fun and so exciting, is that we have this whole world of different types, different people, and different aspects, and what they can bring. And it just brings us to our keynote speaker. She's absolutely amazing quilter. And she was kind of a pioneer for bringing her artistry or her form of art into quilting, and she's just done an amazing job. So thank you to all those who helped pave the way so that we could each have a voice. That's what I want to say, is that it's just fun to have a voice out there and to be able to speak it with this art form and just let people know who you are, your personality, your little quirks. I like them quirky. I like them different.
You do. You do quite a few different things.
But I do love traditional as well. So I just can appreciate it very much.
Well, thank you, Karla, for your comments on that. LJ, I know you had a couple things. It's always interesting. You were coming into quilting at a different age and a different group. I know that you have a grandma that I think you did a little bit of quilting with back in the past. Maybe just quickly share, because I want to kind of move on. We're going to do another giveaway here, but really quick, LJ, maybe share with everybody your brief history of what you've done, and then kind of now you're part of the Grace Company as well.
Yeah. So I never did a whole lot of quilting with my grandma, but she did a lot of piecing quilts. And I remember one time, when I was younger, I didn't really want to. I was like, oh, Grandma, I don't want to, sit here and do that. But there was one time I remember, and I don't know why she let me do it, because I messed up a whole ton. But it was super fun to actually be able to hand stitch a couple of pieces. So it was very, very different experience for me, especially as a little kid, because I had never done anything like that. So it was super neat to be able to do that. And then actually she ended up quilting it out for me. And so it's actually a quilt I still have to this day. But it's super, I think even then as a kid, I didn't quite understand. Even now when I started to get into this industry, I don't think I ever fully understood how much time and effort and love goes into every single quilt. I think it seriously, it astonished me when I first started to hear stories about people. And I was like, oh, you spent hours and hours of time on this one quilt, and you really poured your heart out into it. And so for me, I think it really opened my eyes to how much time and how much love goes into quilting.
Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I know that, LJ, you've also had a chance to work on a couple things. You've been able to learn a little bit more about the Grace tools. And I think there's some excitement that comes in once you find that everybody really, regardless of what your experience has been in the past, but quilting is something that really can be done by everybody, right?
Oh, absolutely. I think I'll just share a quick story. Actually, there was, I went to this event and we had it's our new cutie frame. And so we had it kind of on a taller table, and then we had just a chair there. And I think it was just this kid. I think he was probably about maybe 12, 13 or so. And he came up and he just started going. He just sat down, he just kind of helped himself and he just took off. It was amazing to see. I was like, oh, all right, I can do this. I can do it, So it was super cool to see that really it is for any age.
Thank you. I appreciate that comment. Mark, I know that we have a segment also. I believe that we had an opportunity to invite you and your family in. I know that your wife has gotten into quilting. So I think really if you can see what we have, with Karla, Mark, and LJ, there's a little bit of quilting kind of in everyone. And if you're not a quilter, hey, you can become a quilter. I myself have not ever pieced a quilt. So I'm not going to say I've pieced one. I have finished several quilts, many quilts with different types of finishes, hand finishing. I mean, I've machine free motion quilt that I like automation, and you'll see some of that. I have some presentations I put together. So it's really exciting. So thanks for joining us. I just wanted to go back. I love some of the comments we're getting. One of these had to do with somebody liking the generations of quilter and different people, as I brought up earlier with Tracy, how there's just different styles. And Karla, I like and appreciate your comments that you've had with some of that as well, helping us all understand. And those who are commenting, again, thank you. I see all sorts of comments. Please know we're reading through these. We're also trying to respond. So if you do have questions, know that there's an option for you to look at. I want to quickly go back to the main page. Let's do a giveaway, and then I think we'll be prepared. But let me quickly bring this back on. So this is the main landing page. Again, those of you that are just joining us, if you're new here, please understand we've talked briefly about the account and my account dashboard. But one of the things we wanted to make sure we had is at the bottom of this, down at the bottom, there is a place where we can go ahead and there's a chance for you to contact us. And so one of the things we wanted to make sure is that we have a chance to hear if there's something that doesn't seem to work the way you think it does, you don't have access, if there's comments you think of things that you think you'd love to see more of. I want to do a shout out to everybody. Come into, again, the Grace event platform here that we have. If you're registered, go to the bottom. There's a contact form. We are looking at all of these, but this is a place that we have, again, so that your voice can be heard. One of the questions we would love to ask right now, and I know some of you are going to want to throw this in the comments, but hey, we would love to collect it in this area. But what type of other education, what kind of inspirational things would you love to see? If this is the case and you're here, what would you like to see? So I just wanted to let you know there's also this frequently asked question, which we continue to build out to help you with the site. A major sell, I'm going to get into the sell, but here's the community as well. This is a fun one. Everybody might not know this, but there is a digital, what we call community quilt, which I think is absolutely phenomenal. We're allowing you to upload just a single picture of a block, and then that block will be shown, and you'll see that will change every time you come in to look and see the community quilt. So this is a digital quilt. I'm continually getting recommended for my bingo. Thank you very much. Bingo gives you a chance to enter to win some other things. So there you go. I haven't finished my bingo, but there's a community quilt. So this gives you a chance to take a simple picture of a block. You might have a favorite block, maybe one you're working on, maybe one of a quilt you've already finished. But if you come in here and submit that, we're going to continue to build this. And so like right now, you can see these are the different blocks that you have submitted. And this is a fun thing. So in essence, what we're seeing is kind of, because you're doing the block, now we're creating this digital quilt, which is super fun. The first time we've ever done it. And this is a way for you to see and become a part and share your block with the community to, in essence, build this quilt. So this is fun because this is our community quilt. And again, this is also something in addition to the quilts that's really fun for you guys to come and to browse and to look at. So really quick, I am going to get into this cell as a short piece. I just wanted you to see what the deals are. There are a lot of different specials that we have running right now and some very exclusive things that we also have for the event and the show. I'm not going to take a lot of time. I'm just going to recommend that you come in here and see this. If you are not aware, if you have a quilt top, so we had everybody, I have one quilt top, I have 3, I have 5. Some of you have 10. If you have unfinished quilt tops and you don't have a quilting system, I want to let you know that there are options that really can help you get to a place where finishing quilts is easier. And we really are trying to do that on a budget that works best for you. So we have this little tabletop frame called the Cutie. If you haven't seen it, again, I'd recommend you see some more information, but it can be stored so it doesn't require you to take up a bunch of space, and it can do any size quilt. It also can be used with your home domestic machine. So there are options here with quilting frames that let you start with your own machine. We also then have different combinations that start moving you into the midline category with the 15. We have a couple special cells on those 15s with frames as well. We also have different sales on some of the bigger machines. Our 19-inch machine, which has been a very popular machine, starting at $589, and then you can add a frame to that. Or our 21R, which is getting into more of our professional series, with the machine head starting at $649, $6,499. So, and then you can see we have complete combos with our professional system as well. So just, I would ask and dip in, see what those sales are, learn more about what those specials are, so that you can kind of see what part of those are as we go through the show. So let's do this. Let's go ahead and do another question. Karla, if you can have one. I want to throw this out, or Mark, do you have one, or LJ, do you have one? We'll just go throughout the group right here, and let's do a Plinko. We're going to dive back into our people who are commenting, and let's see what we can do. Oh, okay. See, Karla, I love that. I'm like, Karla, she always has answers. She always has some good questions. So Karla, what is the question?
Name one of the categories for our quilts. So just name one of them.
Okay, so again, we have the quilt, a chance for you to enter quilts. What is one of the categories that you might say would be part of what that is? So again, Karla, great question. So go ahead, start putting in your answers. If you don't know, obviously you can quickly click on the quilt show, grab part of what that is and enter it in. So not too hard of one. There are six different sections, or 6 different categories that we have for the quilts, and this is in the view the galleries area or an entry to win area. It will let you select, and you can see what they are.
Seeing a lot of them come up. You guys know it.
So we know. Here we go. So let's go ahead and pull a winner. I have an oops category. Woo woo. And I'm going to go ahead and pull that one out. And that one is the surprise or the oops category. Congratulations to Gayla Cedar Park. So let's do that. We're going to do a Plinko drop for you as well. So Mark, let's go ahead and see what she potentially is going to win on this one.
Oh, cool.
The rectangle ruler set. So Gayla, that is, if you didn't hear earlier, that is a ruler set that you get 3 of our rectangle rulers. So you get 6.5 by 24.5 ruler, the 3 by 18 ruler, and the 6.5 by 12.5 ruler. So you get 3 fantastic rulers, all phenomenal sizes that are really common to use. So great win on that, Gayla. So the ruler set.
So that's a great one, Mark. With this, can I up the ante? We'll do that for Gayla. Let's throw in a set of 3 true grips free. We'll go with the non-slips that we can put on the back of that ruler to help up the ante on that one. And again, just as a reminder, Gayla, we're going to ask that you reach out to Melinda, Melinda at graceframe.com. So reach out to Melinda in order to redeem your prize, which is great. Let's go ahead and choose another winner that we have here. So that was, give me just a minute here again. I'm asking I'm asking this question really quick because I didn't have this. Was that on our YouTube platform? Anybody?
That, Nathan, I'm not sure.
Well, I guess I'm gonna have
Gayla, let us know.
Well, I'm picking, so I can't search for Gayla, and it somehow went away. So I apologize, it went away. I thought it was gonna skip. YouTube.
It
was
YouTube.
Thank you.
YouTube.
Thank you. So we're going to go ahead and pull this one out. This is another winner. This is from the Facebook platform here. We have Kimberly Miller Wool. Thank you, Wall, on that. Thank you. Congratulations on this one. You're right. Wild Imagination is one of the categories that we have for quilts. So with this, let's go ahead and drop Plinko Mark and see what Kimberly is going to win.
All right.
I'm just kidding. Drum roll.
Oh,
my
good.
comfort cutter. So Kimberly, you're going to love the cutter, my comfort. Talked about it a little earlier, but it's the best ergonomic cutter. It's going to feel like you're going to love it in the palm of your hand, whether you're right hand or left hand. It could be one or the other, but it's nicely shaped so that the pressure comes from above the blade, which is where that ergonomic comes in. So you're going to love the cutter, Kimberly. Congratulations on that win.
Mark, let's up the ante. Let's go ahead and throw in, let's just make this a quilters combo, because I know, Kimberly, you will love the entire system for what that is. So let's take a note, if we can, on Kimberly as a winner. We're going to give her actually a quilter's combo by building that with the My Comfort Cutter. We're going to put the 6.5 by 24.5 ruler and the set of tool grips in there for you. Again, that's right around a $65 value. So congratulations, and make sure, remember on that, Kimberly, to email, as you can see on the screen there, Melinda@graceframe.com. Again, MELINDA @graceframe.com. We're going to go ahead and now we're going to choose one from the Grace platform. And I would like to go ahead and we're going to pull Norla is a winner. And she selected the Blood, Sweat, and Tears. So thank you again for being on the Grace platform. Norla is the winner's name who we have. So Norla, if you are with us, we're going to ask again that you email Melinda. So again, Melinda@graceframe.com, and we'll go ahead and drop the Plinko down. So Mark, let's see what Norla is going to win.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, the 4-pack finesse thread. So she gets the 4-pack solid threads. Again, these threads are perfect. They're polyester, 50 weight, and they're 1,500 yards. So you're going to find that you can go through your thread without it sitting so long on your shelf. So beautiful colors. They're going to be a solid pack.
So can we up the ante on this one? We have an 8-pack of thread.
Ooh,
the 8-pack
nice.
comes with 4
That's
solids and 4 variegated sets, 4 colors of our most popular variegated. So what we're going to do, Norla, is we're going to double down on that one. These are 1,500 yard spools, and we use what we call a soft polyester. This is a Grace exclusive thread that we went out and we found a manufacturer. We partnered with Wonderful. You cannot get this through them or anywhere else. It's called Finesse. It looks and feels like cotton. Although it's actually not, it's polyester. It's a little more forgiving. That means it's color fast. That means it's low lint. That means it's going to last for a significantly longer time without degrading. And it feels and looks just like we would want to have with our cotton. It's a little more forgiving when you run it in your machines because it has a little bit of give. So I know, Karla, you love it. We use it all the time.
I love it for piecing as well. It's great because it's not slick. Oh God, it just holds the stitch very, very nicely. So use it for your piecing as well. Nice.
Yeah, so thank you, Karla, for sharing that. It is wonderful. If you don't know, and if on one of the spin the wheels, we have discounts on things like this as well. So some of you might have received a coupon as a discount. So thank you very much for joining us as this opening part. As we get in now to the rest of it, we're going to really begin, and I want to introduce our next guest who's coming up. But really quickly, let me just open this up for us here.
And Nathan, before you do, can we quickly just share with people again where they can go if they haven't registered yet, or if they're new, where can they go to register?
Thanks. That's a great question. Let me go ahead and bring this back on screen here. So this is our Grace website. If you first, let's go ahead and let's just bring up, this is the Grace Frame website. So if you go to graceframe.com and you land here, you can click this register. This will take you into what we call our events platform. So this is a unique platform that we have. And in here, you can simply just register. Right now, I have already registered. So when I click on this, it takes me actually to my account. So those that are watching, once you come in here, you have access to your account dashboard. If you've submitted quilts, if you want to sign up with classes, etc. But again, this will be at graceframe.com. You can click on the banner at the top, which brings you into events with part of what this is. So know that that's where to go. I wanted to quickly just look at this because this is what's coming up, and this is what we're going to be seeing in front of us here with the events that we have. In fact, we'll look at this as we introduce part of our guest that will be coming on board. So I'll just make this full screen as we kind of look at all the details that we have for the specific class schedule as a whole here. So this is the events and the online section of where we can see today, Thursday, October the 7th, and you can see that we do have schedules for every day. So if you come in here, you can see what we have today. We're really excited. We're just about through the kickoff, and we're coming up on Charlotte Andersen, the quiltist, and we're excited. I'll give a quick bio on her, but you can see later on, Karla has put together some amazing content on falling stars and a pinwheel quilt that she has. We're going to be looking at automation. We're also going to be talking a little bit more about doing some giveaways and a review on a few different things. Q&A section. So we're going to have a short bit that lets us answer any of your open questions you either have about what we're doing, what we're trying to engage with in the quilting world and our products. Also, we have a segment with Heather Martin, and she's going to be sharing her experience with teaching the next generation. Later on, as we start moving through the day, we have a product review with Luella Hall. So she's going to share some information on a product and her experience with that, which is wonderful. We're going to do our live giveaway. This comes at 2:00 p.m. So make sure if you're going to be doing this, because we're going to give away the pre-registration drawing, which is again that Quilters, the Unique 15R with the frame choice option combo. And then we're going to be doing several other giveaways in that hour. We're going to then finish off part of the day with a fall pumpkin banner with Janessa, who's one of our educators, put together this little project we feel you're going to absolutely love with what's coming on. We have a trunk show with Kris Andreasen, who's a local quilter and a professional long armor. And so we get to hear a little bit about her stories. We'll then be moving into one of the last few things here, which is the TrueCut. We're going to do a product demonstration for you, and then we're going to wrap up for the day. So that's kind of what I want you to see with where we're going to go. But we'll go back up here to the top because we're ready to get started with Charlotte Andersen. And with this, I want to read a little bit about her bio. So I want to kind of keep this picture so we can kind of see this as we begin. And this is from her. So this is going to just be patient with me as I read through this with you. This will be me talking a little bit. So what I'd like to do is share her story and her bio. So I'm going to read through this with everybody as you kind of stay with me as we do so. So this is part of what she wanted, and she thought it would be great for us to share with everybody. Give me just a moment here. So she says, I'm a lifetime native of Salt Lake City, Utah, where I lived with my husband, and she has one of my 4 children and 2 dogs currently, and that's where she's at. So with the background of sewing and crafts, she says, I made my first quilt, a log cabin, with the barn raised pattern in 1974, and then she made several other more traditional quilts is what she did. And then she starts talking about her life in 1983. She especially started looking at one-of-the-kind or original pictorial quilts, and we'll hear some of this, where she started either making them with applique pieces and without, with her techniques that she created. So she created these forms. She then would build backgrounds around those pictorial types of things, and some are people and some are of the landscapes on this technique. And she started finding ways of making that process more flexible so that she could teach and share that also with others. So she enjoys creating realistic and responsive images from the unlike mediums of fabric. And so I think that's absolutely wonderful. She also has won many prestigious awards, among them second place in the Great American Quilt Contest in honor of the Statue of Liberty Centennial. What am I saying? So the Statue of Liberty Centennial quilt that she has, several first places in the American Quilter Society show, 2 best of shows at Houston International Quilt Festival. If you don't know, if you've been to Houston, you know it is the largest quilt show in the world that happens. So again, she's won 2 best of shows at the Houston International Quilt Festival and best of show at the 2006 Mid-Atlantic Quilt Show. She also has, and won wearable arts is another one of her pursuits, with the garments that she's been making have been part of the Fairfield Fashion Show in 1987 and 88, 89. She also was part of that in 91, 94, and 98. And also part of the Bernina Fashion Show that happened in 2002, 2003, 2005, and 2006. She says that my garments were the Creme de la Creme winner for the 2003 Bernina Fashion Show. And 2 of her garments have also won awards in the AQS Style Show. So with that, she also has other books. She's authored 4 books. The first to explain how she actually does the pictorial style. So if you see and you watch part of what Charlotte does, know that you can also learn some of these techniques directly from her with the books that she's done. She also, it's called Faces and Places, Images in Applique, where she explains these details. Her second book focuses on the features, and it's one that's referred to as lifelike portrayals in applique. So how do you make lifelike images that you're doing with the applique? 2 of these books are available in print on demand, she says, at C&T Publishing. She also has a 3rd and a 4th book. One is called One Line at a Time, and One Line at a Time and One Line at a Time Encore. So with that, we're really excited to bring Charlotte together and to join us for our Fall Festival. We hope that you all enjoy it. Again, know that we're here to help answer comments and questions. And Charlotte, with that, thank you for being able to share your experience with us here at the Grace Company and for quilters around the world.
I'm Nathan Erznoznik here at the Grace Company, and with us we have a very, very special guest. Charlotte Warr Andersen is visiting with us, and we get to spend the next whatever this amount of time is learning a little bit more about you, about your wonderful history, a little bit more about what motivates you and all these other exciting things, and a little bit here really quick about Charlotte, well-known, avid quilter, a Utah. I've known about you for many years. I've been here for 15 years.
Right.
Tell us a little bit about your history.
All right. Well, like you said, I was born in Salt Lake City. I was the youngest of 6 children, and my mother was always industrious, cooking, baking, lots of sewing. She was definitely a seamstress, and she passed on her seamstress skills to me. And I also picked up many other crafts, knitting, crocheting, and I really enjoyed the needle arts. I went to college. I tried to be an art major. It didn't work out because things were just too weird for me. But then I settled down, got married. Just before I got married, I saw a picture of a barn-raised log cabin in a magazine, and I set about to make it. Well, I did it the hard way with cardboard templates and scissors and everything. That was long before rotary cutters and all that.
Definitely a different time.
And by the time my daughter was crawling, she crawled under my Grace quilt frames, and I was finishing up the quilt about then. So, that's where I got my first taste of quilting. My early ones, of course, are traditional quilts, but at a certain point, I turned to art quilts, and everything that I've made since then is pretty much meant to go on the wall. Of course, there were traditional quilts, like I said, the log cabin, and then I did a weather vane quilt and a string quilt. And around that time, I decided that I better join the Quilt Guild. And so then I discovered a whole new world of quilting. It was amazing how much was out there. One of the first projects I did when I joined the Quilt Guild was someone had a quick method of doing this trip around the world here. So I did my version of it. It's definitely not an all cotton quilt. It has some polyester blends and everything, but I still like it and it's fun. And I entered it in a contest that was held in Logan, Utah, and it won a nice blue ribbon, so that was good. But I like hand quilting. I really do like hand quilting a lot. I just don't have time for it anymore.
A little bit of a different process.
Yeah.
A little bit of different love.
Now this one, it's called Seven Sisters Medallion. It's all hand pieced as well as hand quilted. And it's my original design. I designed it from a traditional quilt block with a different arrangement. But I sent that to the first American Quilters Society show, the very first one. And that was my first big competition that I entered. And I didn't win any ribbons. And it came back with a comment that the centers of my stars were pooched. And I knew they were pooched, but oh well. But my first, what I count as competition quilt, was actually a quilt called Upstream. And it's one that I made for my brother George, and he's an outdoorsman. So I used a lot of traditional quilt forms to make it. And it's just kind of a fun quilt. It's my original design, and I did enter that in the Springville, Utah art quilt show.
Okay.
And it won Best of Show there. And I have to admit I was feeling a little smug because as I was wandering around the show, I heard one of the older ladies complaining, saying, "That quilt's too small. How could it possibly win Best of Show?" But yeah, it was a good feeling.
What has been part of your evolution in your quilting style? What was part of that
Well,
progression?
you can see my traditional beginnings, but I definitely went to pictorial. After I got traditional out of my system, almost everything I've done since then is pictorial. And after I did Upstream, I was kind of determined I was going to win a ribbon at the AQS show. So I started designing a quilt that would honor horse racing. But in the meantime, they announced the first Great American Quilt Show that was in honor of the Statue of Liberty Centennial. So I set about working on that one. Now, I decided it had to be applique. There was no way I was going to do a Statue of Liberty quilt with piecing. It was going to happen. And I'd had a little applique experience, so this was my first applique experience, which it was a sort of a guild project. One of our members brought the pattern and shared with all of us, which you're not supposed to do, by the way. But anyway, this is where I first learned to applique. So it's kind of a big leap to go from this to Spacious Skies.
It seems like you have a little bit of this competitive piece in you that started to drive you?
Definitely. I used to be very competitive.
Let's go back to this quilt that you're showing us here, the Spacious Skies. Tell us a little bit more. And again, you mentioned that this one has applique. How much or what parts of this one, if we're looking at, would we
all of it except for the borders are appliqued. So it's all hand applique and hand quilted. And it's called Spacious Skies. Of course, it honors the Statue of Liberty, and then it kind of travels through the country and around the world. Mount Rushmore, the Golden Gate Bridge, the flag raising at Iwo Jima, and of course the moon landing. And it did win second prize in that competition. I've had people tell me, including two of the judges, that it should have won first prize, but that always feels good.
That does feel good. That's pretty amazing. Was there any particular technique as you were doing them, knowing that you had done different types of needlework, that you felt challenged you in part of what this quilt was, or were you very comfortable as you were moving into this?
This is where I believe I invented my own process for this one. It's a reverse layering process. People think reverse applique, but to me it's more like reverse layering, because I build from the top downward and then applique the figures on the background. On this quilt, I started out with the lightest fabric, and I draw the whole design on it and then put the next shade underneath it and sew everywhere where those two fabrics connect. And then I trim away excess fabric, redraw shapes, and then put another layer underneath and continue until the figure was complete. So then I'd have a figure that was independent of the background, and I could create the clouds behind the Statue of Liberty and then lay that Statue of Liberty down on that background and stitch it in place.
So you might take the panel, again, once you went through that process with Statue of Liberty, like I'm gonna do another applique scene surrounding the background and then be able to lay the Statue of Liberty on top of that as your final applique piece that you built up.
And you'll see that in some of my further quilts. Okay.
So as your evolution moved, you moved from here, and then where did you end up going? What was next for you?
I talked about how I intended to enter a quilt for the AQS show and get a ribbon, and this was the quilt that did it. This is called 3 for the Crown. Now, the Spacious Skies was an applique quilt, but I also do pieced pictures. So this one is, I believe it's 42 inches square, and all those little horses in there are all pieced rather than applique. And so this I come up with a paper pattern for and cut the paper into templates and trace around each one and then stitch right sides together and put the piece all together. And I ended up winning a blue ribbon at Paducah with this one. 3 for the Crown means it's the 3 different races for the Triple Crown races. Okay. So then I had to have a grandstand in there. So here's the Belmont grandstand, and of course if you have a bandstand you have to fill it with people. You do. So then I went looking for lots of multicolored fabrics.
Yep, that's really, I love that.
Simulate people, and of course if you were wearing red that one day, you had to sit in that section.
The red crowd, the blue crowd, I might be able to slightly.
This one is still one of my favorite quilts, even though I made it in 1998. And it's called She Comes in Colors. And it was, I started it for a competition that used to be held in New York called Quilted Melodies, or Musical Melodies, something like that. And I found this picture of a young ballet dancer and decided to do her in my technique. So when she was done, I could hold her by the top of the head, and then I came up with this background. and decided to do her in op art colors as well as a deco.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and look at bringing up a couple other beautiful quilts that we have here. So let's just go ahead and take a minute to do so. So all right, Charlotte, now I know we're now in front of a couple other quilts that you felt would be great to continue us with part of your story.
Right.
Why don't you go ahead and share now? One of the things that I thought would be maybe an interesting one to share with us briefly is maybe what's part of your inspiration and what inspires you to do kind of your projects.
Okay, well, let's talk about Paradise Lost then.
Okay.
Saltaire was a resort that was built on the shore of the Great Salt Lake in 1893, and it was kind of a really fun resort. And it was built by a famous architect that I can't remember his name right now, Keating or something like that. Okay. Anyway, this was a really beautiful building, but it burned down in 1928, and then they rebuilt a large, not as pretty building, but people had lots of fun out there because it was a resort. And, you know, go swim in the Great Salt Lake, which is not as fun as you think it is.
So true, so true.
And anyway, I remember visiting that place when I was a small child. And, but that one got dilapidated. They donated it to the state of Utah, and then it got burned down in the 80s. They rebuilt a new version of it, which is so just not good. But I remember being as a child, I wanted to get rich and rebuild Saltaire. So this was my way to rebuilding Saltaire.
Yeah,
so,
I think it's very beautiful. Tell us a little bit about your process with this.
And this one is, again, it's a pieced picture again. So even the curves are pieced. It's all hand pieced. There might be a touch of it that got machine pieced, but most of it's hand pieced. And then I used any type of fabric I could find to make it. It's got silk, polyester, cotton, rayon, just anything that I thought would look good in the quilt. And I really love the quilt, and it's fun, and I love how it shines and shimmers. And since it was such a magical place, I felt like it needed that extra touch of those silly little tassels on the bottom. And I did make my own tassels too. So probably the next one I did was for, it was the Kelsen's Butter Cookie Company in Denmark. And they had a contest called Quilt a Modern Day Fairy Tale. And you were to make a little round quilt that was to go on the cover of their butter cookie tins. Okay. So, and then those tins were supposed to be sold worldwide. And I decided to enter the contest. Of course, my mother-in-law, who came from Denmark, called me up because she'd seen the advertisement in a magazine and said, "You need to enter this contest." So I did, and I came up with this little quilt, Gavin. And Gavin means the gift in Danish. And it's also got a lot of special fabrics in it, silks and slinky polyester, some sheer fabrics. I achieved the fairy's wings by using some black sheer fabric. And then I decided I need a little embellishment. And so I put some sequins and beads and stars and such, because the fairy is sprinkling dust down on the child. Gavin means the gift, so the fairy is gifting the child.
It's absolutely beautiful.
Thank you.
I love that. So now, did you hear word back on this ever? Did they respond back based on?
I won the grand prize in this contest. It got me a trip for two to Denmark, $1,000, and I got to keep the quilt, which is actually kind of amazing.
Yes, it is. That's wonderful.
So,
well, there you go.
And they didn't do the best job of getting them on the lids of butter cookie tins because the company changed hands, but I did get a few, a dozen or so of the lids.
Well, wonderful.
So,
I mean, that's a wonderful story.
Well, thank you.
So where did your experience go from here? So as we're moving through this and you're moving down, contests are kind of driving you? I
started getting more into doing people. So, and using my technique. So I did a few portraits here and there. This one's called Kingdoms. You know, I'd been getting my reputation going, and I was approached by the LDS Church to do a piece for their art museum. So I gave them some proposals, and they picked this one. I think of this one as a pictorial quilt, but it's an abstract pictorial. So Mormon theology talks about the 3 degrees of glory, and that's what this quilt is about. So you can see those little shapes in there have been quilted in kind of angelic shapes.
Okay.
In 1992, Salt Lake City was bidding for the 1998 Olympics, I believe it was. And I was approached by Alma Welch to do a quilt as a gift for the president of the IOC. So she gave me 6 weeks to do it. And I got it done in 5.5. And it was, nobody ate well during that time at my house. But it shows some of the Olympic process. I've got significant traditional quilt blocks on the bottom. That you may notice that's a theme running through a lot of my earlier quilts, is that I keep those traditional blocks in there because I like to give tribute to that. And part of the deal of making that first one in such a hurry was I get to make a second Olympic quilt. So, and this one was a gift for Alma Welch to give to her husband, Tom. And I had a lot more time to plan this one and find good pictures to work from and everything. So this one is a lot better. I like it a lot more. If we recall, She Comes in Colors. I actually used that one as a barter to pay for my husband's orthodontics.
Okay.
So, and then it came time for my second and third child to have their teeth done, and my orthodontist was redecorating his office, and he showed me the space, and I said, "Oh, okay, I'll make you a quilt." So he wanted an Arizona sunset, so I found a photo that I changed quite a bit and came up with this quilt, which is all hand appliqued and hand pieced. These are 2 quilts that I did. These are Tree of Life quilts. Okay. So the LDS Church was having several different artists make quilts to put in the LDS temples in various places. So, and they wanted a Tree of Life theme. So the first one is an interesting quilt. It has lots of different fabrics, the silks and the special fabrics all used again. I'm trying to remember. I want to say the shapes along this side represent the iron rod, so I don't know how many people will know about the iron rod, but I won't go into that explanation. But if you recall Bertel Thorvaldsen, his Christ figure, I've actually quilted that by hand over the top of the tree in a glittery thread, and it doesn't show up at all in the quilt. But it's
so that is on this quilt.
Yes, it is on this quilt, and it just doesn't show up no matter how I tried to photograph it. So, this one was to go in the bridal room at one of the temples. So I took the wedding ring pattern and put a Tree of Life over the top of it. And I decided I didn't feel like hand quilting anymore. I decided I was one of the late converts to machine quilting. So it took a while for me to get there, but this one is machine quilted, and it's also got very fancy fabrics on it.
How do you feel about that process of machine quilting? Was that an easy one? Were you confident? Did you feel like tell me a little bit more about that.
I had to talk to several other quilt teachers about how they did things, and some of them I agreed with, and some of them I didn't. But I got a lot of advice before I actually started quilting. I can't say I took any machine quilting classes, but I knew enough people that I could talk to them and ask for their advice. And I got some good advice, and just a little bit of not so good advice. This was another LDS Church commission.
Okay.
What's
the name of this one here?
I call it So Shall You Reap, but if you go to the LDS Church's Relief Society Center where it's hanging, they call it Come Let Us Rejoice. So they can call it what they want since they paid for it. So,
they don't have to take your name for that.
Right. And this one I just showed women, since it was for the Relief Society, I showed women there in their various daily activities. And of course, I needed to show a quilt scene in there, so I did put my little quilting bee in there, and everybody's busy stitching, and the gray-haired lady in the background is saying, "Those stitches are too big, they'll have to come out." That quilt had several portraits in it, and I feel like I'm getting okay at doing portraits. And then I started getting to where I was taking lots of pictures when I went out there. And we were having a family picnic up in one of the canyons, and I took a bunch of pictures, and when I went back through them, I found this lovely one of my niece Sharon, and she's standing in a parking lot, and the kids are having a water fight, but she's got this cup of water behind her back, and she has such an innocent look on her face. And so I decided, okay, I'm going to do this one. So I actually blew up her figure and created the figure before I'd ever decided on what to do with the background. So again, I could hold her by the top of the head, and I had this figure hanging. After she was done, I decided, okay, I'm going to put her next to a waterfall, and it's become an environmental quilt. It's called Naiad, because a Naiad is a creature of the mythology who cares for water, streams, rivers of all sorts. And so by saying that Sharon here, my cute little niece, is a Naiad, it's saying that we're all like that. We all take care of our environment. This was one that I started teaching this process that I use first. It's just the ballet dancer's head off the, she comes in colors, and it's got about 6 different fabrics in it, 6 layers. And then I decided to try a portrait of my husband, Eskild. And people think he looks like Robert Redford, and he goes,
There's a little bit of there is definitely a resemblance in there. What is this one? How big or how small is this one?
Most of these are tops. So like the one of Eskild is about 8 by 10.
8 by 10, okay.
And the next one is of Ernest Baker, and he is Judith Montano Baker's husband. And he asked me to do a portrait of him. I thought it turned out pretty good. And most of these are unquilted, so a lot of them get stretched, or they're just tops that I've made.
What was part of your process, and how you're trying to decide, if I'm looking at a picture, are you carrying that with you in your pocket and you're going down to the fabric store? Or are you, how are you trying to define where you're going to be creating some of those breaks in those fabrics in order to create these portraits?
Well, every time I see a fabric that I think will make a good flesh tone, I buy it. So, and I have tons of flesh tones.
So you have your stash, and then your other stash,
yeah,
and then your other stash.
Then when I decide to do a portrait, I pull fabrics that I think will be appropriate. The 2 little boys, the Reuben kids, that's what I call it. I have no idea where this is at the moment, but it was a commission that I did completely by email. Okay. I never met the children. Their father just sent me a picture, and I created this for him.
So let's go ahead and continue. It looks like we have a couple other portraits here that we're going to really take some time to look at. This next portrait,
it's of my father-in-law, Peter Andersen, and he. Well, I wrote 2 books. The first book was called Faces and Places, and then the next one was called Focus on Features. It was talking about my techniques and how I do these hand applique portraits. And in that second book, I had this photo that I'd taken of my father-in-law, and I did the drawing of it and such, but I never did get the quilt actually done. So probably about 5-6 years ago, I finally decided, oh, that's such a good picture, I need to complete it. So I did, and I really loved the way it turned out. And now I'm trying to figure out how to incorporate it into a larger quilt. This fun little portrait, which is of my oldest brother, Jim, back when he must have been 5 or so. And he looked so cute in that picture. And it was.
Do you know how old he was in that picture?
Oh, I guess maybe 5 or 6.
5 or 6.
Yeah, and I decided I was going to turn it into a quilt because I felt like doing a portrait of it. And I've threatened to call it the top waif, which he didn't like the title. And so it's just Big Brother right now. This one is called Grace. And, you know, I know my quilt frames are Grace quilt frames, my actual ones with the links to put together and the stands on the corners and everything, which I still have and I won't ever get rid of. But I also have the hoop and everything. But you know, I'd always talk to Jim at the quilt shows whenever I saw him, and I knew his mother Grace from way back when. When I very first started quilting, I would go into a shop called Mormon Handicraft, and she worked in there. And she was the most pleasant, wonderful woman. So Jim started talking about me doing a quilt for him, and he asked me for several years, and we tried to come up with a subject. And finally I said, after I'd got enough experience making faces, that I would, let's do a portrait of your mom, Jim. Grace is so wonderful. So he gathered family photos together for me, and I picked a couple that I used. Grace actually married her husband, Joe. They lived in a cabin near the Tetons. I don't know if that's exactly what the cabin looked like, but I put a cabin in there, and those are the Teton Mountains behind. And then I did the portrait of Grace, and one of the workers here, when she saw the quilt, she says, I know which blouse that is that Grace wears, because I found a good enough fabric that it was really close. And then I put a quilt on the clothesline that has a traditional block. I believe it's called Grandmother's or Mother's Love.
Okay.
And if you look closely at the log cabin, they had 9 children, and there's 9 little faces peering out the window of the log cabin. So I had a lot of fun doing this, and yeah, I love Grace. She was a wonderful woman.
I had the fortunate opportunity of working with her for a few years here, you know.
Right.
I've been with this for 15, and I'll tell you, it was fun just to have her involved in so many different elements. So it was wonderful to see this quilt, and it's wonderful, you know, a wonderful gift of something that you've been able to do. And again, very directly coordinates and correlates with our business and the people, you know, the founders, and in essence, the namesake. So that's a beautiful and a wonderful quilt to look at. So.
And this one's hand quilted, so it deserved to be hand quilted. So. Now this one was a commission that I did for Helen Weidman, and she owned a shop in Hyannis, Massachusetts called Heartbeat Quilts, and she wanted me to make a quilt for her. She'd bought one of mine, this as well, but it's called Telepathy. It's actually a portrait of my dog Scruffy. There he is. And she had bought this one because her dog Seamus had just died, and Scruffy looked so much like her dog, she wanted the quilt. So even though Scruffy was my dog, I let her buy the quilt. But then she decided she wanted another quilt, and she wanted of her parents, Sam and Sylvia Weinman. And so I went through her family photos and picked this one of them at the beach. This one, this is a portrait of Bob Melson, who used to work at the 9/4 Circle Ranch in Gallatin Gateway, Montana. And Bob was just your classic American cowboy, and everybody wanted to take his picture, and I was no exception. So he posed for me one time, and I decided to create this quilt. And this is where I was starting to loosen up on my technique a little bit.
So what does that mean, loosen up on your technique?
Well, the portrait is all done with hand applique.
Okay.
But the background is all with fusibles or fusible thread and such, and then it's all machine quilted as well.
Okay.
And I didn't think you could get away with mixing techniques like that, but it did win a best wall quilt at the Pacific International Show. So one of my favorite quilts from the ranch is called Overrun. The ranch likes to have rabbits all over the place.
Okay.
And if they don't have their own rabbits there, they import them from Bozeman.
Okay.
And they live short, happy lives at the ranch. Anyway, this one year I went and they had rabbits everywhere. I'd never seen so many rabbits. So I actually got down on the ground with my camera taking photographs of all these rabbits. And then I took my favorite ones, different poses and everything, and put them into this quilt called Overrun. And,
that's a cute one.
And for the border of the quilt, I actually made a little change to the traditional bear paw block, and these ones are called rabbit tracks.
There you go. That's wonderful.
So, He Calls is actually from a photograph that I took. The ranch is very close to Yellowstone Park.
Okay.
So a lot of us take day trips into Yellowstone Park, and the year before I did this quilt, I got in, and there along the Madison River was this magnificent elk standing in the river. And I ran out there with my simple little camera and got this really great shot.
So were you driving, by the way? And
yes,
you're like, we're stopping!
Yes, we're stopping.
Camera!
And I run over there and I take this great picture.
So now I know we have this other one behind us here. It looks like it says, I shed, therefore I am. And maybe you can share a little bit about this quilt as well.
That's the title of the quilt.
Okay.
And this started another adventure for me when I got into digitized machine embroidery. So I had this photograph of my dog, Betsy. It's actually in that second book of mine. And she was also always such a paranoid little dog. So anytime you looked at her, it was like, oh, no, don't look at me. So I thought the photo was great. But she was also the sheddingest dog ever lived, I swear. And this is, like 18 years old, and I swear I can still find hairs of hers in my house.
Yeah, probably, right.
So I've actually made a lot of texture with thread painting. And thread painting is where you drop your feed dogs, thread up with the right color thread, and then just do free motion back and forth.
Back and forth.
Or whatever.
So Charlotte, it's been wonderful as we've gone through and you've shared so many different quilts with us. What would you say would be one of the last things you would like to share with them today?
Well, I do keep hearing things about our industry dying, which really pains me immensely. And I don't like to think about that. Now, I have to admit, I've been hearing it ever since I started quilting back in the 80s. But,
always.
But I do hope that people take up quilting, and even if you're making a 9-patch or something simple like that, it is still art. You're still making something beautiful and something that gives pleasure to those around you.
Wonderful. I really appreciate you sharing that. I do think that is absolutely the case. Now I believe you also have a website. Maybe if you can share that with our group as well. How can they find or get in contact with you?
Yes, my website is www.charlottewarrandersen.com, and that's Andersen with an S-E-N. Or you can try cwaquilts.com.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. So with that, we again appreciate you coming out, visiting with us here in our studio in Salt Lake City. It's been really fun. Again, if for those that are watching, if you have any questions, please feel free to leave a comment below. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Also, you can follow us on Instagram and visit our website, and also follow us on Facebook as well. So with that, thank you again. I'm Nathan Erznoznik with the Grace Company. And you can see here with part of the change out, we've got more coming with a little bit of a swap out. So come back and see more to come.
Yes,
Thanks.
enjoy the Quilt Festival.
Here. All right, I'm glad to be back with everybody in a little bit of a different spot here. I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to bring on Karla and Mark, who we have in the studio here. Karla, Mark, how are you guys doing? What did you guys think of that?
Oh my gosh. Talented, talented, talented. I have so much I could say. I loved Charlotte from way back when. So
yeah, just, LJ, a lot of the comments that coming in, a lot of people are saying, I wish I could spend time with her 5 minutes, 10 minutes. I wish she can teach me. She was truly amazing. All the different quilts and her stories. That's what I'd love to see, was listening or seeing the comments. But it's true. She has a story for every quilt that she's made, which makes them more meaningful. And the passion and the love she puts in those quilts, it's just truly amazing, that the talent that can come from what she's doing. So it was watching what she's done. and the techniques that she's gathered over the years. Like she said, one of them that she didn't think, was possible, or that she didn't think she can do. It's just another great tool to know that techniques can come at any given time.
Absolutely, that is so true. And I think, Karla, maybe if you wouldn't mind just sharing, I know she showed the beautiful quilt of Grace, and I know that was
it brought tears to my eyes. I got very emotional when she was showing that quilt, because the quilt is just so much more than just a quilt. She brought the life of somebody's whole life into perspective through her artistry, and those pictures are actual pictures of my mom and my dad. My dad was a Wyoming redhead, and they called him Red. So when she said she was married to Joe, it's like, oh no, my dad's name was Red. he actually passed away when I was 11 years old. And my mom was a widow for longer than she was married, actually. And it's just like she said, a very amazing woman, and she was able to tell the story. I love the faces of the kids in the window, and it just means a lot. And she even put some of the grandkids in there, and as little angels, some of them that have passed away and stuff. So she really, truly told more than just a story. She experienced my mom's life through looking at that quilt. And I like what Mark said, that how she gathered techniques and learned. Her quilting has evolved, and she's gone and not just done the same thing over and over and over again. She is trying to expand her knowledge and her way of quilting, and I love that as well. So yeah, it was just fun to see what she's done.
It was absolutely beautiful. Some of them I feel like if you put on a wall, I might run into a wall, right? It's so realistic.
Right.
I feel like I probably rock right into a wall. But yes, that was beautiful. And I think a comment that I actually read earlier, probably don't remember who it's from, but it was just, it said that the stories behind the quilts are just as beautiful, if not more beautiful, than some quilts out there. And it is so true. And she does an amazing job of actually bringing those stories to lives with the artwork. And Mark, to your point as well, and Karla, you briefly touched on it, but it's amazing to see the different techniques that she was able to pick up over the years and be able to kind of add to her tool belt, if you will, so that was super neat. And so kind of now I'm going to just kind of quickly show you my screen here. I'm going to add it on. We're just going to kind of show you what this next section that we're going to move into here. So that was Charlotte Warr Andersen, that's Andersen, that we just had the wonderful opportunity to hear from. And so now I just kind of want to help us kind of transition into this next section. So Karla, this is something you did, right? It's a new quilt design that you helped put together. Is that right?
It's a 9 patch. I love the 9 patch and how versatile it is. And actually, I showed more a new way of quilting, or to experience free motion quilting, but using the automation to print out the design. So I'm going to show you that technique and just a little bit of how you can use the automation and print out a design and then go and free motion quilt it. And so that's something I'm really excited, because I really haven't been able to show you this technique before. And it's not that it's hard or anything like that, but it just is an aid to help you learn the free motion quilting. So very excited about this, probably more so than the design or the quilt. I always love to teach you guys new things, because I feel like you're tuning in to try and experience something new. So
yeah, exactly. That's great. I think I haven't really quilted anything myself, but I'll tell you what, I'm definitely really excited to go back through and re-watch this, because you said it on there, you said it's for kind of for an intermediate quilter. I'd say I'm probably a beginner, but I think maybe if I was able to, watch your video a couple of times, I'll be able to get it. So I'm super excited to be able to go back through and watch that. And just a reminder to everybody that this will be available on YouTube after. So if you miss anything, or didn't quite get a question answered, feel free to go back on YouTube. It will be there. And I'm super excited for this next section. Let me just go ahead, Mark.
LJ too, I was going to say, Tracy just mentioned right there, a 9 patch quilt is on my bucket list. So
okay.
if this your bucket list, Tracy, then perfect.
And it's got, I put together, well, I didn't, okay? I have a great team now. I'm the educator now for Grace Company, but we have hired on some, amazing, talented, teachers, and they come from the teaching background and an art background, I should say, and they have helped me put together the patterns and stuff. They can help me write and do things so much faster. I am very blessed to have who I have working with me to expand the education of Grace Company. So
it's definitely fun. So Tracy, when we're done with this video, your bucket list now, you should be able to check that off your bucket list, because you're gonna be able to do one after this video that Karla did.
That's wonderful. Thank you, Mark. That was great to point out that comment, because I'm sure what we've talked about before, but this is definitely something else. Add to your tool belt, something else to try. Even, if it doesn't turn out, it turns into one of those oops categories, it's definitely one of the great things that you'll be able to try. So let's see. Have any other thoughts, Karla, you'd like to share before we start to get into this video?
No, a 9-patch, I just want to say one thing. The 9-patch is such an easy way to quilt. And like I say in the video, there's various ways to use the 9-patch in different forms, so it doesn't look like the same old. And in the instructions for the quilts that we've printed, I spend more time on the technique of quilting it than I do showing you how to cut it out and piece it. But the instructions will show you how to do everything. And so just hope you enjoy the segment, because it was a lot of fun to do.
Well, wonderful. Alrighty, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to bring on this video here. So I'm going to go ahead and add it here, and we'll get started on this 9-piece.
I'm Erznoznik here at the Grace Company, and with us we have a very, very special guest. Charlotte Warr Andersen is visiting with us, and we get to spend
Okay, sorry, I'm back. We got it. I'm back now. So sorry about that, but I just maybe briefly before we get into that video, while we get loaded here, I just want to share a little bit more about what I've seen with Karla and what she's been able to do, just kind of all the time I've been here. I've only been here for about a little over a year at Grace Company, but it's been amazing to see what Karla has come up with. Nathan actually mentioned it a little bit earlier, but he actually has been able, Karla has been able to create the patterns. And so just like Karla mentioned, as well as with the 9 pieces, you can do all sorts of different things. So once you kind of get that technique down, you can really start to make it your own. And so I think that's one thing that'll be fantastic, that you'll be able to see with this next video. So let me go ahead and get it added here.
Hello everybody, welcome. I'm Karla Gerome with the Grace Company Education. I'm really excited to talk to you today and show you my Falling Stars and Pinwheels quilt. And it's right here. I just really think the colors are very striking, and I love the 9-patch design. It's such a versatile design, and I brought a few extra quilts that, because I like the 9-patch, to show you how versatile this design can be. Now, so for this quilt here, I made it into a star. And that's why I called it the Falling Stars, because it's like on the nighttime sky and they're falling down. But then I added, because I had a little extra pieces and I didn't want them to go to waste, I used my extra little triangles and made them into the pinwheels. And that's why it's called Falling Stars and Pinwheels. So that being said, let me jump right in and show you some other designs that I have used and created quilts with the 9-patch. So this one here, I'm working on a pattern. I'm going to call this my retro 9-patch. It's kind of got the curves, and the reason I came up with this is because I was really struggling with how to update the 9-patch. And I saw one that's called the Glorified 9-patch, and I thought, how can I take that design and make it easier to piece and then to quilt and have it come together looking really good. So I'm really excited about introducing this on one of the Tuesdays with Grace. So look forward to this. If you want to see this design, we'll have it at a future episode with my Tuesdays with Grace. So anyway, that's going to be called the Retro 9-patch. This one here is a really old quilt that I've had, and instead of just putting the 9 patches like just square, I put them on point. And so it's just a really cute little quilt, and then I added a block in between them to separate them, but it's just a different way, a little bit more difficult to piece because they're all on point, but really fun and very effective, and it just changes the look. And even the colors are totally different, so it's like a totally different design. Now, this one here was really kind of fun. I like to do a new quilt for every new product, and it's a lot of work that we introduce because we're very innovative here at the Grace Company. So this is the little quilt that I came up with, but it turned out really cute. And it's just a little 9-patch, but it's a star again. But instead of the triangles coming all the way to the center, I just did them here on the sides. Now you can change up a 9-patch and make it your own design, and that's exactly what I have done. Any pattern out there, you make it your own. And that's what I love about working here, is that I have the creative license to kind of jump out there and see something they like, and I like to see how I can make it, that design, conducive to what I like. So the colors are another aspect. So, you know, just go for it and have fun with these different patterns and designs. So now that I've shown you the 9-patch, I want to talk to you about how I'm going to quilt it, because I want to introduce to you a new idea for quilting. You know I love the automation, and you know well, maybe you don't know. I like to, as much as I like to create patterns for quilting and making my own, I really like to be able to take a design and make it and design it to work for quilting. So, and that means that I'm using the automation to create that design so I can quilt that design onto my quilt. So I really love that creative process as well. And I know you will too. It's really kind of like therapy for me. If I'm stressed out, I will just go to my computer and start coming up with a design. And I can't tell you how it eliminates all that stress and strain. It's just an outlet for all that pent-up frustration that I have. So let me bring you to my tablet, and I usually like to design on my desktop. So that's what's so great about our automation, is that you can load the software onto 3 devices. So you can have it on your tablet, but you can also load it onto your desktop and your laptop. So you can take it anywhere and explore all the opportunities. There's so much to the automation that, you know, we're just touching little bits and pieces, and I am continually learning all the time. So let me bring you into it. And in the software, let me get out of this really quick. On the software, you'll notice that we have a little section right here that's called Pattern CAD. That's the area that you will design your designs, even if it's just one little simple design to a little more detailed design. This is where you go. So you'll just tap on that and open up Pattern CAD. And so with Pattern CAD, you can just kind of design, and it uses lines, splines, arcs, and parabolas to create. I've already created the design. I'm just going to pull it in. So you have a library of patterns and designs in there, but when you save them, you can save them to your individual file folders. So let me open it up, and let me go up here where it says select pattern, and no, I don't want to save this. Okay, it's going to make me save it, but I don't want to. So let's get out of this. And let me get rid of that. And now I can go in and select my pattern. So I'm going to come down, and I'm going to find my design. So it's up here in what I call my batch file. And I'm just going to open it up. And it's my new circling stars, because I had to rename it because I was trying to do some little edits. But you'll see that this is my design right here that I created, and I made it one continuous line, and I used little stars and little bubbles to go all the way across, okay? So that's my design, and what method I used to draw it out with is I didn't use the line, I used splines and arcs to create this. And it's really fun. If you've never tried this, it's something, and you have the automation and the software, I really encourage you to try it out and see how much fun it is. All right, so now that I've saved my design and I have my design, I just wanted to show you where you create the designs. And now I'm going to get out, and no, I don't want to. And now I'm going to come into pantograph, because I'm going to show you how to make it into a pantograph. Just like as you purchase designs, you purchase a pantograph and you are laying it on the back table of your quilt and you're following the pantograph with a laser. You can lay it on the front and you can use it as a tool to quilt with. So I'm going to show you that today. So let me just go up here and set my safe area. And I'm just going to go up here to the top left and then quickly over to the bottom right. And because I went into Pattern CAD to begin with, I didn't have to set my safe area, because you don't need to set your safe area to work on Pattern CAD. All right, so now I have my safe area, okay? So my quilt here is 54 by 54 inches wide and long. It's a square quilt. And so as I'm making my design, I want to remember that I want just one section of it to be able to print out, so I can work with it all the way down. So it's like your zones when it's breaking up the zones. So you only have to print off so many pieces. So I want to go in and show you how I did this. Okay, so this is my safe area right now, and I don't want to use my power panto mode. I want to go into either easy or basic, but I'm going to go into easy and show you that one, because with easy, if you decide the size or the height that you want your design to be, it's going to calculate how many designs across and how many rows down. Now, I've already decided I want my design to be 6 inches tall, okay? Because of the machine I'm using, and I just think that looks the very best, okay? So I'm going to put in my pattern height, but I'm going to make it my total height. It wants me to select my design. So let me go in and select my design. There's my stars. All right, so now I'm going to put in, I want my total height to be the same as my pattern height, because remember, I just want one row to print off. So I'm going to put my total height then as 6 inches. Okay, so there's my total height, and see, it automatically calculated how many designs across, and it pieced them together and everything. So that's my design. Now, if you will come up here to, and granted, my tablet is not connected to my printer, but I'm just going to show you what it looks like. So we want to come up here to your printer. Oh, because it's not, oh, there you go. See what it does? So this is what it looks like before it's printed off. It's very cool, because it's going to print it off, and it's going to print it off on 9 pieces of paper. But you can change the view. So you can change it from landscape to, here, let me show you the print setup. Landscape, from portrait to landscape. So if you're doing it in landscape, it's going to print it out a little wider, which is what I really liked, because it's a continuous line design. So that's what I'm going to change, and see what it'll change to. Oh, I had a little error there. But anyway, now it's only 7 pages because it's all the way across. So it's already broken the design up. So when it prints off, it's going to print off on the separate pages. And you have these little X's here that you'll overlap and line up your X's right here, or your plus signs, for the next section or the next paper. So when it prints out, it's going to print it out all the way across, and just lay the first one down and put the other one on and line up your pluses and then tape them down. And that's all you have to do. So now I have it going all the way across my quilt because I did my calculations correctly. So that's one way of doing it, and it is so much fun, and it's so much fun to see your design. But here's another thing. So if you're going to print this off, you can use your machine and pounce, okay? And I'm going to show you how to do that. So what I did, and I learned a few things as I was doing this, okay? So learn from me, because I already made the mistakes for you. All right, so what I did is I unthreaded my needle, and you'll have to loosen your belts, okay? You don't want your belts tight if you have the automation. So make sure that you're loosening your belts and taking care of them correctly. And if you don't have how to loosen them for free motion quilting, make sure you email me with Karla with a K, K-A-R-L-A, so I can get you those instructions, because it's necessary so that you have a beautiful design as you're quilting. And who doesn't want to work on their free motion quilting? You can't do automation all the time. We always have to develop our skills as quilters, and there's so many different ways and techniques out there. So as you're quilting, so when I printed it off, I want you to, after you've taped it, or even just print off 2 sets, so you have 2 sets, I want you to practice the design with a marker or a pen and just go over it several times, just so you get to know that muscle memory of how that design's going to actually sew. So when you are tracing it, just think about how the design is as you're going across. And I promise you, if you will not skip that step and do this, it will really help you as you're quilting. Now, the next thing I want you to do is to bring it over to your quilt. And before you start quilting, I want you to line it up, and you don't even have to have it lined up or anything. So you can just bring it over to your quilt, and then I want you to start quilting it. But I want you to check your SPIs, and your SPIs are your stitches per inch. Now, with this design here, so I had to reprint it and do another one, I was doing it with the 21 Pro, and it's a blistering fast machine. And because I was doing it with the 21 Pro, my stitches were really close together because I didn't lower them, and it really cuts the paper. So you don't want that. So I went back to the drawing board, and I did another piece, and which one is it? Oh, it's this one here. I lowered my SPI, same 21 Pro, to 5 stitches per inch. And I just started moving up and around it. And I didn't go all the way across because I wanted you to see. But you'll notice that all these little holes and how they're separated, very cool, because that's exactly what you want. So I want you to lower your SPIs, and how you'll do that, you can either use your buttons, or if you have a touch screen, you can use the touch screen. But you lower your SPIs by tapping on this bottom button, and that's on all of our machines, okay? So now I'm down to 5 stitches per inch, and so that's going to give me that little variance as I'm following along. You'll want to put your pantograph, hang on, you want to put your pantograph on your quilt, and it doesn't even matter where you put it because we're just poking holes. We don't even have our needle threaded. I'm just going to pull it up on, and then you're just going to, and because I have the belts connected, it's going to be a little jerky. I haven't loosened them, but it's very important that you loosen those belts. But then you're just going to turn the machine on, and you're just going to move real slow and make those holes as you're going across. And even though it is a little slow, it's okay. We want it to be, okay? So it makes those holes correctly and a further distance apart, okay? Then, after you have your holes poked, I'll take this one here. After you have them poked, I want you to bring it over to where you want to start sewing, and it'll be your whole pantograph. And And poking the holes is going to give you that muscle memory, again, with using the sewing machine and going across the design. So it's going to help you understand how it's going to be quilted, so it's not going to surprise you. And so then I want you to lay the design down, pick up the pounce, okay, and then lightly tap it on there, and when you pull it off, voila, you have your design on your quilt. Pounce is awesome, and I have a feeling I wish I owned stock in Pounce now that you guys know how to use this. So you need to really try this technique. Even if you're purchasing a design from another website and you just want to practice your free motion quilting, doing it on the front, you don't need the rear handles. Not that I'm not against them, so you can go ahead and purchase them, but this is another way to actually quilt, and it is so much fun. So you need to really try it. Now, after you've quilted it, to get rid of the pounce, it's very easy, just a damp cloth, and it'll just wipe away. But this is a fun, easy way for you to learn free motion quilting. And you can do it with the borders, or you could do it with a block. If you have a block pattern that you wanted to print off, there's so many ways to quilt. Don't limit yourself. I can't stress enough how much fun it can be to discover new and exciting ways to do something. And it really does help you as a quilter. So make sure that as you're quilting, that you just follow those steps, and just try it and discover for yourself. So if you have any questions, leave a comment below, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Also, follow our Instagram and visit our website at graceframe.com or contact your local dealer. I am Karla Gerome, and thank you for joining me today. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Over here. So thank you so much, Karla, for that wonderful video. Those were some pretty neat techniques. Now, I think I've heard of quite a few of those, but I've never actually seen them done. So that pounce technique, that was very interesting to see.
Oh, it's a lot of fun, and you don't have to have the automation to actually design your quilts. One segment that we had kind of had to cut out. That's why we pre-recorded it, because I get a little wordy. So anyway, it's called the Quilters Creative Design Pro. It's a design program that actually allows you to not have the automation, but you can design and create your own patterns. So it's a very fun program, and it's something that we sell here at the Grace Company. And we also did a giveaway as it was part of the promotions. Earlier on this month, or last month, was it, Laurel? I can't remember.
Last month.
That last month, yeah. So it was last month, and if you received that, this is one way that you can learn to use it, as by using the Quilters Creative Design Pro. So you don't have to have the automation, but you do need the program so you can design on your computer. So a lot of fun.
Yeah, well, wonderful. Yeah, that's a wonderful thing to point out, that Quilters Creative Design Pro. That's really interesting that you can completely design whatever pattern you want, and it's really fun to mess with. And then Karla, really quick, I think you actually have that quilt that you just showed in this last video.
I got it done. Yeah, so I did. I got it done. Now, no, I don't have the binding on it, but it was a lot of fun to do. And I put a little acorn border on, but it just turned out really pretty. It's very striking. So it was a lot of fun. You can see my pattern. It's got the pattern on there. So it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, wonderful. It looks like
it some things I'd probably change up.
Yeah. Well, that looks wonderful, and yeah, that turned out beautiful. So did you do the pounce technique for the entirety of the quilt, or?
No, I didn't use it for the entirety because I was trying to get it done to show. But it's one technique that I will do a Tuesdays with Grace on, and we'll go and explore other techniques and other opportunities to use that, because I think it's so much fun, and I'd like to show it making a block design, a little bit on a border, and an edge to edge. So we can have a lot of fun with this for future segments. So I just gave you a little taste of it, and we're gonna go for it for future.
Right. Now, Laurel, there was one question that came up The paper that you're using, what paper?
Oh, it's just regular printer paper. Nothing special.
Yeah.
I have used, I will let you know that I have used some thinner paper and it does not work well. So don't use like thinking that a thinner paper is going to work, because the needle has to go through it. So it has to be strong enough that you can make those holes and it's not going to rip. I've tried it with a little thinner paper and it just rips to shreds and it just didn't work well. So.
That's right. And then in the video, you're talking about the Design Pro software.
Right.
You know, another question that came up, and I love the questions too.
Thank you.
So again, with this being live, do those questions, those comments, put them in there, and we'll try to get to them. But one of them came up was, you know, what basically program, and it is a Windows-based program on that design software. So if you do have a Windows, then you're perfect for that. There it is. Yeah. So it is on you can do Windows on the Design Pro software, and like you'd mentioned, it's a great, and you don't have to work from behind the machine, which is also nice. If you're one, I know, like when we had our machine, when my wife had in our previous room, she couldn't fit behind the machine because it was too tight. And Karla, you brought up a good point that you don't have to work behind the machine. You can do all this in front, which is fantastic. Right. This is just an easy technique to try your free motion quilting. And I did misspeak. Don't take it as literal, because when you're on camera, you sometimes say things that you don't actually mean, but you understand. So you do need to tighten the belts when you're using the automation, but for free motion quilting, you need to loosen them and take them off. But I just want you to have the ability to explore other opportunities. And I don't want you to forget that free motion quilting is such a fun way to express yourself and to develop those techniques and try different ways of quilting. I mean, there's ruler work, which I love. And I know that Lizzie Allen's going to show you some great techniques on rulers, but there's just, God, the sky's the limit. And maybe you'll come up with your own. And it's going to be better and stronger and more fun. So just let me know. Okay?
Well, wonderful. Thank you. And yes, Mark, to your point, yes, if you have any questions, please feel free to put it in the comments. We actually have a couple minutes here before we're going to kind of transition to our next section. So if you have any questions about what Karla just showed, feel free to put those in there so we can see here. So, you know, one of the questions, LJ, that keeps coming up too is on the automation that you're using. You know, Quilt Motion, the Quilters CAD Touch 5 is such a fantastic, user-friendly, easy software. We can't, I mean, I know you talked about it a lot, Karla. It's not hard to use. Mm-hmm. It's very easy to use. One of the questions that we get all the time is kind of what platform can you use it on? And that's also Windows based. So if you're looking at the Quilt Motion automation, it is a Windows based program. But the best part is, like you'd mentioned, you can load it onto 3 devices, which is great if you're traveling and you want to do some design work. So like what Karla was doing with this design, you can take it with you and travel, and then bring it back to your machine and start quilting. Right. So it's very versatile and a lot of fun, and it's on sale right now. So if you've been thinking, it's a great sale price right now. So if you've been thinking about it, now's the time to really kind of check into it, because it just expands your quilting arsenal. Like I said, just allows you to quilt different ways and, pull in those patterns. And maybe you like to design patterns. Maybe you just like to purchase patterns. I do. I like that too. So it's a lot of fun.
Wonderful. Yeah. And then actually really quick, let me just bring up my screen here and we'll show you actually what we have that priced at right now. So let me get my screen. Okay, so these are some of our wonderful frames that we have here. Let's scroll down, some of our wonderful machines as well that we'll talk about a little bit later, but I'm going to get down here to this automation that we've been talking about. So let me get here. All right, so here it is. So it is 30% off, which is amazing. So right here you can see we actually have 2 different versions of this frame. So we have a beginnings version and then we have a pro version. And really there's just a couple different features that can be used between the two, and that's kind of what separates them. But amazing, amazing prices. You can see here this beginnings usually goes for just shy of about that $700 range, but now it's on sale for $3,289.96. So that is an amazing, amazing deal to have with that software. And then that pro version you can see there as well is on sale for $4,899.96, which again, absolutely amazing, amazing prices on this. And this next section we're actually going to go into here. I'll show you just kind of what we're looking at. So this next section is actually going to be Nathan, and he's going to be doing just a quick preview about the automation system, and he will be doing it with the Pro. So again, like I mentioned before, the Pro does come with a couple different features that you can use with it. So Mark or Karla, have you guys had the opportunity to use the automation at all and had anything that you really like about it?
Yeah, I mean, yes, and there are tons to learn from it. You'll see, yeah, yes, and yes, and yes, even more yeses. So, you know, the automation, we hear you love to do free motion, and we get that, and free motion, and the automations also can be intimidating. So if you are looking to, I guess, become a little more advanced in your quilting, automation is the way to go. So many great techniques, and it's not hard at all. The other thing I want to say on the automation real quick, Karla, is how easy it is to get your pattern from your screen. And so I know Nathan will talk about that, but it's just super easy. What you see on your screen, you can put it onto your quilt without a lot of the steps. So it's super easy, super fun, and very enjoyable too. So, and you don't have to be computer savvy.
No.
You don't have to understand computers. You don't have to have a background. They're super easy. And it's very user-friendly. And one thing that Karla has done since she's moved into education is you've done a lot of write-ups. You've done a lot of help files. And so if you have any kind of questions or PDFs, Karla has created a lot of them, tutorials, so it helps you through your process.
And I've also sent a lot of them out, so to customers who've had it for a while that wanted them. But I was going to say, you know, Mark's right. You don't have to be computer savvy, but also, you know, free motion quilting can also be intimidating. So it can be very scary. Some of you haven't quilted your quilts because you spend a lot of time piecing them and you don't want to mess them up. So the automation on the other side of it can really allow you to quilt your quilts and take away some of that intimidation and those oopsie factors, because it's giving you that confidence that you need and want to quilt. So if you have a struggle and you don't really, free motion quilting isn't really your thing, the automation is a good way to go and really a good way to help you put your quilts with that precise, because you quilters out there know what you like, and you like things done right and exact. So yeah, try the automation and it will really free you up to get those quilts done. So on the other hand, yeah, go for it.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful. Well, thank you, Mark and Karla. I'm just going to encourage everybody before we start this next section, if you have any questions during the video, feel free to comment. We are going to have a small little Q&A after. So again, any questions you may have, please feel free to put those in the comments. But I'm going to go ahead and get us transitioned over here into this next section with Nathan.
Hi, thanks for joining us. I'm Nathan Erznoznik with the Grace Company, and I'm excited to be sharing with you right now about our Quilters Creative Touch Pro system. If you haven't seen some of our other wonderful videos, I've talked about beginnings, we've talked about wonderful gold, we have some other hints and tips. Take a look, visit us online at YouTube. But right now, I'm really excited to talk about what are some of the unique differences that we actually have and how you might use our Quilters Creative Touch Pro version 5. You might be asking yourself, if this is one of the first time you're looking into automation, is it for me? How hard is it? How simple is it? And I love to tell you, I myself have finished several quilts, and with the Quilters Creative Touch Pro, I'll tell you, I think it actually makes me look way better than I actually am. And so I'm going to show you some of those simple pieces that really bring a lot of power. One of the things I love always to start out with my demonstration is how easy is it to actually just take and sew and quilt a pattern. And we're going to start with that. We're going to go into the system. We're going to select a pattern. We're going to output that pattern. Once we're done, we're going to talk about some amazing other features. How easy is it to do a quilt edge to edge from top to bottom, and how that process is completely automated for you. And then we're going to talk about a couple last key things. How easy is it to take and create your own pattern? I don't know. You might think, well, I need to learn new software. I'm going to show you how easy it is by simply taking the machine and moving it over the surface. And we're going to do some output, and then we'll touch on a few other fantastic features. So stick with us as we go through this. Right now, we're going to take a jump into the screen and we're going to simply select and sew because we're wanting to sew a pattern. I'm going to go in and select a block. And again, I'm just going to choose a simple pattern to quilt. I really love this. This is one I designed quite a bit of time ago. We're going to go in because we really want to place this in a block area. I am going to use 2 points, which is a real easy way because all we have to do is, if you'll watch, we'll move the machine over this area. And if we were to look at this as our block, we simply can move it up to the top left corner. And we can simply touch the screen on that gray spot, which is the top left corner. It automatically moves the pattern where it needs to, and I can simply come down to the bottom right corner and again tell it that that's it where the pattern needs to go. It automatically sizes it. It tells it where it needs to go on the surface of the fabric, and we're literally ready to quilt. So I'm going to go ahead and hit quilt. It then takes that pattern and you'll see that it will slightly change it because it turns it into stitches for us. And I am going to hit sew and we'll get started. Now the great thing about this machine is that it actually knows where the start, where the finish is. It will automatically move. And in this process we're going to do right now, I have set a number of tie-offs, and so the system will automatically be able to start and finish the pattern with whatever the tie-off amount is that you want to do. I like to swipe it. Again, we can do this and automate it. We'll show you that process as we move along here in a little bit, but for now, we're just going to let it quickly sew that pattern out from beginning to end. One thing I love to show you is that the system actually knows where it's at, how much is left, how many stitches are in this pattern. And right now you can see it just tracing around. And if we go back down to the quilt again, we can see that it's moving right through that entire pattern. Again, starting from the beginning and moving through clear all the way to the end. All right, there we go as we come to the end. We're all finished. You'll see that it will go ahead and it will do its own tie-offs because we've set those before. You can completely adjust those from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. If this were some kind of a show quilt, we would actually want to knot and bury this. But for now, because I'm showing you actually how easy this is, I simply will take the machine and we're going to go ahead and I'm going to do a quick tie-off here at the end. And then I'm going to trim my threads right here at the surface of the fabric, and we are done. And I love to show that again. So if I were quickly kind of to kick back over here to the screen, I simply selected the select and sew. I chose the pattern I wanted to quilt, and I went and told it where to go on the quilt and literally hit the quilt, and it output that from beginning to end. So I love showing everybody as we kind of get into this how easy it actually is to use an automated system. This same function also exists in the beginning version, so it's a slightly lower cost version of the software. And what I'm going to show you next is something very unique to the Pro system. And what I have over here on the quilt, and I'm going to kind of scan this camera over it, you can actually see that I have actually put, if we look at the quilt surface here, I have written that this is the top left edge of a quilt. And what I'm doing is I'm mocking up a small quilt. Here's my top edge. And here would be the right edge of this quilt, because I'm going to do what I'm calling a mini quilt. So if we kind of can look at the surface here as a whole, one of the things I love that we're looking at is we're going to be able to quilt in this entire area, and I'm going to show you how easy it is to set it up. We're then going to identify the center point, and I'm going to show you how that's an automated process. It will join and create one complete pattern and sew this from edge to edge, from top down, until it can't sew anymore, and it will simply tell us how to mark the quilt and how to continue quilting. So we're really excited. So let's watch and let's get into this. So we're going to go back. We're now going to move into our pantograph screen. So this is the option we're going to use to sew edge to edge. Don't get too confused. This is the fun stuff we're going to talk a little bit later. Recording, pattern CAD, etc. So we did select and sew. Let's now do a layout of a quilt, and I'm going to go into one of my favorite modes, which is called Power Panto mode. And I'm going to use our ruler to do a measurement to determine how big and how wide this quilt is. And so I'm going to take my machine down here on the left, and I'm going to go to my left corner, top left corner, tell it I'm going to go and scan across my quilt to the far right side of this awesome mock quilt that I have. And I'm just going to come as far down as I can with the system, and I'm going to tell it that that's how wide it is. You do want to take a measurement, because really what we want to do is go in and determine exactly how tall it is, and that will give us our final dimensions. So here is the space that we're now working with. I measured from the top left to the bottom right. I then adjusted so I know how tall the entire quilt will be. On the screen, I'm going to show you how fun this is. We're going to go select a pattern. I like going into the continuous mode. Before, we simply chose a pattern that fit into a block. So we have blocks, continuous line, triangles, something later on I would say come back and watch another video. We're going to talk about how easy it is to do borders and corners and many other things. But I'm going to go into the continuous one here. And I am going to choose a pattern that's a little bit different because it looks basic, but I love to show you the pattern of this software and how it can actually create variations. Now, again, I can simply choose a pattern. I'm just going to show you. Oh, here's a pattern. It puts it on my screen. We can decide if we want that pattern smaller or larger. I actually want a little bit of spacing in this. However, I am going to create a new pattern. I love doing this because people think, well, Nathan, that's such a simple pattern. That doesn't look very interesting. Let me show you. I'm going to put more patterns on the screen, and what I'm going to do is shrink the space, and I'm going to overlap them. There you go. I've now created this wonderful fill pattern that I'm going to use to sew from the top to the bottom. Here's the power of the Pro system. Not only does it allow me to design the top to the bottom of the quilt, the left to the right, but it actually just did that very simply. What if I want to make those patterns larger or smaller? You can see how easy it's the touch of a button to make those patterns bigger or smaller, or how much space we want. And now here's the fun thing. I'm going to click to sew this in zones, and it will actually join these to create as few patterns as possible to sew it down the entire quilt. So I'm going to quickly go in and say sew in zones. It's going to ask me if we want to save it. At this point, I'm not, because we're just going to do some demonstrations for you right here to show you how easy it is. It actually has taken this, and in the Pro version, one of the fun things that we have is we can actually go through and see how this is going to quilt. And so I'm just going to kind of show you this animation. And one of the great things is it is actually combined and automatically will sew between each one of these patterns to make this one simple pattern. Now, what this button is showing us is that it's looking for the center point. Now, one of the great things in the tools that I love to use is actually the measuring tool that allows us to automatically find the center point. What we're going to do is we're going to move the machine over to the top left corner of the space. We're going to simply touch the screen and tell it, here we go, let's use this, there's the top left. I'm going to go across the top of the quilt to the far right side. Again, remember, this is my awesome, wonderful, small quilt. Once I've done that, it actually has pulled and it has told me that this is the distance. There's a magic button. Okay, not magic, but pretty much it's pretty cool. What we can do is we can touch this, and what this means is it will automatically move the machine to the top and the center of this area that we move the machine between. So there we go, automatically moving to the center point between there. There we are. It's automatically been positioned. When we do that, the machine actually stays fixed in place here. So you can see me trying to move this around a little bit. It's kind of just locked in place. So it actually is moved automatically to the center of our space. Now, if we go back to our screen, we can take a look. I can just simply touch it, and it will automatically perfectly place that pattern exactly where it needs to go with exactly the amount of patterns we need. And I'm now ready to simply sew this out. So here we go. We're going to hit sew. It's going to engage the machine. Now, the great thing about this is it will automatically move wherever it needs to start the pattern, and it will automatically be able to do our tie-offs as well. I'm going to kind of move my hand in here, and I do a little bit of a cheater pull just to get that bobbin underneath the fabric. Again, I would recommend we have a couple different videos that talk about how to pull that bobbin up. Did a couple tie-off stitches, and away we go. And all I can say is, here we go, Mom, no hands, woo! There we are. And so now I look like I'm the best pro possible. I'm going to get this done perfectly. But lo and behold, because we're using the automated system here, Quilters Creative Touch Pro, it's automatically going to go not only from edge to edge, but it will go down the entire quilt surface as far as it can. It knows how much can exactly fit into the space. When it's done, which we're going to get to here shortly, it will actually help us mark the next area for us to roll our fabric, and the machine will even tell us how far we should be rolling after it marks it. Here we go. We're getting close to the end of this process. It's pretty amazing. Not only has it sewn every row as it's gone from left to right, right to left, it's actually joined this. I've not even had to touch the machine. There's been no tie-offs, no breaks, and it's literally quilting the entire area that can fit within the space of the machine. Here we go. We're getting close to the end. And then what we're going to do is take a quick look at what it's going to do in order to help me roll and mark this and get this fabric to the next position where we can simply tell it it's ready to go again and begin quilting again. So it's finishing its tie-offs. Here we go. I'm going to go ahead and we're wanting to pull the bobbin at this point. So we're going to go into the system and it's going to tell me how to pull the bobbin. We actually also have an automatic process. So here we go. We're going to move it away. Here we go. And it's going to move to the side. I'm going to pull and I like to hold that thread. We're now going to move back and then we'll single stitch it. Then we're ready to be done with this process. So I'm holding that thread so you can kind of see there. And we're going to single stitch is what it's telling me to do. Hit single stitch and then it tells me to move away. And again, one of the great things about this software is that this can be fully automated depending on your comfort level. So I'm just going to trim that right at the surface since it actually already did its tie-offs. And if we come back to the screen, we're done. We're going to hit back. And now, because it's sewn everything, we're ready and it says finished, proceed to the next zone. Okay. Have you completed sewing the zone? Yes, we did. That includes pulling the bobbin. Yes, I've done that. Then yes, if I'm ready to continue. Again, love those built-in instructions. Now the machine, we'd say like, what's going on? If we take a look at this, it's moving on its own. It's moving to wherever it needs to because it knows exactly where we need to mark and where we will need to then move and roll this quilt so that we end up with the exact perfect spacing. Pattern to pattern, area to area. So we really don't have to work out math. We don't have to try to figure out how to do this. The system has moved. I am simply going to use the single stitch and let me quickly take a minute to show you. We're going to single stitch this. It'll put a hole into the fabric here. So now I have a hole as a marking place. One thing we like to do is you can put a piece of tape under it to mark it. I'm just going to leave it right now because I can see that fairly clearly. Come back to our screen. It says done. So it actually tells me that I'm ready to go and I can hit continue. It says, are you sure all of the zones? Yes, I have done that. So I don't need anything else. Yes, I'm good to go. It says the machine will now move to where the fabric marker for the next zone should be. So like, what does that really mean? Let's watch this and see what's going to happen. So we kind of take back and take a look at this whole screen. The machine's now automatically moving however far it needs to in order to give me an understanding of here is my mark and how far do I need to move that mark. Let me grab a pen. I'm going to make this mark a little bit darker so that everybody here can see. I'm going to kind of put a little bit of a cross on it just so you can see a little bit better with the camera. But it automatically moved, and this is the great thing about the Pro system is it literally does all your quilting and all your marking for you. All you need to know is the size of your quilt. You choose your patterns, and it's easy to go once you go up to that center on the top. So I'm going to go ahead, and we're just going to easily and quickly roll our fabrics. Now, one of the great things about this is I'm going to read the screen. Let's take a quick close-up. It says this does not have to be precise. So back down to our fabric. I want you to kind of watch this as I'm moving it. This is not an accuracy. All we need to do is get it closer to this needle somewhere. So I think that's pretty close. We're going to add a little bit of tension back to this here. There we go. Put a little bit of pressure back on our fabric. So now we say, okay, it's asking me, have you moved the fabric? Yes, I did. I'm ready to hit okay. So there's my mark. So what I can do now is move my machine's needle back over the mark that we had. If you look at our screen, we're going to go ahead and touch that. It automatically has repositioned whatever the rest of our quilt will be. And now we simply can sew it, and it will go through the remaining entire process by sewing as many times or as in many times you can roll this through the throat of the machine. Any size quilt can be done with the computer automation. So in the software, we have quite a few more features and functions than we have on the beginning. So let's go back to our screen. What is this? We have Pattern CAD, which is a design software. We're going to briefly touch on that. Quilt CAD, which is a layout software for putting multiple patterns together. Here's one of my favorite, Record. And I'm going to show you this. So I am going to go ahead and we can record with or without sewing the machine. I'm going to kind of move over here on our quilt, and I'm going to do it while sewing so that you guys can see, and then we'll actually just let the computer automatically duplicate what I'm recording right now. So we're going to move down here to the surface. I'm going to hit start recording on the screen. As we do so, I'm going to turn the machine on, and I am going to go ahead and I'm going to sign my name. There we go, beautiful. And I'm going to stop that. There's my name. That's beautiful. Not really, but it's good enough. I'm going to stop the recording, but now I'm going to put this back out and just quickly make an edit to smooth it out. We're not going to spend a lot of time, but I want to show you how nice this is going to be, because there it is. I'm going to turn it off. Let me zoom in just a little bit. There's the name. I can actually take this same pattern and with a couple things, smooth it out just a little bit. But now we're going to actually just go back and we're going to save this. There we go. There's Nathan. I'm just going to put Nate. We're good. So there we are. So my pattern has been saved. Now, if you'll notice, back when we placed our original pattern, we can use 2 points or multiple points. I'm going to quickly place this pattern. Let me pull my bobbin here. And then I'm going to re-sew exactly what I just recorded. So again, part of the power of the system is, one is I can sew and record. So what I did is I traced my name in the record mode. I came back, and because I did a quick edit to it, I'm now really ready to place it. Let's go ahead and place it just below it. Let's put 2 points. Here is my wonderful Nathan as a name. And let's go ahead and let's quilt that out. So we're going to simply quilt it. I'm going to then hit sew, and we're going to come back to the end of this here in a minute and see what it looks like finished. So there we go. One was recorded. The second one, the automation did. How amazing. Not only is it that simple to do, but we have this amazing other function in part of the Pro where you can actually design and edit your own. Again, we're just going to show you just a small bit of how fun this is. We're going to go down, and I'm just going to do the same thing. So I before used the machine to sign my name. Now I can use my finger to do the same. And instead of now having to record, I literally just created that on the screen. We can take that same pattern now, and let's call this Nate number 1, number 2. There we are. And now we can take that pattern that I just drew and now quilt that out. So if we come take a look at what we've been able to do with the system, it's been amazing. We've been able to take and go from simply placing patterns and using the patterns on the single placements. We've been able to go and take edge-to-edge quilts from the top clear down to the bottom, and it will go through any size quilt. The other question you might have is, does this work on hoop frames? Absolutely. It's not only does it have the smarts to break patterns up and down, but left or right, so you can do unlimited size quilts with the automation. And then it has some amazing, wonderful tools like the record feature or the drawing and the editing feature. There are also other software design elements where we can take, place, and match multiple patterns in multiple areas. This is one of my fun things I love doing because people say, what is that and how is that? This is just a fun thing to do. I'm, again, just kind of playing around a little bit, not telling you too much on how this is done because little do you know it's a secret. I'm just kidding. Not a secret, but I'm going to quickly do some variation here just to show you how fun this can be. And there we go. Look at that pattern. And then I'm going to take the center and we'll just do something different. Voila. So again, looking at the software from the beginnings to the Pro has several more features. And come back again for more videos. I'm going to dive into a specific thing that can only be added to the Pro. That is the gold features. Other wonderful things about cutting out spaces if you don't want to quilt in an area. Fonts and texts. Also the ability to be perfect and do all your borders all at one shot. So again, with that, come back, look for more, subscribe, follow, and link and see what we have on YouTube and our other channels. And with that, we're excited not only about this video, but wonderful other videos that we have talking about the wonderful functions of the Quilter's Creative Touch. We look forward to seeing you here a little bit later and continuing to watch our videos. And thanks for being with us today.
All right, thank you, Nathan. That was absolutely an amazing video that actually just briefly kind of describes some of the amazing features that you get with that Pro automation. Mark, welcome. What did you think of the video? Okay, let me see, Mark. I'm just going to pause you if you can hear me really quick. Sorry, I think I just can't quite hear you there. So sorry about that. But just really quickly, I apologize if I'm repeating anything you already said. But I think that that automation is absolutely wonderful because I've had the opportunity to use it, and some of the features kind of amazes me at what you're able to do. Some of them, like, it kind of blows my mind at what you're able to do. One thing that Nathan did briefly mention, he didn't go too much into it, but he did talk about the gold features. Now, when you're looking to do the automation, the gold features actually just gives you some additional things that you can do. And so it's really amazing. It allows you, like Nathan showed you, you can do your name, there's a record. So there's a lot of great things you can get with that. And let me just go a little bit more into the, or actually, I'm going to share an experience that I've had or that a customer told me about with the automation. So I had this customer who happened, it was at a show. I went up to this customer, I should say, they approached me and they were talking about, hey, I have this, I do just free motion. She's like, I don't mind it, but I'm not, that good at it. And I'd kind of like to take my quilting to the next level. And so I kind of brought her over and I showed her this automation. And she's like, you know what, that's amazing. That's exactly what I need. So a couple weeks later, down the road, she had gotten the automation and she had the opportunity to actually use it. And it was so sweet. She had to take the time. She's like, you know what, I just need to call you and I need to tell you how amazing this software has been for me. She said it absolutely changed her work that she did. Because she did free motion, there was some patterns that she was really good at doing. So just like Nathan showed in that video, that record feature, she said she had that motion down, she was able to very easily record that out once and then do that the entire quilt. But great thing with the automation is she didn't have to actually do it, the system did it for her. So it was really amazing to be able to see that and to hear her story. And she just said it really was a life and game changer for her. Well, welcome back, Mark. How are you doing?
Good. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yep. We can hear you.
That's one of the beautiful things about doing live videos is getting the mic. So, but going back, I know you kind of mentioned quite a bit of it, but going back to your question, watching and understanding the software and just the techniques is just super easy. One of the things that I love is that you don't have to understand it all at once. You can continue to adapt and grow and learn with the program. And so even though you think you're not where you want to be, you saw how easy it is to place the patterns, and you saw how easy it was to do your pantographs and even do his name. And so there's so many different processes with the automation that makes quilting easy, fun, and enjoyable. And if you've been thinking about getting automation for your machine, it is compatible with a lot of machines out there. Go to the website, www.graceframe, and you can see all what's compatible, or give us a call, or check out with your local dealer as well. But LJ, looking at the video and just watching it, it makes me believe how easy it is that I can just go look at my screen and then push the buttons that I need to push in order for the pattern to get on the fabric. And so I just love how easy this software is, because it allows you to get involved more. And so it's not as complicated as most would seem it would be. I promise you, it's very easy, very user-friendly.
Well, wonderful. Thank you so, Mark. And I do think I absolutely agree. The easier, or I should say, how easy it is to simply, like you said, place a pattern or do pantograph, or if you're really getting into it and you start to do the record or anything like that, it is absolutely a very easy process to do that. So that was fantastic. Now we're kind of I did earlier before this, I did say if you have any questions, put it in the chat. Make sure you keep hold of those questions, because a little bit later we're actually going to come back to those. So any questions you may have had on the automation or anything you've seen so far throughout the day, or if it's just hey, just a question that you have, feel free, put it in the comments. Again, keep it a little bit later. We will be coming back to those for Q&A. But this next section that I kind of want to bring in here is going to be, we're going to talk about our website and kind of how to navigate it. So let me just bring my screen up here. So earlier, Nathan had talked about, or had talked about the bingo game. I'm not sure if you've all played it. Nathan hadn't finished playing it. I have though, and I would say it definitely helped me be able to navigate the website. So definitely take a look at that. I'd also encourage you to do it because you do, if you complete the entire word bingo, you do get the ability to get like a discount on something or a $20 off. So definitely check it out. Finish that bingo game. So then let me just really quickly, I'm going to show you. Again, it's just going to be with Jennie. It's going to be fantastic. She's going to go over everything on the website and how to navigate it. So definitely take a look at that. Mark, have you had the chance to complete the bingo game?
I have, super fun, super easy, not complicated at all. So yeah, I've had a chance to do it. So if you haven't, get on the website and do bingo because it's quick and easy and you get some stuff out of it.
Perfect. Well, wonderful. Alrighty. Well, I'm just going to go ahead and we're going to transition over again. We're going to bring on Jennie. She's going to just do a walkthrough of the website and show you kind of how you can help manage all of that. So let me go ahead and bring it on here.
Hello and welcome to the Grace Company Fantastic Fall Festival Quilt Show. My name is Jennie, and my job today is to walk you through some key components on the festival website to ensure that you have the best experience when we kick off the festival on October 7th. Let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with you. So you should be able to see my screen here. This is the festival homepage. This is the view if you have registered for the festival. If you can see across the top, the very first thing you see is a game of bingo, which I have been playing. The idea behind this game is to get you familiar with the website. If you see the instructions, each letter is visiting a different place on the website. So when the festival kicks off, you've already been to these places and you know how to navigate the site. Anytime you want to come back to the homepage and look at the instructions, they're right there. The logo in the top left-hand corner of the Fall Festival website will bring you back to the homepage no matter where you're at the site. Let's go ahead and check that out. I'm going to go ahead and click the quilt show. And now I want to get back to the festival homepage. So I'm going to click that logo and you can see that we're right back at the homepage. Up here in the top menu bar, you have the events and workshops, which isn't live yet because we're still putting that up. The quilt show, the vendor hall, Shop the Sell. During our events, Grace always has amazing deals going on, so you want to make sure you check that out. The Grace Company website and your My Account. In the My Account, if you click on the arrow, it'll pull up your profile and your account dashboard and the Grace community. We'll go ahead and visit that shortly. As you scroll down in the header, it also has account dashboard here. That has to do with your personalized account dashboard, which we will go through shortly. As you scroll down the page, when the events and workshops are up, you will see a call to action, just like these buttons, that'll say, see full event schedule, ways to enter. You'll get the deals coming soon and visit the vendor hall. Let's go ahead and click on one of these buttons. This year, the Grace Company is giving away over $45,000 in prizes. If you click on here, it'll bring you to the Fall Festival websites and you can see everything that's being given away and what days those are given away on. Everyone who registers for the show is automatically entered into the big live giveaway events. The first big giveaway event is only open to people who pre-registered for the show. That is people who registered before our October 7th kickoff. We will be doing this giveaway live on October 7th at 2 p.m., which will be on the event schedule when it's live. Let's go ahead and go back to the festival homepage by just clicking the logo. Here you can watch a fun little highlight reel of our 2020 Fall Festival. This is our second one and we're super excited. And you can also access your account dashboard here, which we'll be visiting shortly. Every day during the festival, all of our events will be streaming live right here on the homepage. You'll never have to go look for where to watch them. They will be right here. And there will always be a countdown to what the next live event is. Here you can see our 2021 kickoff is our next live event, and it's happening in 27 days, 16 hours, 20 minutes, and 28 seconds. When the schedule is live, you'll be able to click here and go to the full event schedule. Right now, the only thing on the schedule is our kickoff. This will be updated So the 17th, our full schedule will be live and you can come check it out. Any event that is here, you can actually add to your Google Calendar, your iCalendar, or your Outlook calendar. Let's go ahead and get back to the homepage by clicking here. We'll continue scrolling down. Any featured events like our keynote speaker or our live show giveaways will be here, and you'll be able to access those just by clicking these buttons when they're live. We are so excited to do our third quilt show and tell. We did one for the last fall festival, one for our spring festival, and now the quilt show and tell for our second annual fall festival. These have been a massive success. You can learn all about our quilt show and tell by clicking learn more. You can submit a quilt here, and we'll just go ahead and go down the quilt page really quickly. We have a big cash giveaway of $500. Everyone who submits a quilt is automatically entered for the cash giveaway. The quilt show is voted on by you, the attendees, and every category has a first, second, and third place based on votes. So make sure you go into the galleries and see the quilts and vote on your favorites. You can vote on as many quilts as you want. You can also, submit a quilt, you can submit one quilt per category, but you can't submit two quilts in the same category. All of this information is here on the quilt show page. Let's go ahead and see if anyone has uploaded any quilts. We just kicked off, so we'll go ahead and take a look. It looks like some people have actually submitted quilts. This is the Hall of Shame category. We love this. This is things that didn't turn out the way you thought. It's some of these quilts, I just don't understand why they're in the Hall of Shame, but let's go ahead and take a look at one of these quilts. When you click on a quilt, you can see this quilt was submitted by Sue Fulton. You can see a description of the quilt. You can see the category. You can also write a comment and upload it. The comment has been added. You can't vote on quilts until the show kicks off on October 7th. So you see here, Generations of Love, see more. So, our good night, Irene. When we are live on October 7th, there will also be a vote button here and here where you can vote on quilts. So make sure you do that. We're gonna go back to the homepage by clicking the Fantastic Fall Festival logo. Also, we encourage people to join us live and hit the notification button on our social media and on YouTube to get up-to-date information about the show, but also for future Grace events. This year, we are so excited. We are doing a community quilt. You can learn more about it here, and you can submit a quilt block here. We're gonna go ahead and click Learn More. The community quilt is, we want our community to submit any quilt they want or any quilt block they want. And as quilt blocks are submitted, looks like one's been submitted already, they will start to create a virtual quilt. We are so excited to see what our virtual community quilt ends up looking like. You also can click on any quilt block, see the description, see the technique used, and again, you can write a comment. Anyone who submits a quilt into the community quilt will be entered into a cutie frame giveaway automatically. And those giveaways will happen at the very last day of the event. All the winners for the quilt shows, the winner for the cutie frame giveaway for the community quilt, all of that will be in your events and workshops. So I encourage you to come here, read about our community quilts, submit a block, be entered for a free cutie frame. And we are just so excited to see what that community quilt ends up looking like. So we're going to go back to the Fall Festival by clicking on the homepage or on the logo and keep scrolling down. We talked about the community quilt. Every year during our festivals, Grace runs amazing deals. And so you will be able to check out those here at the bottom footer and also here at the top menu, which just stays there no matter where you scroll. At the bottom of the homepage, there's frequently asked questions. You simply click on the plus button. The answer is underneath these, and you can just close it. At the very bottom of this page is a contact us form. If you have any questions or concerns or anything happening with the festival that we can help you with, please fill this out. There is also an email here and a phone number here that you can get a hold of us. So that is your homepage. We're going to go ahead and take a look at your account dashboard. By going to my account, you can get there, or here, the account dashboard. We absolutely love this account dashboard because it's customized to you. You can see here in your account dashboard where you are with playing bingo. You can get to the festival homepage, any events, the quilt show, the vendor hall, the sale, or the community quilt, all from your dashboard. Any announcements for the show will also be here in your dashboard live. So make sure if you have any questions, this is where you are going to come for all your information. During the show, we will be pushing up-to-date information and announcements for the next event, for live giveaways. Anything festival related will be right here in festival announcements. And if you have put in any events in your calendar, they will show up here with a button saying watch event live. On the side here, you can see that you can visit the festival homepage. You can get back there here. There's a community chat, and let's go ahead and click on that. One of the funnest parts about being involved in a quilt show or a festival is mingling and chatting with fellow quilters. When you first log into the community chat, I have my picture here because I've already created my profile, but you will simply click on this little icon button and there will be a pop-up that comes up. And it can link you through Facebook, through, I think, Google, or you can just create a login, upload a picture, and then you're ready to chat. You can go ahead and just type in a comment. I already did. You can say, see, hello quilters, my name is Jennie, welcome to the festival. You also can like someone's comment by hovering over and hitting like. And then here, if someone has commented, here we have the Grace Company. You can reply to anyone's comment by hovering over this little arrow, clicking on it, and then it says replying to the Grace Company, and you can go ahead and type in your reply. And it replies to them. Hello, Grace Company. If you have entered a quilt or a quilt block to the community quilt, you can see your entries right from your dashboard, right from My Quilt Entries. If you haven't submitted a quilt, rather than going all the way back, you can either view the quilt show or submit a quilt here. You can submit here a block and you can submit a quilt here. When the event tab is live, on the schedule, you can add anything to your calendar, and anything you've added will show up here in the My Events tab. You can also edit your personal profile here. You can change or reset your password. You can tell us what you're most interested in. You can opt in to receive email notifications and to receive text messages. I highly suggest you do that. It gives you the most value for the festival. You will not miss out on a thing, and I promise you, we will not be bombarding you with anything other than festival events that we know you're not going to want to miss. So go ahead and hit that, turn those on and off. You can come at any time and turn those on and off if you feel like you want to. It's completely in your hands. To get out here and back to the festival homepage, we just click right there, and you're back to the homepage again, where you can access all of this. You can get back into your dashboard here, and you can access everything in your dashboard. Right here, if you come into your dashboard and your menu is collapsed, it just looks like this. Don't worry, your menu has not gone away. You just simply click this arrow, the menu opens back up, and here's everything again. If it's closed, you can still get to everything. It's just icons. If you like to see what those things are, just hit this little arrow. It collapses it, it opens it. And everything you need to get to that's on the homepage is also here. I think that I've covered the most important parts of the platform. Again, if you have any questions, do not hesitate to reach out to me or to our team, who has worked really hard to put this festival together, and we really hope you enjoy it. Your feedback is so important to us, because every time we've done a festival, your feedback is what has helped us create things like your personal dashboard and this video to help you walk through those things. Welcome to the festival. We hope you enjoy it, and we will see you on October 7th for our live kickoff. Bye-bye.
Well, that was a wonderful video. Welcome, Karla and Mark, as well. What did you guys think of the video?
Oh, Jennie did a great job. She's always so cute and personable, so she's a lot of fun.
That's right. And it's always good to have that recap, because doing these live videos, such a long time. So thank you for everybody who's been watching. There's still a lot of great information that we have, still more giveaways, which we're going to do some giveaways during this segment now. But it's always good to have that remembering of what we need to do, and good get that on there. So, you know, Jennie, and be able to recap kind of how this event goes is always good to have.
And we have so many of you trying to get on our website. We're having a little struggle with you, and that's great. Keep trying, and this is a great thing to have, but it's also a downside. So
we always talk about breaking the internet, maybe, you know, it's like, you know, keep it up.
It's gonna explode. No, just keep trying to get on the website. This is a good opportunity for you to try it early in the morning like I do. It's a great time.
Early morning.
We quilters are early morning risers.
Yes, well, wonderful. Thank you guys so much. And a couple of things I just want to talk on that Jennie pointed out, and it is, Mark, you're right. It's fantastic to have that run through again, because I know as you get going along, you kind of forget where to find some things. So a couple of things that Jennie had pointed out. One of them is where you can find those quilts. And Nathan actually talked about this earlier in the day, but the voting is open. So I encourage everybody to go out there, take a look at the quilts. There is some amazing, amazing pieces of artwork out there. A couple different sections. You can vote on multiple quilts, so you don't just have one vote. So take a look through all of them, read the descriptions. Again, I really encourage you all to take a look at that. And kind of now, Mark, you briefly mentioned on it, but before we get to the giveaways, I want to kind of do a little bit of some Q&A and see if anybody had any questions. Again, if it was about the automation, make sure to make a comment. If it was about, you know, what Karla did earlier in the day, feel free to make a comment on that as well. So question you have about anything, again, we will be doing a Q&A right now. So if you have any questions, please, I encourage you to put them in the comment section below. So let me see here.
You know, as you're looking for comments too, LJ, I just want to bring up again, Karla and Laurel, you know, that's doing these live videos. We do these for so many reasons. One, we love giving hints, tips, advice, but also we run promotions. And so I know earlier at the beginning of this segment that Nathan was talking about on our website. So if you have been on our website and you've been considering purchasing a long arm or a mid arm or the automation, look at our website for those fantastic prices, because this is the month that we are running these specials, as you can see in the website. I saw a lot of QD comments, frame comments. And so if you're looking for a frame that you don't have to set up in your room, that you don't have to have a dedicated spot for it, get the QD frame. And again, check our local dealers. We support our dealers and we love them so much. So look through our dealers as well for any of these promotions. But again, it's wonderful having the spring fling to be able to have these promotions going. And so I just encourage you to look at what we have going on, because we do have a lot. And again, what works best for you, if it's the automation or the machine combo or the frames, just find out what's best for you so we can get that going out. I saw a lot of in there like, oh, it's a dream come true, I need more room. So we have frames that fit small spaces. So please let us know. But again, yeah, any questions that we could answer at this time would be great, especially on the automation, because automation is one that we continue to get a lot of questions on.
Yeah, we have frames and machines for, you know, small spaces, small budgets, and, you know, just write down your questions and give us a call or ask your local dealer. They're a great resource and a great avenue to bounce questions back and forth, that they'll help you make decisions. And they won't be like a car dealership trying to push you into something that you don't need and don't want. And they're willing to listen and help guide you to make an informative decision, that's something that you're happy with. That's what we want.
That's right. You know, one of the questions that came up, Karla, and you are going to be the one I'm going to refer to on this one, is any tips with ruler work on domestic machines?
Oh, yeah. I have used with the domestic machine. Just make sure that you get the ruler foot, okay? That is the biggest tip. Most of the domestic machines out there will have a specific fit. You know that they have feet for different ways of quilting or sewing. So they have their couching feet, they have their feet that sew a 1/4 of an inch, or they have feet to do zippers and things like that. So there's a specific foot that you can get for most domestic machines specifically for ruler work. And most of them, okay, have a wide bed that you can use that. However, there's a great company that's called So Steady, and they make ruler bases, okay? It's just kind of an extension of your sewing machine to give you that platform that you need to work on and quilt with rulers. So make sure that you contact them and give them the dimensions of your carriage, because what it is that the ruler base sits around your sewing machine, and it's, like I said, it's that extra platform and it sits on the carriage. So if you tell them what frame you have and what carriage, they are really good at helping you so much. And they will ask you specific questions. So contact them, because I've worked with them as well on, getting ruler bases for us so that we can test a few things. And so Sew Steady is your answer for ruler work. And also you have to use the ruler with the limitation of your throat space before it hits the back of your machine. So make sure you're not designing a block with a large ruler. You just have to work within the space that you're doing. So what I will do is pull it forward and mark my quilting area. And that's how far I can quilt before I hit the back of the machine. And once I have that mark, I know that I can quilt using my ruler to go around it. So you just work with the limitations of your machine, but hopefully that gave you just a little bit of a tip and some helps for quilting with rulers on your domestic machine, because it's a lot of fun. And I encourage you to try it.
Wonderful. And then also, we get this a lot, which is why we talk about it, is our smaller frames. I know some of the answers came on, but our smaller frames, if you're looking at our cutie frame or the hoop frame because it fits in your room, that's fantastic. And you can do large quilts. And so keep in mind a smaller 4-foot hoop or the 4-foot cutie, you can do up to king size quilts with those frames. And so that was a question that came on. It was a good question on that.
Yeah, and I want to comment on that. With our frames and ruler work, I love them because that front rail extends out this direction so that it actually allows you to use the rulers more freely, and it's not going to hit that pole. So make sure that you recognize those little things that we've added to them to make quilting that much better.
That's right. These are great questions. And
really good.
Yeah, really good. And what's nice is keep in mind throughout this whole segment, today, tomorrow, and next week, we're going to expound more on our cutie frame, our hoop frames, our machines. And so there's going to be a lot of information coming regarding those products. But if you're looking, then absolutely, let's get you taken care of with your needs. And so you could have a better tool to start your quilting journey. I see a lot of bingo winners, so thank you. Keep going on the bingos, and hopefully more can get on the bingos. But LJ, did you have any other questions that came up?
Wonderful. I actually didn't see any, but I did just want to bring up really quick. If you do have a question and we're not able to get to it, I just encourage everybody, give us a call, or you can chat on our website. So give us a call at 1-800, so 1-800-264-0644. Give us a call. We'd be happy to answer any questions you have, whether it's on the automation, about the ruler base, or about any of our frames that we have. If you prefer to chat, though, you can also go to our website, which is just www.graceframe.com. We do have a chat. We do have somebody that's on there. So again, any questions, please feel free to give us a call or go online and chat. And then actually, I think now, so we can kind of get ready for the next section, I think we're going to do some giveaways now. So let's kind of move over here into this next section.
I love giveaways. And we have some questions too, LJ, just so you know. Karla's been brewing some questions, and so those are ready.
Perfect. Alrighty. Well then, Karla, go ahead and fire away.
Okay. Well, we had a special keynote speaker at the very beginning of the program. And if all of you tuned in after, you'll kind of know her name. I just want to know who was that quilter. She's very talented, very gifted, and she actually made an amazing quilt that was commissioned by my brother Jim about my mom. So what was the name of that amazing quilter?
Amazing. Yes, that is a fantastic question. Okay, let me see here. We'll give everyone a chance to put their comments in here. We'll pull one up. So let's see here.
You've got a lot of right answers.
Yes. All right. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to pull this one up. So this is from Facebook. So this is Aladdin. Dennison Tendick. So yes, congratulations. It is Charlotte. You even got the full name in there. So yes, that was perfect. So perfect
nice
on
job.
that.
Congratulations.
Nice, Aldine. So we're going to do the Plinko, and for those of you who are just joining, so quickly on the Plinko, the prizes are the Quilters combo, the True Sharp sharpener, and that's the electric sharpener, my Comfort cutter, the 360 ruler cutter, 360 cutter. I'm sorry, the triangle, the rectangle ruler set, and the 4-pack of solid thread. So let's go ahead, and for Aldine, let's get a prize going.
Make it a good one.
Oh,
it is the electric sharpener.
Nice. Fantastic.
So the electric sharpener, again, keeps your blades sharp. It uses honing stones, so it brings that back to a near factory sharp edge. And it's just a great tool to have to make sure that you're not cutting with a dull blade at all times.
Perfect. Well, wonderful. So I'm going to pull somebody from YouTube here. All right, let me come find it. All right. So awesome grandma. You got it right. So RJS7, awesome grandma. And then just a quick reminder before we drop the Plinko here, if you do or you win one of these, remember to reach out to Melinda at graceframe.com. So that's MELINDA at graceframe.com. So just send her an email. We are making a note of those who win, but just please make sure to reach out so we can look at getting your shipping address for all of that. So let me bring that comment back on here. All right, let me see if I can find it. But in the meantime, let's see if we can get a Plinko drop going for awesome grandma.
Ooh,
the 360 circle cutter for awesome grandma. So you're going to love this. If you haven't thought about cutting circles or you have cut circles, this is the perfect tool to cut anywhere from 2 to 12 inches. So congratulations.
Wonderful, wonderful. All right, I'm just going to pull one last one from our Grace chat. So thank you everybody that is joining us there. This is specific on our Grace chat. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to pull it. It is a Mary Wesson. That's MaryWesson. So congrats, Mary.
Congratulations.
All right.
All right, let's go ahead and drop a Plinko.
Oh, she won one too.
And she also got the 360 circle cutter. So you both are going to be doing some circle cutting in the near future, and you have the right tool to do it. So congratulations.
Wonderful. Well, congrats, everybody. And thank you to everybody that is joining us. Or if you're just joining us, thank you and welcome. We are so excited to have been here. And I think Mark's particularly excited for this next section. So we're kind of going into teaching the next generation. And I think this is wonderful because if you were here earlier, I actually shared just a brief story about my grandma who kind of showed me how to do some quilting. And I've treasured it ever since. And I still have that quilt that she made. But Mark, why don't you just go ahead and share a little bit about what this next section is going to be?
Yeah, this next segment, you're going to see a beautiful family talk about very cute family. It's my wife and 2 of my kids. And so her name's Heather, and it's fun watching her develop her skills. She started quilting when she was in college. And so she developed, and she has great technique. And she's instilled that to our 2 girls, but our 2 older boys has made some quilts as well. And it's fun to see the experience that my kids have gone through with Heather's teachings. Listening to her teach, it puts a smile on my face because it's not the right way or the wrong way. It's her way. And that's what she loves. She's able to do things and it gets the job done. And she loves to be able to see from start to finish her quilting. And so what you're going to find is some wonderful tips, some tricks. You're going to hear the stories of how she got started. You're going to hear my 2 girls talk about what they've done. My girls in the video, right now they're 10 and 5. And at the time when they first started quilting, my 10-year-old, I think, was 6.
Yeah, she's pretty young.
Yeah, 6. And then my youngest 5, I think she was, I want to say 3 when she did that. So 3 and 6 years old when they first started doing their quilting, and now they're 10 and 5. And so it's starting young, which is good. And it was so fun to see their smiles. We have a Unique 19,
and they stood on a bench.
Right.
Or my youngest one stood on a stool for them to quilt. The 10-year-old stood on her own because she thought she was tall enough so she could just stand and do it. But it's just very fun, you know. And teaching the next generation for her was a joy. You know, I know Karla, you've taught a lot of younger generations, and you continue to teach with your Tuesday videos, and you have a lot of great technique. And Heather and Karla, they get along, and Heather's seen some stuff that Karla's done. But this next video, LJ, is one that puts a smile on my face because it's my family, my wife teaching our kids, and it's the same technique, or maybe your own technique for your own grandkids or your own kids.
Well, Heather's very patient as well, and she lets the kids express themselves, which is really important. No kid wants to hear, oh, that's not right, do it over again. And so that's what makes Heather so great, is that she's so willing to let them learn, and learn through such a creative and constructive way. And she's not demeaning. Oh, she's so much fun, and she's so cute, and the kids are going to fall in love with. So yeah, it's going to be a great video. When we decided to do this, I immediately thought of Heather and her cute kids and what she's done. So
well, wonderful.
Very excited.
Good, wonderful. Yes, it is going to be very exciting to see. And I think that's, Karla, the point that you made there, that it is super fun, and it's very important to let the people do what they want so they can kind of put their own spin on it, right? Because you know, that's the beauty of quilting, is that you actually are able to design and create really your own personal quilt. So that was wonderful. So thank you guys, and I'm going to go ahead and we're going to bring on Heather and Mark's family now.
Welcome to the Grace Company, everybody. My name is Mark, and today we're going to be talking about the next generation of quilters. And to do that, we have some special guests in the house today. I have my beautiful wife, Heather, and my beautiful daughters, Annie and Eva. Heather, I know when you first started, it was a long time ago. Let's share with people kind of where you started on this journey.
Okay, so I don't know if I would say I'm lucky about this, because I would love to have a mother who quilts with me, but I am a first generation quilter in my family. I imagine that I've had grandmas who quilted, but I didn't learn from my grandma who learned from her mom or anything like that. I've always had a sewing machine in my house, and so that worked out real good. I learned how to sew, took a sewing class in high school, took a clothing construction class in college, and then I had a good friend who said, you should take the quilting class. And I thought, okay, I'll take the quilting class. So I took the quilting class. Once I learned to quilt, I was just in college at that point. I didn't get really into it, but as a mom, I wanted to make quilts for my kids. So one of the first quilts I made was this one, and it's the vintage baby pattern, and I forget who the designer is, but it's just straight line quilting. Did it on my domestic machine. And that was actually for Annie. Annie is not our oldest. We have 2 sons, but I didn't make them a quilt until Annie was a baby. And I brought it with me, but I didn't put it on my table. So moving on. And this was one of the first ones I did once Mark started working for the Grace Company. And it was such a fun thing for me to have him work for them, because he has always been really supportive. But as soon as he started working with the Grace Company, I got exposed to this whole new world of quilting, which has been really, really fun for our family. So this is a quilt that I was able to piece together, and then did a couple of flowers in the middle of the squares, and tried to kind of accent the pinwheels a little bit. And so that was that. And having a family who knows that mom quilts, they're, like I said, usually pretty supportive. The best part about having daughters was they would touch fabric and say, pretty twilt, mommy, pretty twilt. But as soon as we got a quilt machine in our home, our boys saw the power tool of quilting. so they always wanted to use it. Can I please use the machine, Mom? And so I bought them panels, and they were able to make their own quilts. And so my son, I'll just kind of show you part of this. This is a Star Wars panel. And he was able to quilt this, and he started his own little design. He kind of meandered these little hooks and swirls, and by the end it got so tight he used like 2 spools of thread. But he was really proud of this quilt. In fact, I encouraged him to put it in the fair, and he said, "No, Mom, because I don't want anyone to steal it." And I said, "People put their quilts in the fairs all the time and people don't steal them." And he said, "Well, are they as cool as this one?" So we didn't put it in the fair, but we really should have.
That's right, and it is pretty cool. And I have to say, at the bottom of that, when you were telling me how dense that quilting was and how much thread he was going through, he was just loving it. He was just going back and forth, and he had a smile on his face, and it was just amazing.
He was probably about 11 when he did that one. As he's gotten older, he's become a little less interested, but that's okay. And then this one was done by our other son when he was about 8, and it is upside down. Yeah, no, yes. And it was the same thing. We just got a panel, put on some borders, and let him go crazy.
Thank you for the shade.
You're welcome. And let him go nuts. So that was where they kind of started quilting. So one day,
I need some shade.
Miss Annie comes home from church. It was actually on Mother's Day, with one of those little questionnaires that you fill out for your mom, and it asks questions. It said, "My favorite thing to do with my mom is to quilt." And what? And I said to her, I said, "Honey, we don't quilt together." And what did you say to me?
But I want to.
But I want to. And that day I just grabbed her so tight and was like, "Oh, baby, let's quilt." So she made this first, she actually had done a panel and I could not find it for the life of me. So it's somewhere in her house. So she made this one. You want to talk about this one? What is this for?
It was for one of my dolls. I wanted to make a quilt for my dolls. And yeah, I just...
She laid out all the squares and sat down at our domestic machine, and so she was so funny. She pedaled to the metal full on, like full speed, and then she adjusted the speed to go a little slower because she realized she was being a little ambitious. But that was probably one of her first projects besides her panel. And then Miss Emma came along and noticed everybody was quilting, and she wanted to quilt too. So what?
It's my frozen quilt.
Yeah, her Anna and Elsa quilt. And who did the quilting on this one?
I did.
You did, huh? And you had fun doing that. And what I really love about this quilt is, even though it's all like scribbles,
I like that I did some eggs.
It's just cute and cozy, and she loves it. So
the back is sparkly.
Yep, she's got sparkly frozen fabric.
And you know, one of the things, Heather, as they're doing these quilts, and there's pictures of our kids doing these processes, and Annie holding out the fabric as she's doing the piecing, and you're helping her with the piecing process and putting it all together. But when Eva was also doing this and she was smiling, she had to stand on I think a chair. Yeah, a chair. You're standing on a chair to do the quilting, and you're doing the quilting on Mom's first machine, which was our first machine called the 14 Plus. And it was fun watching her. She was just moving around and pointing at the needle and looking at other things to do. And I was asking her to draw different things, draw mountains and flowers. And in her mind, she was doing those, as you can see her hand move. But it was just truly amazing. And she was just so happy and so smiling as she was doing that.
She's really proud of that.
I like that I did some egg shapes.
Yeah, some egg shapes.
Yep, she talks about that quilt a lot. So we'll have to get her another project going. So Annie actually got commissioned to make a quilt for my dad. He paid her to make one, and bless her heart, she started quilting it so densely. So just little loops.
But it was
and
my
they
first
were
one.
very, very close together, and she was quilting forever.
But it was my first one.
No, it was good. It was, and she did a great job. Just perfect loops everywhere, but she had to quilt forever. So she actually pieced this quilt probably 2 years ago. We used the Easy Grid system from Carmen Geddes of the 10 Sisters Quilts, and Annie was able to lay out the squares for the panels and create this. You're welcome. I am really proud of my daughter for this quilt, so I want her to tell you a little bit about
I did like flowers and loops and hearts everywhere because I like those. I like hearts and flowers.
She got it a lot more than we say. She wasn't quilting forever.
I did quilt it in like one day.
Yeah, it didn't take long at all.
Last time with my grandpa's quilt, it took like 3 days.
Yeah, it was a process. So we just got to teach this girl how to bind her own quilts, and she's ready.
And binding, that's a whole nother fun aspect of quilting. But, you know, one of the pictures too, when Mom took a picture of you using this, you're using Mom's the 19th machine.
as opposed to the other one. And there's so much more room. That's probably why you finished this in a day, because you had a lot more room to do all your quilting.
I think we turned it 4 times, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe
4
5.
4 or 5 times.
Yeah, that wasn't bad at all.
You know, and Heather, for your journey as you started in school and all the different ways of quilting, what now, if you were teaching the kids, is there different processes that you picked up that you said, oh, this makes it easier, or this will be done this way if we can do this?
I'll tell you one thing that has kind of helped us is having a very supportive husband who understands the value of quality materials. We kind of joke about my first rotary cutter and mat and ruler was on my Christmas list, and I asked Mark, I said, you went to the craft store, you bought the cheapest one, and you brought it home, huh?
I did.
He said, yes, I didn't know. I didn't know any different. And so having like the tools that we have from TrueCut, we can't go back. We really like those a lot. And yeah, and I just love that I have little girls that are interested and want to do it. It's really fun. Want to quilt?
Well, that's wonderful. And I know having those nice tools makes it easier. You know, and as you're teaching, there's a lot to do with quilting. You piece your fabric, you have to put it on the frame. Is there any tips as you're looking at starting the next generation, because you're the first generation quilter in our family, and so as you're looking to pass that down, is there anything that you want to instill into them that will help them continue to love this wonderful hobby?
I think one of the things is just that because they've been around it since they were little, like Annie has no fear. Like we as adults, we take our quilt tops and we sit on them and we wait and we're worried that we're going to ruin it. We don't put it on the machine. We don't want to screw it up. And she just isn't afraid. She just does it. And it's beautiful. And so I think that's going to help her a lot as she just continues to practice and grow, that she just knows what to do and she just does it.
And then Annie, for you, when you're quilting, what creativity, what comes to mind as you're quilting? Do you have anything in your head as you're putting these patterns together, or is it something you saw mom do, or what brings those patterns out?
I looked at some of the quilts that you made, and you were doing like flowers and like swirls and like loops, so I just wanted to do that too because I like them, so I was just like, let's do this because I like them.
That's wonderful. And then Eva, you did your first quilt, and did you have fun doing that one? And you do more quilts?
Yeah, I'm going to do another one that's purple, but it has another Elsa design on it.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yep, she's got plans, big plans.
Big plans for the little quilters. So I think it's very important. I mean, listening to all the generations, when I travel to shows, it's fun to see kids come up. And that's one of my greatest joys is having the kids come up to the machines, touching them and using them. I'm like, oh, that could be another generation of quilters. And to have that come in and to have, you know, my 2 girls quilting is just such a joy. And there's so many different tips out there. They're, like you said, one of the challenges can be that they're scared, or the parent is scared to put it on. But there's so many different tips and guidelines, pattern books. Is there any guidelines and tips that can come from looking through books and finding out what you want to do, especially when it comes to free motion, Heather? Because I know free motion could also be those scary.
Well, I'm probably not answering your question right, but as you were talking, it made me think of a couple other things. So when I was quilting, my neighbor had made a quilt and asked me if I would quilt it for her, and I'm at the machine, I'm quilting it, and my son comes in, Mom, let me do some of that. I'm like, no, you're not doing some of that. This is Kristen's quilt. You're not doing that. And that's where we kind of got the idea, like, pick out a panel. Like, let's just find something simple that you guys can do. We actually made a quilt for one of my son's friends for his birthday, and it was about the same age, probably 11-ish. And he came over and quilted it, and I've got to see if I can find a picture, but he's a real outdoorsy kind of kid. He had a raccoon cap on, and he's quilting, and he says, the next generation of quilters right here. so I think just kind of like what we said, just to find something that they can do. As far as free motion, I have looked at a lot of books. I definitely don't think it hurts to practice, to just put on some muslin or an old piece and just go for it. And I think it's Jennie Doan who says finished is better than perfect. So just finish the quilts and they'll get better and better, and you can look back, and sometimes we look back and go, oh, that didn't turn out the way I wanted. But then you look at what you're making now, and it's just like, like I'm a much better quilter now than I was when I started quilting, and I still got a long way to go. But I'm really pleased with my quilts now. Even if I do just do some loops, they just get crinkly and cuddly and perfect.
My, like when I was quilting Grandpa's quilt, I learned that you can do it more far apart because
trial and error.
Trial and error, yeah, trial and error.
Trial and error, so just
Experience. That's right. And then for all of you three, Heather, I just love, you know, the teachings. You know, you're very passionate about this, and you know, getting the right machine. We put it on our table at home, and just allowing. I think that's the biggest thing is allowing Annie to go through that process, finding the patterns. One of the things, you have to lay them out. You lay the quilt out to find out where it goes and what colors go with what. And one of the pictures I love with you and Annie is you're pointing at one of them or trying to help line up some of the patterns together. And I think that's another big thing is just when you put it together, there's a whole big process with color alignment and pattern alignment.
Well, and that's the kind of cool thing about quilting nowadays is there's so much that's already prepared for you. I mean, you can pick up a charm pack, hand it to your kids and say, lay it out 6 by 7. And if there's too close together, you can tell them that maybe they could switch it. And if they don't want to, they don't have to. It's theirs. Just let them be them. And we have a good time, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fun time.
Yeah. It's just fun to have kids that appreciate it too, that are like, oh, Mom, that's so pretty. So.
That's true. And another thing that could happen is the bank. You know, having more quilters in the family, you're buying more fabric and going through a lot more because you have triple the quilters. And so we started out with you. And I always remember it's funny when I would travel, your budget went from like $100 or maybe even less than $100 to a lot more than that when you have to buy the fabric and get the right machine and cutting tools. But it's all necessary, especially when you're teaching the next generation. When you're cutting, you don't want to have the cutters that could potentially, you know, I don't want to say this, but cut fingers off. You want to be very safe and accurate. And I know with our TrueCut system, that's why you love it so much. It's easy to use. And so teaching the next generation of quilters, you want to have the right tools. You want to have the right processes. But more important is you want to have excitement. You want to have fun doing it.
Well, I get in trouble if I say I wasn't putting a plug in for TrueCut to put a plug in for TrueCut. I really do like it. I'll never go back.
Yeah.
So I am speaking to you as a customer.
But I can't be even more excited to have this in my home. Heather, to have all the quilts that they've done, many more to come. Do you have another one you want to work on?
I don't have any plans, but I do want to make another one.
There you go. Eva, you want to make another one?
Guess we better get planning something.
Yep, get planning and buy more fabric.
Okay.
But I'm just super excited.
More fabric.
That's right. It's very important, you know, quilting is such a fun hobby, to pass it down from generation to generation and find what works for you. There's not one that could work for Heather that may work for you. You know, whatever works best, but more importantly is to create that excitement, to have that fun in the home, to be together doing that. That's my joy, is when I see you two working together, putting quilts together, and then Eva's going to be part of that. She doesn't know it now, but she's going to be a quilter.
She'll be a future retreat buddy, huh? We'll go on some.
It is fun quilting. I started to do it because when I was younger, I wanted to do it with you because I thought it looked fun, and then I just kept on doing it.
Thank you for joining with us. If you have any questions, please leave them down in the comments. And don't forget to like and share and subscribe. Also follow our Instagram and visit our website, www.graystream.com, or contact your local dealer. Again, my name is Mark, and it was very fun to have Heather, Annie, and Eva join us today, and we'll talk to you next time.
Well, that was wonderful. That was a fantastic video, Mark. That was super, super cute to see your family and to hear what they have done. It's really neat. I think one thing, well, really quick, Mark, welcome back. And then Janessa, welcome. We're happy to have you here.
Thanks. It's good to be here.
Good. And then just really quick, Janessa, how long have you been with the company?
I've been with the Grace Company for about 4 months so far and just loving it.
Good. Well, perfect. Good. Well, one thing I want to talk about that actually was briefly talked on in this last video, but it was talking about how the kids kind of had no fear. So I think I love that because I think as quilters, or sometimes if you're looking to get into long arm and mid arm machines, people see them and they can actually be very intimidated. And I absolutely love that they had no fear, right? It's like, you know what, let me just grab the machine and go, right? There's no worries, there's no stress with it. And then I loved what your wife had said there, Mark. I think it was, it's better to have it. I can't even remember what it was. It was a quote.
Better have it finished than perfect.
Yes,
From
thank
Jennie
you.
Doan, yep.
Yes, yes, I loved that. I thought that was fantastic. I was like, oh, that's such a great thing. I'm gonna have to tell people that now so they can start going and finishing more quilts. So that was absolutely amazing. Well,
It was.
Janessa, go ahead,
I was
Mark.
just going to say, with that, Janessa was watching it, but one of the things that I think we all, and even everybody's watching, is, Heather, you want to make the kids feel like they can accomplish anything. You don't want to squash their dreams. I'm not saying that's what we do, but one that I'd love is to see, supportive parents, grandparents, and if your kid or grandchild wants to go ahead and place a quilt how they want it, and it's not the way you want it, that's where they get the love from, is knowing that they did it themselves, no one else told them, and they don't feel that fear. They're not scared. And so I love to see Heather instill that with our kids so that they're not scared doing what they want to do.
I love that. And it takes me back watching that video. When I was a little kid, my grandma would let me go to her sewing room, and it was like her prized room. And I remember when I was probably like 7, running around destroying things, going through all the fabric to make this doll that she was going to help me make. And hindsight, because I'm very particular about my sewing room, she just let it happen and let me just love that process and love quilting, and love, just love that. And I'm so grateful for the opportunity that I had with her, and want to hopefully pass that on to my future generation too.
Well, wonderful. Thank you. Yeah, I love to hear that. I know my grandma, she used to have her own quilting area, and she didn't really have a whole ton of countertop space, so she would lay out her quilts on the ground. And of course, me being a little kid, I come in, I'm like, whoa, and so of course I come in and I mess up her work, that she's been spending a couple hours on to lay out, but it was very sweet of her. She never, got upset, because I think she understood that same thing that you both were talking about, that really the importance of letting them really express what they want to, because I think that's the beauty of doing quilts, right? Being able to create whatever you want with whatever colors you want, quilt out whatever design you want. So that is an amazing thing to see. Yes,
That's right.
I love that.
One of the tips, Karla has done this in her video. She has a doodle book, right? Mm-hmm. And I was just thinking, how fun would it be, if you're teaching the next generation, to even have the young kids get their own doodle book? Everybody likes to draw. Let them get a book, So if they have birthdays coming up, Christmas is coming up, get them their own book and let the kids just doodle around. I keep saying let the kids. Sorry, let your kids, let the kids go ahead and doodle around in the book, because that is where they're going to really enjoy when they see what they're drawing. And then guess what? They're going to take what they have on paper onto the fabric. And so my suggestion and tip would be to get a doodle book for the younger kids.
I love that. That's a fantastic idea. I feel like in some ways, kind of the younger generation isn't usually something that they want to jump into. And my younger sister came here to Grace this summer with me, and we were looking through all the fabrics, and all of a sudden she was like, oh, I want to quilt. And hearing that come out of her ears, hearing that come out of her mouth into my ears, there we go. It was such a cool thing to hear. And I'm just so excited to kind of start that process with her. And yeah, just kind of pass out that joy of quilting and creating just around to everyone. It's awesome.
Yeah, well, wonderful. Thank you. It is amazing to hear those stories. There's actually a couple comments that have come here that I just love to kind of show up. So one of them says, my grandma started me sewing at the age of 5, 62 now, and love those mememories. And it really is something that is beautiful, and that absolutely, I think, will forever have those memories, right? Even if you don't quite have the quilt or whatever, you will always have those memories. So that's absolutely amazing. Then I love this comment as well. Children have a really free spirit for drawing and making shapes, and with quilting they can express that. And so Mark, your idea about getting the notebook, phenomenal idea. I think that that's a great way to do it. A great way for them to kind of, like Phyllis said here, really express themselves and be themselves there. So that, I love that idea a lot. So then just briefly here, I think we still have some time, but kind of let's look at this next section that we're going to be going in here. So Janessa, I believe you did this next one with Luella. Is that correct?
Yes. So I got to do an interview with Luella, and oh my goodness, she is just absolutely incredible. We just talked about kind of passing the love for sewing on to other generations, and Luella has passed her love for quilting onto so many people. I don't want to ruin anything that's coming up, but she created over 400 quilts last year and doesn't have a single one. Every single one of her quilts has been gifted or given. Anyway, she's amazing, 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 amazing human being. So I'm really excited for that segment coming up.
Wonderful. Yes. So that will be fantastic. I've had the opportunity to talk with Luella a couple times, and she is just absolutely one of the sweetest ladies I've ever met in my life. She's very sweet, and she is very giving. So like you said, that's amazing that she's given away that many quilts. I can't imagine that's
that
so
many.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah. Well, let's just see maybe because we do have a couple of time, or we do have a little bit more time. So if anybody has any questions about anything or any great stories about how you've maybe taught some of your kids or grandkids on how you can do quilting, that would be a great time. And I would love to hear those stories. And then again, if you do have any questions and we're not able to get to them, you can always reach us. Let me put it up here. You can always reach us. Call us in at 1-800-264-0644. Or if you prefer to chat, you can always come online at just www.graceframe.com, and we can help answer any questions you may have there.
Yeah. Awesome. I just want to say, as I look into the comments, you guys, all your quilters, you guys are so sweet. They hear the quilting, the family, how sweet. So thank you for all those kind words watching my family. My daughter, my 10-year-old, she was just excited to be on doing this because she for some reason with YouTube and she thinks she's going to be.
She loves the spotlight.
Yeah, she likes the spotlight. So thank you for all the kind words. They were really excited to come down and to talk about their journey. So I appreciate all the love and support on that. One of the comments that came in, and I believe that's what Heather said, was Jennie Doan said it's better to have them finished than perfect. And so someone had commented on that. So that's a great saying. It's better to have them finished than perfect. So keep that in mind for all those UFOs that we have lying around. Let's get them done because it's better finished than perfect. And guess what though? That word perfect, it's your perfect. And it doesn't have to be what someone else thinks is perfect. And so you're going to really enjoy what you've done. That's your quilt. It's going to be as perfect as you want it to be. So again, I just wanted to say thank you for all those wonderful comments about the family. They are very sweet, very kind, and very expensive, especially when it comes to the hobby, very expensive. So thank you.
That's awesome. I love this comment right here. I think it is Nana 31331. She's saying that she purchased TrueCut rotary cutter and rulers. She feels like they're the safest on the market for her 11-year-old granddaughter. I love that.
Mm-hmm.
And they really are super safe and super accurate. And I guess in this case, kid-friendly.
Yeah, they are kid-friendly. And to that, Nana, it's wonderful because if we keep talking about the next generation, one of the things that the grandparents and parents don't want the kids to do when they're piecing is cutting out their own fabric because they know how dangerous it is. When you cut yourself, you can nick your fingers, you can go up over the ruler. We can veer away from the ruler's edge, which we don't want to do because we know how expensive fabric can get. So this TrueCut system, so Nana, you're absolutely right. It is the safest, it is the easiest, the most accurate cutting accessories, not only for you, but for the next generation. So if you want to start your next generation of quilters and you are afraid of what these sharp blades can do, go to our website, look at the TrueCut product. You won't have that worry again. Get your younger grandkids or kids into that room, give them our rotary cutter with the tracking guide, and you're going to be amazed on how straight and accurate and how safe it is for those next generation of quilters. So if you have that in mind, let's purchase some of these TrueCut products for those kids to be safe.
Awesome.
That's wonderful. Thank you guys so much. And I think one thing that's great too is later as we get into this fall fest, because this is just the first day, we will be going more into those TrueCut products. And so we will be talking about what was talked about earlier about that track edge or that guide, and then also about some of those safety features that we've put in there so that we can let the kids run free and be able to create and be themselves on that. So that is fantastic and wonderful. Some comment that I just wanted to read back here that I thought was kind of cute. Let me see. It was someone about they had showed. Yeah, so this is super sweet. She said she gave her granddaughter a sewing machine for her 12th birthday. She loves to shop in grandma's sewing room. And I think that's super fun because I think that's actually something that I'm starting to do. So I haven't really had the opportunity to do quilts, but my grandma, she doesn't do quilting anymore, but she does have a whole ton of scraps, still left over. And so I'm like, hey, grandma, can I come and I choose some of her scraps? So I'm excited to come do some of my own shopping in my grandma's room. So I think that's wonderful. And I love that as well. I'm just going to bring this one. Oh.
I was going to say, I love that. And then I love the perfectly imperfect. So Mrs. K scraps. So yep, I call my quilts perfectly imperfect. And that's awesome because they are perfectly imperfect. I love that saying.
And that's something I struggle with as a recovering perfectionist. I really would love to embrace that mentality. I'm not there yet. I'm very hard on myself, but we'll get there.
Perfect. Well, wonderful. All right, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to bring on Luella now. She's just going to share a little bit about her story and what she's done to get where she's at now.
Awesome. Hi guys, thanks so much for joining us at the Grace Company. We have a extra special guest. She said I wasn't supposed to say that, but she's incredible. Today we have Luella Hall with us. She's going to tell us a little bit about just her quilting history. She's had a lot of experience with the Grace Company and our products, and I'm just really excited to hear just everything she has to say. So yeah, can you tell us just a little bit about your history with quilting and just life history in general?
My history with Grace is quite interesting and kind of different. For my 75th birthday, I gave myself a Q zone frame, and I thought I could use my domestic machine on it and quilt because this is something that I've wanted to do all my life. Right now, I'm in the process of upgrading to a 21 Pro.
Ooh, lucky you.
But I've had quite a process between that Q zone frame and this future 21 Pro. But I'd like to tell you a little story about where I started and how I got here.
Yes, please.
When I was a little girl, once a week, I would go with my mom to my grandmother's house, and all the ladies in this little rural Wyoming farming community would gather there and quilt. They were all ages, from young newlywed to older ladies. And a few of them would take their little kids, and our playhouse was under the quilt,
of course,
between the knees and the feet of these wonderful ladies. And it was fascinating to me to watch their hands moving and to listen to the buzz as they talked, the laughter. Such a fantastic memory. And then I loved when they'd take those quilts off and I could see the pieces and imagine the stories behind these pieces. In my mom's home, there was always a quilt on, but we had a little tiny house and there was no place to leave it. And so she rigged pulleys so that it could be lifted to the ceiling during the day.
Oh, wow.
And then lowered again in the evening. We didn't have TV. And so we'd listen to the radio and quilt. And I learned very young how to quilt. I carried that tradition on with my own 5 daughters. And all 5 of them.
Did you have the pulley system in your house too?
I didn't have the pulley system.
Oh, that's awesome.
I didn't. We had electric heat in our ceiling, and I didn't dare poke through it.
That's fair.
Or I probably would have. I loved it. It was really satisfying to me, and it just was a bonding experience for me and my 5 daughters. But when I was 22 years old, I was in a really bad car accident. And in that accident took the lives of 2 of my family members. Sorry. And my left arm was crushed. And they took my elbow out. And then for the next 5 years, they worked doing several surgeries and everything they could to save my lower arm and my hand, which I really appreciate. But I wore a cast, a big, heavy plaster cast that went from my shoulder down over my hand for about 5 years. It limited what I was able to do. I found creative ways to do things. But
with your quilting, or
even with my quilting,
oh, wow.
I learned that I could still poke a needle down and get under and push it back up and tie quilts, but I couldn't quilt. The doctor told me that he was really sorry, but that I would never knit or play the piano or quilt again. And I took that as a personal challenge.
Like, we'll see about that, right?
Yeah. So I taught myself to knit and figured that I could play the piano one-handed. And I did quilt. I would prop my hand up on my knee, put a stool under my foot and prop my leg up so that I could push the needle back up through the quilt. And I did that for a long time.
Just hand quilting?
Well, there wasn't a big quilting machine then. I could do everything by myself except roll the quilt, and I never could do that alone. And as my girls started leaving home, that left me with kind of a dilemma. What was I going to do? And I was teaching at the high school at that time, teaching sewing, no less, and I heard about a quilting frame that had a smaller footprint. It had cogs, and it could be turned with one hand. So I immediately bought 2 of them, actually.
2?
I bought one for my home, and I bought another one that was a permanent fixture in my classroom.
Oh, wow. That's amazing.
Because all of my students learned how to do a quilt, and they loved it. They absolutely loved it. While I was teaching sewing, that was one of the requirements with all my students, was to make a quilt and quilt it on just the little tiny lap frames. But their mothers were so excited about it that they wanted in on the fun too. And so I started teaching classes at night to the mothers. It was just really fun. But one of my students at that time bought herself a long arm quilting machine and a frame and started her own quilting business while
so
she
you
was,
inspired her from your class.
And she was still in high school at the time.
Oh my gosh, that's incredible.
In fact, she quilted 2 quilts for me. It was so exciting. But I knew I wanted one of those quilting machines. I was doing a lot of quilting on my domestic machine, but because of the way my arm is, I have to do everything with my shoulder since I don't have an elbow, and moving the fabric around on my domestic machine.
It's kind of tough.
It was hard, and it was painful, and it was discouraging. So I knew that there had to be a better way to do this. I was in a store one day with one of my daughters, and we saw the Q-zone setup.
Oh my goodness.
And I knew that I had to have one of those in my home. So I thought, well, I can just put my domestic on that, and it'll be great. But I figured out quite quickly that it was too hard for me to lift that machine off and on. So, of course, I bought me the 15.
You just had to, right?
I had to. Absolutely had to. I didn't have space for anything bigger because I had moved from the farm into a little tiny condo, and I didn't have room for anything bigger than 5 feet, I didn't think. And I was able to manage that, but I found out quite quickly that moving that quilt was difficult with one arm. So my granddaughter came to quilt with me one weekend, and she says, "Oh, Grandma, I want to buy this from you." So great. I sold it to her. And then I started thinking of creative ways that I could create space so I could get me a continuum frame and a bigger machine.
Just like your mom with the pulley system, right? You're very creative. I love it.
My husband has some real health problems, and I have to stay home with him and take care of him. And this quilting was my answer. This gave me something that I could do to be productive and maintain my sanity.
Your escape, right?
My escape. And so anyway, we decided that if we put his desk and his recliner in the bedroom, I could create a space where that had been for my quilting. And I got my 10-foot continuum frame and the 19.
Upgraded, I love it.
But then I got the idler rail, and I decided that I was doing a lot of quilts by then to donate to the Family Resource Center at our local high school. And I needed a bigger machine. Bigger is always better, right?
Yes, of course.
And I quilt every day, every day, and I needed something that was big enough that I could work with. And that idler rail just took up enough space that I just wasn't really happy. So I got the 21. And then I thought, my sewing stuff is all over my house. So I came up with the idea of moving making the master bedroom my quilting space, and moving the bedroom into the little room. My husband,
he was for it?
He agreed with it.
Oh, man.
I mean, what could he say?
Right? I need to convince my husband that.
I'm pretty persuasive.
I love it.
So I had put the frame up by myself, which was quite interesting, but I like to build things. So I took it all apart, switched everything in the two rooms and put it back together, and continued on with my quilting.
Daily quilting.
I have loved my 21. And I quilt on it every day, and I do multiple quilts a week on that. And I have really enjoyed it. I haven't found a problem yet that I haven't been able to solve in one way or another. Usually the problems are all because of me.
User error. I'm
and
really good at those user error mistakes as well.
But I've tried to learn everything I can about the automation, about the machine, and because that's just kind of who I am.
And you do a mix of automation as well as free motion,
yes.
Right? And as we're doing our next trunk show in the next segment, make sure you come so you can see the amazing quilts that she's done with both of those.
It's very satisfying to me, very satisfying to me. Anyway, I went this spring to have my eyes examined and was told that I'm going to go blind. And I've watched my husband go through this process, and I know what's ahead. It may take a couple of years, but I know what's coming. And for a few days, I had this nice little pity party for myself. And then I thought, you can't give up now. You can't just stop. And so we talked about it and decided that the larger screen on the Pro, the 21 Pro, was probably my answer to be able to continue to do what I'm doing. And so that's what I'm in the process of working on right now. Now, I have to do a little backtracking.
Okay.
When I was playing under that quilt when I was a really little girl, and I was between the knees and feet of all of those beautiful ladies, I had no idea then of what my quilting life was going to be and how that experience would impact my entire life and the lives of many other people. One of the ladies in that group was my mother, who taught me how to quilt and the love of quilting. And another lady was named Grace. Yeah, that's the very...
Our Grace, right?
The very Grace who inspired the creation of a quilting frame and a quilting machine that could be used in our homes comfortably. And I couldn't believe how this circle had been completed.
Yeah.
I didn't make that connection for a while until I was talking with Karla one day inside the front door here at the Grace Company, and was looking at the picture on the wall on that quilt and started asking questions. And then I realized that her mother and my mother had known each other. They had quilted together in my grandmother's home. That circle had been completed perfectly. I love the Grace Company. I love everything about them. I love the people here. They feel like home and family. I love what they have done for those of us who have such a tremendous desire to continue in producing and giving away beautiful pieces of art.
And you do. Oh, and you really are. You're such an inspiration to me and all of us at the Grace Company, and just all of the work that you continue to do. I'm not going to cry on film. But really, the work you do is just incredible, and the lives that you impact day after day with the quilts that you donate and just inspire us. So thank you so much for joining us. You are just a very, very special guest, like I said when we started. So thank you again.
Thank you.
And be sure to join us as we go through some of those incredible quilts that she has made during her trunk show. If you have any questions, please comment below. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Also follow our Instagram and visit our website at graceframe.com or visit your local dealer. I'm Janessa and this is Luella. And thank you so much for joining us at the Grace Company.
What I would like to say is welcome back, everybody. Thank you, Luella. Thank you, Janessa, for helping out and spending the time with Luella. Do you have any other thoughts that you would have that come to mind based on your experience that you had with her there?
Well, I need some tissues after watching that again. Man, oh, Luella, she is just a gem. I adore her. But yeah, I really think that just kind of taking everything that she said during that interview and kind of, I don't know, making that a part of my quilting journey. And I don't know, she's a huge inspiration to me. And don't forget to check back because we're going to be doing her trunk show where she's going to show us some of the amazing quilts that she's made. So that's coming later this week or next. So super excited for that.
Wonderful. I appreciate that. Again, and then also thank you, LJ, for helping really help facilitate part of this. It's been wonderful. I'd like to quickly, this is the giveaway hour. So those that might be coming in, we're just about there. I'm showing about 2 o'clock. So this is the process where we're going to be looking at the giveaways, the pre-registrations. We're going to be doing some more Plinkos, some more winning through that kind of a process. So thanks for joining us. Thanks for being with us. It's been exciting too. Coming back to that, I just want to give a shout out to all those behind the scenes. We don't often get to see them on the cameras. If we could turn the camera on, you could see that there's people helping behind the scenes. We have somebody, Bryant is helping run and making sure everything's working well, and Ryan and Russ and the entire marketing team. And then we obviously have, Mark, your team's out here helping, making sure we're responding, we're taking calls. There's all those others who've helped to join us, and you'll see that we have a wonderful list of upcoming additional interviews and other experiences. And, Karla with the education team and her entire team. And so really it's all of Grace Company, and it's those individuals that have really helped bring this together. We really appreciate it. So a shout out from me with an amazing team. We also have Jennie from what we call Marketing Simplify and Dev Simplify, our marketing and our development teams, and they are a full team as well. So thank you, Quilter, for letting me just share the appreciation. We wouldn't be able to be here with you if it wasn't for them. And so these teams have put together a tremendous amount of time. They'll tell you it takes months and months in planning to have something like this come to you. So So thank you for all that you do in helping here with us at Grace. And then coming back to you with quilters, obviously we really adore and love your insights. We love your passion. Thanks for being with us, and thanks for streaming today. I want to do a couple quick shout outs as far as those of you that are out there. If you are streaming, again, I would encourage you and highly encourage you to go to graceframe.com. There is a registration page on the top if you are not registered. The platform itself does have a great way of helping manage your potential classes and the videos you want to see, and it can remind you. We also are going to continue to build this out to bring more key content that really relates to you in the future as well. So if you haven't had a chance, go and register. Also, your name gets entered for a chance to win as we continue throughout the week and into next week with the daily prizes that we pre-poll, which is what part of this hour will be. We're going to do some live giveaways. Then we have a lot of pretty nice gifts that we're going to be then selecting names for. So I wanted to do a shout out to you, all the quilters out there as well. Go refer a friend and do so. If you haven't done so, I don't know, LG, I think you might have shared some of the statistics based on the quilts before, but we have a lot of people who have submitted quilts. Thank you for participating. It's wonderful. We have a segment, and you know, Mark, I think you had a chance to meet her a little bit. LJ, you did. Janessa, we had Diane, who's known as the Amazing Quilter. Her story, really quick, that she shared with me, and I didn't think about this, but she was talking about how grateful she was that we were willing to let her put a quilt to submit it. And I didn't really understand that, but she's blind, and as part of that process, her quilts end up being and having a lot of character because of her process and how she does it. So it's glad to know that everybody's invited to participate. You know, we're excited to see that. We'll have a couple different segments where we get a look through what those are. Read some of the comments, read your stories. Again, I would highly encourage that anybody that is out there doing this, I'm just going to bring this up so you can again see part of the quilt show. My recommendation is come in here to see all the amazing projects that people have done. There are, again, there's over 2,100 quilts is what we actually have that have been submitted here. So their stories, just so you know, when you come in, it actually changes the order. So it's not always just the same. And again, I want to let you know, it's time to vote. So we are giving away prizes for those people who have quilts submitted. So on the screen, we can simply go up here and click vote in order to select that as one that you want to share a vote for. If you like this quilt as well, I would encourage you to go in and copy or email or share or post this quilt. If you find that you really love it, post it on your social media, post it, share it with a friend. That's one of our goals, is to try to get as many people as possible to come see part of what this is. So again, I just wanted to briefly bring that up as one of the things that I would love to see more of, and again, have and invite you to participate with. Let's go ahead, and I want to Mark, if you're good with this, with LJ and Janessa here, I really want to go ahead and look at doing a couple quick giveaways. Let's go ahead and do a drop to win on this, and then we're going to draw a couple names from those who have pre-registered. We'll talk a little bit about what those products are, but this is the giveaway hour. So if you're here, welcome. If you're coming back for the first time, if you're joining us for the first time today, thank you for being with us here at Grace Company. Again, I want to reiterate a little bit on part of the process to participate. If you're streaming it on a Facebook or a YouTube platform, there's a comment section. What we're doing for the live giveaways as we go throughout the show, we're asking a couple questions, and then we want you to respond. We're going to go through those responses and just select a few random winners. We are selecting somebody from each one of the platforms, including the Grace Company platform, which is where this is also being streamed. So that way, everybody who's watching us, wherever you're at, again, thank you very much, and we want to give you a chance to win. So we're going to be doing that as part of what this process is. One thing I would also like to do, Mark, LJ, and Janessa, be ready, because with the giveaway, I think what we'll be able to do is bring a picture up of what it is, but I'm going to call on one of you. I want you to share a little bit about what that product is and why it's such a great thing to be able to win, and what it might do as far as a benefit for our quilters that are watching, or our viewers that are watching. So just know, I'm going to come to you. I'm going to be getting some insights and getting a couple bits of feedback. With that, hey, Janessa, question for you.
Yes.
Do you have a question we can ask our audience for some live giveaways? That's mine. If not, be thinking about it maybe, because I'm going to go.
She doesn't.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Mark, we'll come back to you in a second, so we will do that. I know you're super excited, but you're going to have to hold. So I just wanted to come back one more time. Everybody that's joining us, as you come and as you join, or if you log on to graceframe.com, there's a chance to register. This is the landing page. When you register, there's a lot to explore. You end up having the event workshops, which we also will talk and we'll share more about in a little bit. The giveaways, and that's what we're going to go back into. I'll show you briefly what those are. We have a couple opportunities to get a couple additional deals. We have a way to explore. We have vendors that are also participating, and they have very unique and selected coupons for those that are joining the Fall Festival. So I would encourage you to go look at the vendor hall as well to talk and see a little bit more of what those vendors are offering us as a whole. So I just wanted to quickly clear that. So Mark, this is part of what we have on the giveaways. Let me find our giveaways. We have our giveaways. Here are our giveaways. And I wanted to talk about this before we get into it here. So this is one of the big giveaways that we have. We have a couple fairly large giveaways. We're starting off the show with this one, which is the 15R in a combo, which we'll come back to. In this hour, we're also going to be giving away a cutie frame. This cutie frame is wonderful. We'll talk more about that. We're going to give away luminous light bars. And we also had a really fun item happen. LJ and Mark and Janessa, I don't know if you know, we actually had a refer a friend opportunity. And if you by chance were one of those, your name got put into an extra drawing as well. So we're going to be drawing one of those. And so you get to win one of those as well. So that's kind of part of what we're going to look at. So, all right, Mark, you said you have an amazing question. I think it's going to be one that's going to maybe blow our minds. Is that the case?
Yes, it is going to blow the mind. So the question I have goes back to Karla when she was teaching. She was doing a pattern, and kind of what is that process called, or what is that pattern called that she was working on in her video?
Okay, so the question is. So the question we have, the question we have is, what is the type of pattern that she was working on? Is that the question we're asking everybody out there?
Yes.
Okay, so I see a lot of people, and I'm getting different things coming through here. So Mark, and I'm going to ask for your help on part of what this one is too, because I have not had a chance to see her amazing segment right now. So I believe this was her something blank, potentially patch work that she was doing. Is that correct?
Yep, that's correct.
So that might have been a little bit of a hint on what that was. Okay, so with that, let's go ahead and bring one. I'm going to go ahead and pull. We have a winner here from the YouTube channel. Mark, is this the right answer you're looking for?
That is a perfect answer right there,
okay.
Cassie. Yes.
So Cassie Adams, thank you. Congratulations. Mark, we're going to be doing a Plinko. Is that what we're doing to see what she's going to win?
We are going to do a Plinko. So let's go ahead and do the Plinko. And we're going to bring it over here. All right. So the 4-pack Nathan Solid Finesse Thread.
Wonderful 4-pack of thread. And I'm not sure if we can get that put up on screen, if there's a possibility to show us what we have on the solids on that one, but we have a solid pack of finesse thread. LJ, do you have any thoughts you'd like to share on the finesse thread? Why is that such a great little combo for somebody to win? What is that? What is the 4-pack of finesse thread? What is finesse thread?
Yeah, well, it's fantastic. One thing that I actually love to share is that it looks like cotton, but it actually is polyester. And people often will ask me like, oh, okay, well, why polyester? People typically when they use their domestic machine use a cotton, but we've found that actually as you start to get into mid-arm and long arm machines, that as they run at a faster speed, it actually helps a lot to have this polyester. And because of that, it actually has some give because of the polyester. So it's really nice and just kind of can help prevent any breakage or whatever. It also helps with less fraying or less lint. So really that is a wonderful thing to get. I also encourage you to check out the other colors we have, because we have some fantastic solid colors, variegated colors. So it's super fun. I just want to get them all, put them on the wall in front of me, because I love to just see them all laid out.
They also have fun names. I love the names. Our marketing team did a wonderful name. A lot of them are really fun, so it's super enjoyable. So the finesse thread, 1,500 yards per spool. Mark, have you guys been up in the ante at all here? Helping out anybody we've done Plinkos on, if that's been happening?
I would say yes, but I don't want to steal your thunder, so I was going to let you just go ahead and let's.
No, I'm going to come back to you on this one. What else should we do? So right now we have the 4-pack of finesse thread. This is just right around a $30 value on what this is. I think it's about $36 value. What else can we add to the ante in this? Do we make this an 8-pack?
Let's make it an 8-pack. Give them,
So
yeah,
what,
there you go.
what we'll do is
variegated.
we'll give you both the 4-pack, our most popular 4 solid colors, and we'll add in the most 4 popular variegated colors that we have. So that is what we'll go ahead and do. So congratulations to Cassie on that one. Cassie, is a quick heads up, and those who are joining us, if you're just joining us for the first time again, as you're coming in, one of the things we want to know is in order to redeem your prizes, we're asking that you reach out and that you email us, please, at melinda@graceframe.com. That's melinda@graceframe.com. Those that are also ready for the next set of comments, make sure to take this down, because if you are a winner, you can just have this to the side and you can go ahead and reach out and help us claim that prize. So it's melinda@graceframe.com with Cassie on that. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to choose another winner, Mark, with the 9 patch, and we're going to go ahead and pull. Let's find one here. Let's go ahead and do Nancy Hutchins Libby.
Yeah,
with the 9 patch. So congratulations. So Mark, let's do a Plinko drop on this one.
Going to go in the middle this time.
There you go. That's a fantastic prize. Let's up the ante for her as well. So Nancy Hutchins Libby, I would recommend again that if you have this, I'm going to have you again reach out to melinda@graceframe.com to claim your prize. Those finesse threads are fantastic. We do have 60 colors. We actually just did an update to those, which is really nice. We actually moved from 20 to 30. So to 25 solids, sorry about that. And then we have, to 35, 20 to 25 solids. And now we have 35 variegated colors. And so there's some wonderful colors that are in one of the 60 color options that we have with finesse threads. So again, I'm going to encourage you to reach out to your local dealers. You can get these online and pick those up there. So let's go ahead and look at the Grace platform now. Let me go ahead and pull our Grace platform winner. So here we go, and we have a winner. I'm going to be selecting, and again, one thing I would like to ask, if you're on the Grace platform, again, if we have a name, I'm going to go ahead and have you, if you wouldn't mind putting a name and initial with us, so that we can have and choose a winner on part of what that is. I do have a winner, and we're going to be pulling that up here. Just give me a moment. And I'm having some people put in some fun things on this one. We do have 9 patch by Webnet, WEBNETT, so WEBNETT. I'm going to say congratulations to her. She also selected 9 patch on the Grace Company one. So I think that's fantastic to have. Again, congratulations. And thank you, everybody, for your participation with that question. So Janessa coming back, because let's do another giveaway.
Whoa, well, we got to do Plinko.
Oh, sorry, Plinko. Whoa, I'm always so excited. You're right, Plinko.
All right, let's do Plinko. And normally we would like to do a hat trick, which means you get 3 in a row of the finesse, but let's see if we can get something different. I'm going to go on the other side.
Nice. Electric sharpener.
The electric sharpener. So the electric sharpener is great. We have a lot of cutting. Everybody have they use a lot of blades. Blades can go dull after so many cuts. And so the electric sharpener is a great way to bring back your blades. And so keeping those blades sharp is very safe, and you're going to be way more accurate with the sharp blade. So the electric sharpener.
Yeah, with that, obviously one of the great things is that you can use and do this with any size 28, 45, or 60 millimeter blades. Mark, one of the things that I know people always ask when we talk about the sharpener. Now again, let me see. This is going to be fun, because I bet we're going to get literally like 900 comments in the comment section right now. But let me ask those of you who would ask a question, Mark, the question that probably comes first to anybody with the sharpener is what? What would you say? What's the first question they ask?
Does it work?
Does it work, right? So let me ask, put a number 1 in the comments if that's something that you're like, does this really work? I think that might be the question you're going to ask, is does it really work? And Mark, what's your answer? Why do you tell? Now, again, yes, it's a product we have, but it literally works. We've now had this for, I think, over 10 years. It's a very, very popular, it's one of our most popular selling items. And we'll come back and we'll find out a little bit more. But I'm curious to see, again, throw a number 1 if you have that question. Does it really work? Mark, what's the answer that you give to everybody regarding the sharpener?
Yeah, the answer is absolutely it would work. And not trying to be funny about that when I say the word absolutely, but part of the Grace Company line, if you don't know Grace Company by now, all of our products, they're fantastic, from our TrueCut line to our frames, to our machine, to our accessories. And so we've done a really good job on making sure that the tools that we bring out to you is quality. And the other reason why it works, not only because of that, is it uses 2 key ingredients, which are sharpening stones. So it has one at the top and one at the bottom. So we have those key ingredients, which are honing stones to bring back your blade. So absolutely it works and is very fun.
Mark, those honing stones, they wear out. Tell me a little bit about them. Why do those honing stones work so well?
Yeah, great question. They work so well because they're diamonds. And I hear all the time, right? Diamonds last forever is what I keep, being told. So
diamond's your best friend.
Oh. Diamond's your best friends. Yes, exactly. So they are diamond stones, so you don't have to worry about them wearing down. We make improvements with all of our product, and before we had ceramic honing stones. Now we moved to the diamond stones, so they last forever. And like Nathan said, they sharpen all 3 sizes of your blades, 28, 45, and 60. But it's those diamond stones that really sets apart our sharpener from the rest.
Well, thank you very much on sharing that, Mark. And again, with those that are listening, if you are interested and as you go through part of the platform, again, if you're streaming on YouTube or Facebook, I would like to reach out and say, hey, go ahead, log on to graceframe.com. One is you can register for your chance to win a set of these different prizes that we're choosing as we go throughout the live event. 2 is you're going to get access to potentially coupons if you go through bingo, which are in addition to, and then we also have some amazing TrueCut specials right now. Now you can reach out to Grace Frame dealers. So you can use the Grace Frame locator, or you can look online and find anybody who carries the Grace Frame products and reach out to them. There are several of our dealers that have them online and a few in stores. And so if you're interested on those TrueCuts, again, I would recommend reaching out to your dealer, giving them a shout. They're able to participate with these same fall promotions that we're running with you now live with us. And so that is wonderful. I did pull up a couple comments that we saw from several of the users. They do work. There's a little bit of a process. Somebody asked if you use oil. You don't need to use oil with these. The diamond stones are hard enough on their own. They do a great job, self-centers the blades, and it really helps bring them back to a near factory edge. So in fact, there's a great little video you can look at our YouTube as well that kind of walks through a presentation on that. So wonderful. Wonderful there. Let's go ahead, Mark, let's do a giveaway. I'm going to bring this up so everybody knows. I'm going to kind of go from some of our smaller items to some of our bigger items as a giveaway. And as we do so, Mark, I would like to, again, to get some of the thoughts from the team that is there with you right now. I want to start out, and we're going to do a TrueCut, but first, Mark, we're going to give away the cutie frame. And maybe if I can kind of put this out in front of the crowd. So that's a big deal. That's a $1,000 product. It's $999 is the MSRP price. Yes, it is on sale right now for an amazing price, but let's do a giveaway. But between the 3 of you, maybe you guys can share what has this cutie frame done? Like, who is this cutie frame for? Why would somebody maybe want to consider using the cutie frame? And I don't want to spend a ton of time, but I really feel for those quilters that are watching us and as we're joining and as we're doing these giveaways, it's only best to do justice on the frame and why that frame is such an amazing product. It does not include the machine, so just know it is the frame. But Mark, why don't you go ahead and share some of your thoughts, and maybe LJ and Janessa, you can share what your experience has been with this product since we've had it new this year back in February for Grace Company. So
yeah, so one thing that I love about the cutie is if you're looking about space, budget, and when I say space, I'm talking about dedicated space, right? Because we all know that space can fill up in your sewing room. And so we have our cutting table and ironing board, maybe your sit-down table, what have you, and your room is already filled up. So when you think of a word frame, I think of big and it won't fit in my room. What I love about the cutie is it's non-dedicated. And so if you're the kind of person that has a budget that has no space, then the cutie is a frame for you because you can put it anywhere in your home, from your coffee table to a dining table. And if you live in an area that's beautiful outside in the wintertime, or even better in the summertime, take it outside, put it on a table outside and listen to the birds chirp, listen to the noise outside while you do your quilting. But for me, I'm going to keep it simple, Nathan. Budget friendly. You don't need to have a dedicated space for the cutie frame. And best of all is it's meant for either your own domestic machine. So I'm going to say that again. It's meant to be used with your own domestic machine or up to our Unique 19. So it's a well-diverse accessory for your quilting machine.
I want to add something to that. So I'm relatively newer to the free motion world, and I attempted to do free motion quilting with just like my domestic machine on a tabletop. Man, It is really, really, really difficult. And so for me, everything you just described, budget, lack of space, the Cutie frame is perfect for my setup. And it gives me that ability to put just domestic machine on the Cutie. And it's so much easier, at least for me, to use because you're kind of using that muscle memory that you have from drawing versus kind of backwards when you're quilting on just a domestic machine on a tabletop. For those of you that are talented in that, I salute you. You're incredible. I'm not there yet, but that's my 2 cents on the Cutie.
Yeah, and then one thing that I also would like to point out is that on the Cutie frame, you get all of what they just talked about, and you can do any size quilt. So people are like, oh, well, I don't know, it's only about 4.5 feet. Can I really do, a king size quilt? Yes, absolutely. You can do a small crib, twin, or if you want to do California king or queen, you can absolutely do any size quilt on this frame, which I think makes it great as well, because then it's super versatile because it does fit. You can set up in your closet and you can still do a king size quilt. So it's a fantastic frame.
And Karla just did some really awesome videos for Tuesdays with Grace that are all about also using automation on the Cutie. So there's just so many possibilities with it, which is awesome.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I'm going to see if I can play this quick shot, everybody. I want to see, there's this fun little short 30-second blip that kind of gives you a little bit more of an envision. I really appreciate those ideas. They're all incredibly true. Janessa, I know your story. You came back from an event and like you said, you were just like, doggone it, I didn't understand how nice it is to take the machines and move them over the surface of the frame. So I'm going to go ahead and see if this plays for us. Let's see if this comes up for us. So there we go. I love that little presentation. It gets me excited, by the way, every time I watch that simple thing. That's what it is. It's a simple frame. Once it's built, it does not require tools to move it or to shift it or to reset it back up. Our goal was simplicity, ease of use, solving the bigger challenge that you have. If you have stacks of quilts, now when we started this, for those that are joining us live, you might ask yourself, do I have 1 unfinished, 3, 5? We had people with more than 10 unfinished quilts. The great reason to bring this into your home is it's really what we call your machine's best friend. It's one of the great accessories for your machine, and that's all it needs to be. It doesn't need to be more than that. You can quilt any size quilt up to king size in literally any space because it just requires a table for you to set it on. And yes, it does work with your domestic machine. So with that, Mark, I'm going to go ahead and bring up a winner of this Cutie frame. And we have another couple things we're going to give another one of these. What is it? All right.
Debbie.
Woo! So we have Debbie Romero. Congratulations, Debbie, on winning the Cutie frame. Thank you for participating in Refer a Friend. So Debbie, you are going to be winning that. We do have your email contact, so we will be reaching out to you and getting some more information so we can ship you your free Cutie frame. So right now, if you are interested and you're not a winner, you can always pick one up at $6.89. You can pick that up with your local dealer as well. So log online or go to your local dealer that carries Grace products and go get one now. It's a great time to start. Like Mark said, there's a way to enjoy other spaces than always just your quilting room if you want. Yes, it can go in your quilting room, but it doesn't have to. It can go in a lot of places because it's portable. So again, thank you very much and congratulations, Debbie Romero, on that one. Well, the next one, Mark, I want to give away. And again, we have talked about this one several different times. Again, we have several viewers now watching with this, Mark. And I always like to say we've said something once, you might have talked about it twice, but I think that you can't hear it enough. And this is the TrueCut system. What we're going to give away is referred to as the TrueCut. It's a quilters combo. And we'll bring a picture of what the quilters combo, plus we're now throwing in the electric rotary blade sharpener. So that is the combo that we're going to be giving away. And right now that's about $150 value for this next winner. Mark, why don't you just briefly share, or let's have LJ. I know you've used this in a couple different spots, and I know Janessa, you guys might have thoughts on this combo, which is the ruler with its tracking guide, the ergonomic 45mm comfort cutter, along with the set of the true grips that go on the back. Why don't you guys share a little bit with us as well on that?
Yeah, well, I think it's fantastic because I call it what I want to call it is a great starter kit, because it comes with a comfort cutter, which is ergonomic, and I do think it absolutely works. I think it makes a huge difference. You don't have to grip it anymore. You're pretty much simply just kind of help holding that cutter in your hand. You don't have to, get your shoulder up and over it. And then it also comes with true grips, which are great. So they're actually just little kind of clear sticky things you stick on the back of your ruler so that ruler doesn't slide as you're trying to go along and cut. So that makes a huge difference too, so you don't veer off, so that makes it great. And then with the ruler, there's actually a guide or a track on there that the cutter can actually kind of go in conjunction with, and it allows it to, again, not veer off and stay nice and close and tucked up right against the edge of that ruler. So it's very nice. And then we're throwing in the electric sharpener, which is great because I'm sure a lot of you probably have a pretty big stacker. I know some people have bins full of just blades that they have there because they don't quite want to get rid of them, because they aren't cheap. So with that electric sharpener, you're able to bring them back to a near perfect edge. So.
That's awesome. And I'm going to sound like a broken record. I've probably said this 100 times. I hate cutting fabric. It's my least favorite part. If I'm being honest.
You're not on your own. You're not on your own.
It's because I waste so much fabric. I'm slipping all over the place, and it just is really, really frustrating. And since I've started working here and started using the TrueCut system, that the frustration and not so nice words are happening significantly less because my cutting is so much more straight and accurate. So big fan of TrueCut.
Wonderful. I appreciate that, Janessa. Just so you know, if I were to ask for a comment again, I know there actually have been stats, surveys done. The #1 least enjoyed part is cutting. Okay. There is a challenge with cutting. TrueCut, and I'll tell you a story because I actually designed the My Comfort cutter. So I'll just speak for myself when we came out with the design on this. A brief, quick history is our owner came to us and said, "Hey, let's go do cutting tools." And I'm like, "Oh, there's already so many cutting tools." He says, "Nathan, no. He goes, "Why don't you go find out what literally the biggest challenges and struggles are?" And Grace Company, one of our key things is innovation. Nathan, how do you go solve those challenges that the quilters have? And so I took that literally to heart, and I went and looked at, and we know that cutting is one of the challenges. And I thought, boy, there has to be a way of creating a cutter that doesn't put the same stress or strain on the arm or on the body. And with part of the design effort is we've had other engineers, and we designed the track and the guide that keep them married together. And as you start looking at part of the design, it literally, we get stories, and I don't know, Janessa or Laurel, if you've had a chance to hear this. I know Mark has. Literally, people couldn't cut, and when they have found the My Comfort cutter, because of the way it nestles in the palm of your hands and it reduces all the stress in your wrist, you don't have to have this really strong grip to hold on to it. Actually, we've received letters with people just thanking us for them being able to get back to what they love most, which was their quilting, but they weren't able to do it because they couldn't cut. So they would have to invite people periodically to help them. So again, that is the TrueCut story. Everything making cutting easier, safer, and more accurate. So that is our tagline for TrueCut. If you think about that, I have been cutting, and there always are these challenges. We've asked, why do you buy another cutter? Usually they're looking to solve some of the bigger problems that they think that their cutter has. TrueCut solves those, and that's just not a story. This combo that you're seeing is the #1 selling combo that we have in the entire TrueCut line. And then we've added the bonus of that electric sharpener. So I'm going to go ahead and bring up the winner that we have for this one. And the winner for this is going to be Linda Ledbetter. So congratulations, Linda. We're going to reach out to you. You did win this combo, and we really appreciate it. Next up on the list is a luminous light bar. Let's go ahead and talk a little bit about that. Mark, what are some of your thoughts on the luminous light bar? Now, this is an entire light station. We're going to give away a 5-footer. Mark, maybe you can define that a little bit and tell them what some of the values are and what they can do with this in their studios.
Nathan, this light bar has been such a joy in people's rooms, meaning when you can see what you're doing, it's easier to line up your fabric. Most rooms, I shouldn't say most, but a lot of rooms have just like one light above. And what happens is if you're quilting, you don't have that light, it's dark and you don't know what you're lighting up. So this is a true light, LED, with casters, so you can move around your cutting table to another table over anything you want. And so having a light, and it's height adjustable. So we built in a perfect lighting system that's very inexpensive for one, but with the casters, with the LED, with the true light,
and be able to put it over, and you can raise and lower it where you want it to be. It's a perfect way to see what you're doing, getting all the true light, and be able to line up what you want. So I just love the light. I know a lot of our quilters who bought it have commented on the light. So what a fantastic giveaway this is. But it's an LED true light with casters.
Yeah, I gotta say, this will be my next Grace product that I'll be taking home. I currently have, my husband built me this. It's great. It's great. Sorry, I hope he's not watching this. It's wonderful. But no, I'm really spoiled here at the Grace Company to kind of get all of the amazing tools, and it does. It makes a huge difference in being able to see what you're doing at any time of day. So big fan of those too.
Yeah, wonderful. I really appreciate that. You're right on, Mark. This does have what we call daylight or true color bulbs. They are LED, so they're low heat. You know, as you think about if you're working in a space, you're not wanting to have extra heat because of your lights. The nice thing, Mark, like you mentioned, it's adjustable, and because it's on casters, it can be moved around to different areas. And so if you have a cutting station, which often a lot of you do, if you have a sewing station, which often a lot of you do, it allows you to move this to different spots. This also has a couple feet because you can actually put it up on a table. So if you have a folding table or a space that it might not be permanent, it actually comes with little feet on the bottom that allow you to take this and also, instead of necessarily castering it and moving it around with the casters and the wheels, you can actually just take those off and put some nice rubber grommets in the bottom that we have, and you can shorten the whole height and just put it up on top of a workbench or a work surface. And so it's incredibly versatile. There's not another light bar out there like this. If you've ever thought or you've looked at something, one, they're not this big. If you usually are finding them, even like our frames, they're much larger, and they're usually attached to a frame, so they can't be used in other areas. So this luminous light station is an ideal one. So we're going to give away a luminous light station, and let's do our little drum roll that we have. Light station.
Tammy.
There we go. Tammy Ruhlman. Congratulations, Tammy. Thanks for being with us today as you've been able to join. Hopefully you're with us. We're going to reach out to you, Tammy, and help you get some details from you so that we can send you one of our 5-foot luminous light stations. Again, I know that, Mark, as we go to shows and as we go to different areas, LJ, you probably have witnessed this as well. That light in an area can make all the difference, not only in what we're looking at, but also in our mood, right? Give me a 5 in the comments if you feel that light makes a difference in your quilting or in your situation when you're sewing. I'll tell you, everybody needs to put a hand up. I know that even with what I have in my eyes, a little bit extra is great. So, and I'm guessing we're going to have all sorts of streaming numbers coming through here. So there they go, like crazy. We get a lot of congratulations. So yep, that's definitely the case. And light, there's nothing like more light. And so this is the wonderful way to get that. So thank you very much, everybody, for sharing your thoughts on that luminous light bar. Thank you for I have a 5555, by the way. This person apparently, Kathy, I can see, I think you need extra lights potentially is what I'm seeing from that. So wonderful, and thanks for your participation. Again, Mark, maybe really quick too, as we're going through this with the team, maybe we can do some reach outs. Here's Tina Ayers saying 5 is yours. Thank you, Tina, for participating. Ann Bell, thank you very much. Likes make a huge difference from that. Here's another 5. Congrats. Some congratulations coming from Linda. Then Linda, thank you for visiting with us and being here with us. Marge Higgins, thanks for being with us as we go through part of this event. We appreciate everybody's support as we do so. But let's go ahead. I'll quit chit chat and let's get into the next piece here, because we do have another combo that we're going to be giving away. This one, I'm going to tell you what it is, and then Mark, you can see what additional value we want to bring to this. This is what we're referring to as our Master Cutting Collection. And the Master Cutting Collection is a pretty darn phenomenal full set of what we're going to call Grace Company TrueCut products. And Mark, we'll see if you can share what part of what comes in here, and I might add a couple pieces to that as well, and then we can talk about the value of what these different cutting tools are. But we're going to be giving away a Master Cutting Collection combo as part of what this is. So Mark, what are some of your thoughts that you would have regarding this amazing combo?
There's so many, as a quilter, you already have your cutting tools, you have your rulers, you have your rotary cutters, you have your blades, you have your mats. With this system, we've already talked about the quilters combo and how great the quilters combo is with what you get. Now the Master Cutting even takes it to the next level. So now you get pretty much everything that you need from a mat to blades and true grips, your ergonomic cutter, your rulers. So this is truly a step up from the quilters combo, and it is the master cutting. And so if you're looking at ways to eliminate stress in your cutting arm, all the way from your shoulder down to your wrist, this is a great package to have, because then you get the ergonomic comfort cutter. You also have, with the rulers, you have that wonderful cutting straighting, or you cut straight with the tracking guide and mats. And so everything that you're thinking about or needing to replace, this combo gives you everything that you want in a perfect package to make sure you're cutting straight, you're being more accurate, you have all the right tools. And plus, it just gives you another unique way of doing what you love, because we all know that cutting is one of our least favorites. However, I found if you have the right tools, cutting can be very enjoyable, because it does eliminate that stress in your arm. And that's part of the reason why we don't like to cut, is that fatigue, our ruler sliding, our mat sliding. And so we can eliminate that with the master cutting combo. And so again, cutting straight, you're going to be easier, you're going to be safer, you're going to be more accurate, and plus you get these wonderful tools in the master cutting collection.
Yeah, this was actually what I started out with. It's kind of everything you need in one beautiful package. So really awesome.
And I know I probably left some stuff out, because
no, that's great. I'm gonna
master cutting.
I'm going to bring up a picture so everybody can see this, because everybody's going to say, well, really, what's in there and why would this be such a great thing? So let me go ahead and bring my screen up so everybody can see this again. We go to the side. This is what this is including. So as Mark talked about, we're doing cutters, rulers. There are several rulers. We actually have a different style rulers. We have what we call square rulers, right? Your 6.5s, your 9.5s, 12.5s. We have what we call rectangle. The most common one, if you think when you're cutting out there, it's that 6.5 by 24.5. But we also have a 6.5 by 12.5 and a 3 by 18. Those are all part of this master cutting collection, along with the non-slip pads for the back, sharpeners, and more. And so this is part of what the combo is that we're giving away. It's a wonderful full set of combos, valued at just a little bit under $300 as a giveaway. So this is part of what we're giving away. So I'm going to leave that on the screen for just a minute as we do so. We do have them in stock for the winner, but we don't have all of these products in stock because they're selling fast. So if you're thinking about it, get on board. But let's go ahead and do this. So let's go ahead and do our little bit of a drum roll here. We're going to bring in our winner for a master cutting collection. And there we go, Leanne Carlson. So congratulations, Leanne. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for participating. Thanks for registering and being part of this event. Leanne, we will be reaching out to you. So congratulations, Leanne Carlson, regarding the master cutting collection. So that is what we're giving away, and that is what we have for the winners. So pretty amazing things, and great to have. So.
And I know we have a ton of classes coming this week that will show how to use every single one of those rulers, why you would want to use it for the different products. Right after this, we've got a class coming with using the 360 circle cutter. So stay tuned. There's lots of fun education coming.
There is a lot. Thank you. I know, Janessa, you've done some of those for us as well. It's been fun seeing some of those classes come together. So we're really excited about that. With it, we're moving back. We have another cutie to give away. So that's really exciting as part of what this is. We did share, if you're coming to us live again, if you've been with us during part of this live draw, again, we did share some information on the cutie. I'm not going to go into details, but what I am going to take a minute to do, and I think that this is only fair because it shows you the value of what's there. I'm going to quickly come back, and I want to have everybody take a look at my screen really quick. I want to just show you briefly part of what is available on sale right now. Right now, we're going to be giving away this cutie tabletop frame. This cutie frame is on sale for $689, normally $999. This frame is what we call a portable tabletop quilting frame. It's called the cutie tabletop fabric frame because it can be pulled off of the table and stored. And then that way, when you're ready to do some quilting, you take your machine, you can simply sit it on the carriage and finish your quilts. If you think about this and ask the question, and I know this is the case, we think long arm quilting, major things come to our minds. Usually, while they take up a lot of space and they're really expensive, that's usually the thought when we say long arm quilting. Let's go get into long arm quilting. The tabletop frame, or cutie tabletop frame, was created to solve that challenge. One is it's the most affordable frame that we have, and it is the most complete and affordable frame you're going to find on the market. There's nothing else like this. There's nothing else that will do what this does. We have patented technology on this, and It's something that allows you to grow with the frame when you're prepared for. So you start with your domestic. Yes, our 15-inch machines work with it. Yes, the 19s fit on the exact same frame. And yes, you can add computer automation to those same systems. We also have computer automation for many of your domestic home machines as well. For questions on that, I'd ask you and just encourage you to reach out to your dealers, reach out here to Grace Frame as well. We can help answer those questions. But that's the amazing thing. Start where you're most comfortable. That is why this cutie has been so popular. Is one, is you're not dedicating the space, which is the bigger challenge. And two, it's one of the most affordable ways to get into quilting and helping you in ways of you making it easier finishing your quilts. Any size, crib to king, can be done through a method we call zone quilting. If you're not familiar with it, we'd encourage you to reach out, ask a couple questions, or we have details on our site on what that means to zone quilt or quilt in zone. So with that, Mark, I'm really excited to go ahead and choose a winner of this frame that we have done. So here we go.
Congratulations, Kim.
Kim McElliott. Congratulations, Kim McElliott, for winning a cutie tabletop frame. So again, we'll be reaching out to you and connecting with you in order to make sure we can get you your cutie frame delivered. So again, if you're not a winner, we would encourage you, if you've thought about looking at a tool, again, it's an accessory for your machine. That's literally how simple this is. It's not a significant change in the way you would quilt. It really is a way to help manage the fabric, simplifying the quilting experience, making it easier for you to finish more of your quilts to give to more of your loved ones. And so that's literally what the cutie frame does. So, and it can be expanded later on. It works with different size machines, and you can add bigger machines, and you can add automation. So it does everything when you're prepared to do so. All right. So congratulations, Kim McElliott, on winning the cutie frame, which is wonderful. We're excited to be able to give those away. Well, Mark, we're leading up, and Janessa and LJ, to our final giveaway of this hour. And then stay with us because we still have more giveaways, and we have a lot more wonderful content coming. But the big giveaway for today is the 15R Unique sewing machine, the quilting machine, with your choice of either the cutie, one of our hoop frames is what I would say, or even our queen frame. So you get to choose of a frame, a roller frame, or a hoop frame that works best for you. And we're also including the light bar or part of the light station. That is an entire quilting system package, and that's what we're giving away. The value can be up to over $6,500, depending on what frame you're selecting that works best for you in your home. But again, think about it. If you don't have space, you don't have to think, well, how do I find space? Get the cutie frame. The 15 works on the cutie frame, and you can set it up for projects and then put it away. If you have dedicated space, great, get one of the hoops with the legs, or get the queen frame, which is a roller style that can do can do quilts up to queen size. So it's a pretty robust package. Our #1 selling machine is the 15R, stitch regulated. And Mark, why don't you go ahead? Let's kind of take this as with the three of you again. I know, Janessa, you've had a chance to use the 15R. Maybe you can share a little bit about what your experience has been when you've engaged with this machine here over the last few months.
Well, yeah, I think just the difference between going from domestic to having that 15 inches of quilting space is huge. It makes a huge impact on how quickly you can get through your projects. And yeah, just having those frames, it makes a world of difference.
And, for me, the 15, I'm able to see a lot of people grow with the 15. And that's if you're using a domestic machine, the 15 is a great segment into learning how to use long arms. It's a perfect transition machine. And what a great package it is to have a stitch regulated machine on a frame of your choosing with the light bar. So keep in mind, the machine that you're getting is stitch regulation, and that's built in.
Yeah. Now, Mark, this is where your wife started, and I think she's upgraded since then, right?
She has. Yep. She started with our first 15-inch machine. Now she's upgraded to the 19.
Think about this. If you're a quilter out there and you're trying to decide, and usually you've done some things with your domestic machine and you find that there's challenges. One is, first, think about getting the cutie frame or some kind of a hoop frame that lets you take your domestic machine to manage fabric. That's the easy first step. What we find is, if you find that there's some room in your budget, Janessa, I love how you just talked about when you get the 15, you end up with more space in the throat of the machine. It just means there's a little bit less management of the fabric. So you get to do more of what you love, which is the finishing and the quilting, and it makes it easy. This also has the ability that if you decide later to add automation, by the way, which is on sale this month for 30% off, which is an amazing price. But you can always add automation when you're ready to do so as well. So that is what this is. And then LJ, do you have any thoughts you'd want to share regarding your experiences with the 15 as you've used those, if you've used the cuties, if you used the machines, etc.?
Yeah, no, I think they're great. I think just kind of to echo what Janessa and Mark had said, that really for getting into long and mid-arm machines, the 15 is great. And then really to be able to choose any of those frames, that's fantastic. We always talk about, choosing what's going to work best for you. And so really with this combo, you can choose any frame that really is going to suit the area that you have best. So I think it's fantastic. Whoever's going to win, congrats.
Yeah, congratulations on whoever's going to win. It's a big deal. So let me come back because I have the name that we're going to be showing everybody. But again, if you haven't registered, if you're out there on the YouTube or the Facebook channels, we're going to encourage you, go ahead and log on to graceframe.com and register so you have your chance to win some of the other wonderful goods. Next Friday, we're giving away the biggest system of all. We're giving away a 21 Pro with a continuum frame at a choice size that works best for you and a luminous light bar with our professional automated system as all part of that. So that is the Big Daddy giveaway that we are giving away next Friday, but you do need to be and have registered on the graceframe.com on the events page, and so that you can enjoy that. Again, we're going to encourage you to come back to the graceframe.com and get into the events because you can select classes, you can do many other things that help. We'll remind you to come back for those giveaways if you want to be reminded for those giveaways so you can participate. So that's what we are going to be giving away next Friday, along with more cutie frames, more everything, more cutting tools, more light bars. We have all sorts of things that we're going to continue to give away. But I want to give this gift away right now. And then Mark, I would like to do one last live drawing before we move into our next section. So we're going to do this big giveaway. Then we're going to do some other live drawings as we participate with a couple more Q&As that we're going to throw your way. And then we get to move into the second half of today. So this is it. This is the big giveaway that we have. We're really excited about what this is. So this is going to be a congratulations to somebody, one of the lucky winners who's registered for the event.
Robin!
Congrats.
Congratulations, Robin. We really appreciate it. I'm going to say this, Baroskas is what I want to say. So congratulations, Robin Baroskas. We're going to reach out to you. You won the 15R machine in a combo with the frame of choice that we have options for you with, along with the luminous light bar. That luminous light bar will fit whatever size frame you're looking to select for us. So we're really excited to give you a chance to have won this amazing quilting combo package. So congratulations, Robin. Again, we're excited to reach out to you with that. Let's go ahead and do another live giveaway. We just have a couple more minutes and let's see if we can get through each Yep, go ahead.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. We're actually running 4 minutes behind schedule and we really want to get to our next education piece. So we'll have to come back for more giveaways at our next break.
Thank you. There you go. Thanks for keeping me on track. We're going to run into this. Janessa, do you mind introducing this next amazing section, by the way?
Oh my goodness. All right. Well, this is my next segment where we'll be doing cutting to quilting using our 360 circle cutter, and hopefully you enjoy it.
Here we go. Thank you for joining us. We're excited for the giveaway. And here goes amazing Janessa sharing more with us on her nice, wonderful project.
Welcome. My name is Janessa and I'm here with the Grace Company. Today we're going to be doing a two-part class all about our TrueCut system, which is the most safe, easy, and accurate cutting system on the market. We're really going to be utilizing one of my favorites, which is the TrueCut 360 circle cutter. So we're going to be creating a fall pumpkin banner using our circle cutter. I love this pattern because I wanted to create something really simple and really easy that I could duplicate really quickly to make lots and lots of these for my friends and family. So that's why I wanted to do it just as simple as possible. We'll be doing kind of a raw edge applique as we quilt. If you want to do that needle turn applique, you're welcome to that as well. But that's the process we'll be doing in this specific educational video. So in this class, we'll be going through the cutting, kind of the planning, the fabrics, and then in the second video, we will be going through kind of how to quilt it, how to use the couching foot to do really fun vines, and then at the very end, cutting and assembling our banners. So let's go ahead and get started. First thing, we want to go through and pick our fabrics for our pumpkins. This is always my favorite part. I love picking out the fabrics. When you're doing that, you want to go through and pick fabrics that are kind of in the same tones, because when you go to the orange section of fabrics, there's a million different tones. There's really brights, there's really darks, there's some with really, really strong prints. For this one, I chose kind of a little bit more muted, a little bit more of a neutral looking orange, but still had some fun prints. If you want to do something really bright and wild, do your thing. This is your banner, so it's totally up to you. I also think it would be really cute to do like little white pumpkins. So yeah, lots of really fun options with this pattern that you can swap out and do whatever you choose. So let's go ahead and get started with cutting. So when I first picked up this 360 circle cutter, I was like, what in the world? Where are all these knobs? What do I do? And it's become one of my absolute favorite products because it is so fun and it's so easy to use. And of course, like all of our TrueCut products, it's really safe, so I don't have to worry about any of my appendages or slicing any of my fingers. So let's go through the different parts. The first is this little knob, which sets how large you want your circles to be. It's basically kind of setting your radius. So we'll go through and you can twist this, and there's a really great ruler along here where you can set your knob. I was cutting my circles at 5.5. But again, if you wanted to do some bigger circles or smaller, it's totally up to you and whatever your preference is. So you go ahead and you tighten it right on that knob. Okay, the next part on the 360 cutter is the actual blade. It's really great because it has a safety feature. So we just open up the lock, and you can see the blade guard. You can easily just take that off, put it to the side, and just remember when you're done cutting to be sure to put it back on so we can make sure that we're being safe. Also, these are really nice because you can very easily just swap out the blade. When you're cutting circles, you really want to make sure you have a nice sharp blade so that your fabric isn't grabbing on that blade. So make sure it's nice and sharp and make sure that your cover is off. And then you just go ahead and just snap it back into place and you're ready to go. Okay, so the really great thing about this cutter as well is you can cut multiple pieces of fabric or multiple layers at one time. I did learn, however, when I was doing that, I was folding my fabric, I was ending up with more waste. So if you want to take your different colors of fabric and layer those and cut it that way, you can. I personally felt like I was being really wasteful when I was like taking this fabric and folding it in half and cutting that way. So it's up to you and whatever your preference is. You want to make sure that your fabric is ironed. I noticed if there was a really strong fold, it would kind of get caught, and then I would end up with weird little edges or things, and my circles weren't exactly perfect. So that's another thing to really keep in mind when you're using this product. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. So I'm going to just place it right here. And this part right here, the circle, is kind of our center point. Like I said, here's our center point, kind of goes out. There's our radius. And there's a very specific way to hold it so that it makes it easier to get all around in a circle so you don't have to readjust your hands. Okay, so what you're gonna do is put your, I guess it depends. I'm right-handed, so this is the way I do. It would just be reversed if you were left-handed. So you're gonna place right here and press down on the circle. And then you're gonna take the blade and just go around in a circle. And ta-da! Isn't that so fun? I love it. I could just cut circles all day long. I love it. So you'll just go through and cut out all of your circles so that you can then piece it into your many different pumpkins. Again, you could do a whole bunch of this color. You could swap it out like I did here. It is totally up to you and your preference. So I'm doing 5 pumpkins on this banner. You could do more, you could do less. I'm not here to tell you exactly how to do it, just kind of that process. So you'll go through and cut out all your circles, and then we want to do our stems. So let's go ahead. I'm gonna fold this up and get it out of the way. And now we're gonna move on to our ruler cutting system, which is another one of my favorites. I will be totally honest with you. Cutting fabrics was one of my least favorite parts of the whole quilting process because I would always be wasting fabric. I'd have to redo it over and over and over and just get really frustrated, honestly. So I really have fallen in love with the TrueCut cutting system because it is so accurate. It's super safe. I never have to worry about my fingers. And yeah, I just really love it. So the next part is our stems for the pumpkin. So we'll be cutting the fabric along the lines here and leaving this loop, because that's actually what we'll be using to string our banner at the very end. Might sound a little weird right now, but when we get to the second video, you'll see what I mean. Okay, so I'm going to be using our TrueCut rotary cutter and ruler kit. I really love this system because in the past, cutting was always my least favorite part of quilting. In fact, it pushed me away from starting new projects because I just did not want to do the cutting process. I was always wasting fabric. I was cutting it uneven. My ruler would slide out of the way and I'd have my cuts all over the place. And I love the TrueCut system because it helps prevent all of those things. The first thing is I have my mat, and behind my mat I have an awesome grip pad that keeps my mat nice and straight so that if I'm putting any pressure on it, it's not going to move out of the way and mess up my cuts. The next is our really great track system that is built into our rulers that keeps our cutters right in line with that guide. It helps keep things really nice and accurate, and of course always super safe too. And the last step in keeping our rulers super accurate is our true grips. These are amazing because they just are applied right to the bottom of the ruler and will keep the fabric, or keep your fabric from moving around and keep your ruler nice and straight. So let's go ahead and apply a few of those. So I've got these circle true grips here, and I'm just going to place one in each of these corners. So I've got one there. And you can see on the grid, they've actually made room so that those true grips fit on there perfectly. And this is what will really help keep our fabric and our ruler nice and flat and straight. Okay, so let's go ahead and get those started. So I'm going to line up my fabric and then line up my ruler. Okay, so first you're going to take the safety off of your rotary cutter. Then you're going to line up the guide with the track system. It just latches on really nice and easily. And then just go ahead and cut. And it's as easy as that. All right, so then I'll go through and cut each of the stems individually. So move this out of the way. I'm going to line up my fabric so I can make sure I'm keeping everything nice and straight. And I'm going to cut these about 1.5 inches. So I've got one stem, and I need 5 for this particular banner. Two. 3. I should have ironed this. Always iron your fabric. It will make your life so much easier. Glad they're using the tape guns. And our final stem. Oops. All right, and we have all of our stems ready for our pumpkin. So let me show you kind of how we'll be laying it out and piecing it. So there isn't actually any sewing beforehand to prep this. We're going to be doing all of it as applique with our quilt machine. So when I piece these together, I kind of wanted it to place it over here so you can see better. I didn't want them to just be straight across like this, where all the points are lining up. I kind of wanted to have more of like a rounded look. So when I'm placing it on the actual quilt top, I'm going to kind of just adjust them a little bit like that. And then I'll take my stem, make sure that the loop is at the top, and place it just like that. In the next class, we'll be going through quilting this using rulers and the ruler base. And then we'll also be using the couching foot, where we'll get to sew on our little pieces of thick yarn to create some really beautiful vines. So I'm really excited to show you that during our next class. As you can see, it is so easy to use our 360 circle cutter to create creations of your own, like this fall banner, or anything that you can come up with. It's so much fun. So be sure to check us with our next video as we continue on with this fall banner. We'll be using rulers and the ruler base, and we'll be tacking down it to our quilt top. We'll also be using some circle templates to give it some great design. And then at the end, we'll be using the couching foot to put those designs on top of the pumpkin, just to give it that nice pop. And then at the very end of that, we'll be using our TrueCut system once again to cut out that banner, string it together, so you're able to give these to all of your friends and family. So if you have any questions, be sure to leave a comment. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Also follow our Instagram and visit our website at graceframe.com or contact your local dealer. I'm Janessa, and thanks so much for joining us at the Grace Company.
Thank you very much, Janessa. Oh, there we are with Janessa. Hi, Janessa.
How's it going?
Good. Thanks for being with us. We're not going to take too much time, but maybe just give us a quick story because I know we're running a couple minutes behind. We want to get to Kris. That was an experience for you as you went through that and created that project. I've seen that project. I thought it was wonderful, and I'm pretty sure if we were to ask all the quilters with us, how many of you raise your hand, want to quickly do that for our holiday season coming up? I'm guessing so. Janessa, do you want to talk about maybe where they can look at getting one of those? Is that something they would have access to? Do you have any thoughts on that for us?
Yeah, that pattern should be shared through this live document. If not, we will figure out a way to make sure it's put on the website so you're able to see that. And be sure to check out the next segment where we'll actually be quilting it and stringing it all together. So it should be really fun.
Thank you. So again, I'm going to do a quick shout out. Come to the GraceFrame platform, come to graceframe.com, register, because if you're a user, you can go ahead and get that free pattern. We'll go ahead and send it and list it in your announcement list. So again, that way you can get it accessed on the platform. That is a free pattern. Thank you, Janessa, for working through putting that together. We really have appreciated it. And we're going to go ahead and move on. And I'm going to introduce Kris Andreasen. And we're really excited to be able to have had her. She is a professional long arm quilter. She's been around for many, many years. She has done, I don't know if it's hundreds or thousands of quilts, but we're really excited. She's going to share with us a little bit, and she has a trunk show, and she gets to share with us some of the memories regarding some of her favorite quilts. So welcome, Kris. Thanks for being with us. We're excited to hear from you.
Hello, and welcome to the Grace Company. My name is Janessa, and today we have a really special guest. Today we have Kris Andreasen here. She's going to tell us a little bit about her quilting journey, and then she's brought in some really, really special quilts that have some really amazing stories, so I'm super excited to hear those. So Kris, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks. It's great to be here.
Good. Can you tell me a little bit about your
It does.
journey, your
It was
history?
very helpful to go over the transition.
Sure. I grew up in Salt Lake, and about when I was 13, 14 years old, walking uptown because I went to junior high and then West High, so they were close into the city. And walking uptown to do a little shopping after school, I discovered Mormon Handicraft. It used to be on South Temple between Main and West Temple. And so I went in and there was something about it. I just fell in love with it. It was an old building. It was 2 stories. The consignment, which ladies would make things to sell.
Oh, really? That's cool.
And then upstairs was things for making quilts, everything you can imagine that would be for homemaking. And I just started going back week after week and hurry at school and get my homework done, and then I would go up there. And so I was too young to be paid, so I just started volunteering. And so they would leave things in the dumbwaiter, and I would take the stuff up to the second floor and put it out. And that was my introduction to quilting. And the ladies just seemed so old and tired, and they were younger than I am now. So, oh well. And that was the beginning, and I have been with Mormon Handicraft ever since.
So that kind of started your love. You didn't really quilt before
I
then?
didn't. I did handwork. I knew how to, to do different things, but I was not a quilter. But it was a fascination with the fabric, and there's something about the smell of fabric too.
Oh yeah,
that
picking out the fabric is like the best part of
it
quilting,
is,
right?
It is. You have to pet it every once in a
You
while.
do.
So, and it was we made a couple of other stops with Mormon Handicraft, and then ended up over on North Temple and Main, and that's actually where I ran into Karla and Grace and the Bagley family. and did many, many years with them there. And
so you worked with Karla?
Worked with Karla for years.
That's so awesome.
Yeah, I did. She actually checked in the consignment. She actually did everything. Karla
She does it all.
She does. She knew all about the store, and so she was really she could put fires out to wherever they started. But she kind of worked behind the scenes most of the time, checking in the consignment and ordering and everything else. So and then she'd go to Quilt Market, and so yeah. So
and you teach classes. Tell me a little bit about that.
So yes, that's probably my first love, and I think that ties in with being a school teacher. Is where that love for teaching comes in, and then to love quilts, it was kind of a natural thing. So in '85, a friend of my mother's, her name is Nina Grimes. She's one of the original members of the Utah Quilt Guild, actually on the founding board, and she called me and said, "Would you be interested in learning how to quilt?" I thought, that's what old people do. But so she says, well, there's a thing from the federal government, Arts in Action, and they will pick up the fee for an apprentice to be taught an art form. So a master of something teaches an apprentice so it doesn't die out. So she said, should we apply? And I said, sure, because you never win anything, right?
Of course not.
So we applied for it, and of course, sure enough, we got it. And so I studied under her tutelage for 4 years, and the first few months were they were horrible. I would do a 6 o'clock at night till 9 o'clock with her. I'd go to her house.
Oh my goodness.
And just on Wednesday nights. And I would stay in the car till the 6 o'clock news had finished, and then go in reluctantly, and then make sure I was back in the car at 9 o'clock.
So you didn't love it at this
I did
point.
not love it.
Okay.
I did not love it. And I guess she could feel that it was just not catching on. But she had the knack. She knew how to mold me, and she had a beautiful flower garden. And one night she just took me walking just at sunset through her flower garden. And she just told me, don't fight this. This will be your life if you'll just let it be, become you. And sure enough,
here you are.
Here I am. So after all these years. So.
Oh, that's amazing. So what types of like quilting, sewing crafts, like what do you enjoy doing the most? What do you spend most of your time doing?
I do a lot of long arm quilting. Thanks to Grace Company, they got me started. And I used to come out here on Saturdays when it was closed, and Karla would let me in to quilt.
Oh, I love that.
And my love is to piece. I love to piece, but I love to quilt. But boy, my heart it's with piecing.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Well, I would love to see some of your quilts that you made, but today you've brought in some quilts that are not yours, right?
Right. So the ones we'll be seeing today are ones that I have collected during quilt markets, or if I've heard of someone that's selling a piece that I thought I might like. And they have stories. That for this trunk show, this is part of a trunk show, that was how I grouped them together, is that they had stories with them.
Awesome.
And so that's what I picked out, kind of a few favorites today to bring and share with you.
Well, I can't wait. Let's get started.
Okay.
Where do you want to start?
Let's start with this one.
Okay.
And this one is quite unique because it has a twin, which we have over here on the ladder. This was made by an aunt for her twin nieces. And this one on the ladder she made first, and if you'll notice the darker, medium color purple, but then when it comes to this one, you'll see that she has a little bit of that in here.
Kind of half and half.
But it's about half and half. You're exactly right, because she ran out of the darker one
gotcha.
and used it where she had, but then had to go to another one.
I like it.
It's about 3/4 of an inch, her hexagons, and in some of them they're pieced with 3 different fabrics. That's how little of fabric that she had. And it's just amazing that the love and labor that put in. Now this one, the one that's on the ladder, does not show the wear that this one does. This twin died in her early teens, and so her quilt was put away, but this one was actually used. And so this one does show a little more wear. So she
perfect.
finished it not with a binding or by squaring it off. She did a blanket stitch around both of them the whole way around. So that in of itself is a
labor
huge,
of love
yes,
right there.
Yes, for
Goodness.
sure. Yes.
That's
but
beautiful.
It's,
So where did you get this one? Where did
this one came out of Minnesota. We were back at Minnesota for the Quilt Festival, and that's where I got this one from. Got the two of them from. When I bought them, the lady that was selling them just requested if I do sell them that they travel as a pair, not to split the pair up.
I actually am a twin, so
Oh, you are?
Yes, it's
so
so
you
important.
understand
I get
that.
It. I
okay.
totally get it. Well,
yeah,
that's
so she
amazing.
just
I love
wanted
it.
them to travel, make sure they weren't separated. So
that's beautiful.
Yeah.
And I mean, piecing this, I can't.
All by hand. Every bit of that's by hand. Of course, all the quilting's by hand. Has 100% cotton bad in it. So the paper that came with it, paper of authenticity, said that it was late 30s into the 40s when they both were finished.
Wow.
So,
amazing.
and it's, I believe that looking at some of the fabrics, they definitely would count for that.
Match that style
Yeah.
for sure. Well, it's beautiful.
Yeah, it is. Thank you.
I really like this one.
Yeah.
Hand that over to you.
Okay.
All right. And is this the next one that you wanted us to show? Or this
Yeah.
one over here?
Why don't we talk about this one here on the other ladder? This is one that Nina made for me while I was studying with her, and we had a couple of things we did as a ritual. She was from Georgia. And so she would always tell me about, that was my request of her, was to always tell me a story about Georgia when she was a little girl. She was raised by her grandmother because they were very poor. And she would sit at a little table and she still had the carding tools. The men would bring the cotton, little tufts of cotton in, and she would sit all day at her granny's knee doing the tufts of cotton.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, not batting like we have now.
Yeah, we're so spoiled.
Yeah, well, we are. And so I liked hearing those kind of stories to see, where her history was from and what, it was. So, but she would teach me my lesson and I would be practicing, and she was working on flowers pretty much the first year and a half. She would do a part of the stem and a leaves and then a flower or two each time we met. And then at the end, when she called it my graduation, she gave this to me as my graduation present.
And do you think the flowers had anything to do with your walks in her garden?
It could be.
Like
it
that,
could
maybe?
be.
You never know.
She loved her flowers. She is a beautiful quilter. I'm sure she's quilting in heaven. She assured me just before she passed that she would get up there and get the quilt store set up.
She'd get it going for you. Okay, well, tell me about this one.
Okay, this one is a Carolina lily, and this one has quite a story. It was made during the Civil War, and it's in great shape. It really could go into a museum. It has been taken care of very, very well and protected. Usually the reds will start to fade because they would use a vegetable for dyes.
Oh, yeah.
And usually that starts to eat away, but knock on wood,
it looks beautiful.
Yeah, this is withstanding the test of time pretty darn well. So, of course, all hand quilted and 100% cotton batting. This was made by a lady that her work was to make things to decorate the home. So if you think, I like to always equate it to thinking of Gone with the Wind and how at Tara all the beautiful things that were laid out when they went for barbecue. Well, so that lady, this particular lady, made the things for this plantation. And that was her life's work. Obviously she was a master and did such a gorgeous job.
Yeah, they're seriously beautiful. All the detail.
The detail, yeah, and stitching, quilting about 1/2 inch apart through the whole quilt. So.
Well, and it's so interesting, just kind of how things kind of come back around. Because I did a design using automation. I don't have the skill or the talent to do this by hand, but just a very similar pattern, and I don't know, just those traditions sticking around.
Yeah.
This is just gorgeous.
I mean, we're very blessed to have all the things we have now to work quilting.
Seriously.
But yeah, I mean, if we were, like if I back to Nina, if I was working with her and we needed a shape of leaf, she'd go out and get a leaf off the tree. Where I probably would have run down to Mormon Handicraft and got a stencil. You know, so it's,
and I would just get on Pinterest. So it's so interesting how everything kind of progresses.
It is.
Huh?
Yeah,
so
it
crazy.
is. So.
Well, this is beautiful.
Good. I'm glad you like that one. That's one of my favorites.
And I'm really excited to hear the story about
Well, this one, it's kind of the homely one of this trunk show, but it has a long story, but I'll make it as short as possible. This mother found out she was expecting and started making, these are called sunbonnet Sues, and they come in various varieties. Sometimes you'll see them with a big hat or really, really dolled up, but this is a pretty plain one. And so the mother started making sunbonnet Sues. She figured that she would put maybe 12 together, maybe 9 together for the baby. And of course, back then they didn't know early if it was going to be a boy or a girl. So she just kept working. Well, the baby came and certainly it was a little girl and she was happy, but didn't have time then to finish it for the baby. And so she thought, I'll do it for, you know, a birthday, maybe 8, 9, or 10 years old. So she just kept working. Didn't get it made then, but as time went on, her daughter got engaged and this will be her wedding quilt. And so that's actually what it turned out to be, was her wedding quilt. The daughter was an only child, and they didn't really take to the man, the fiance, very well. And over time, feelings got really hurt. And she moved in, the bride-to-be moved in with an aunt before the wedding and cut off communication with mom and dad. And mom and dad did not come to the wedding. And it just kind of, you know, tailspin after that. Mother did want her to have this though for her wedding. And so she had finished it, wrapped it, and sent it over to the church. And when the daughter, after they came back from their honeymoon, noticed that it was her mother's writing, and this was left wrapped with the card and just moved up to the attic. Never opened. And they all went to their graves and never spoke again. And the card says, the card says that how much they loved her and they had made mistakes and they could see that they were just holding on too tight because she was the only child. And
kind of like an apology, and it was
exactly,
never opened.
Yeah.
Oh, my heart.
And it was never opened.
Well, thank you again for showing us these beautiful quilts and telling us their stories. We'll have to get you in again to show us some
my
of
pleasure.
your quilts. So
I
we
would be
can
happy
see,
to. I would be happy
some of your beautiful work.
Oh, thank you.
But thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your time. If you have any questions, please comment below, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Also follow our Instagram and visit our website at graceframe.com. Please contact your local dealer if you have any questions. I'm Janessa, and thank you for joining us at the Grace Company.
Well, that was just absolutely fantastic. Almost brought tears to my eyes. That was some beautiful stories to hear of those quilts. And I think we had talked about this earlier, but it's just amazing to hear the stories behind the quilts. I know there's always so much love and effort that goes into them. So that was absolutely beautiful to hear. And it's amazing to see that work. I can't imagine even handwork. I have a great grandma who put together a quilt all done by hand. And it is absolutely beautiful. But I can't even imagine it. I can barely do it, with the machine. So it's beautiful to see. But right now we're just going to go ahead and we're going to move right into our next section, which is we're going to talk about our quilters combo. We've been doing it for part of the giveaways, so part of the Plinko drop. So definitely, I'm excited to show you this next section because it's going to be great, and it's going to just talk about, again, every aspect and what is included with that quilters combo.
Thank you everybody for joining us today. My name is Mark.
And I'm Laurel.
And today we are showing the quilters combo. Very excited to talk about the quilters combo, right? I'm going to put this down. Laurel, what When people are cutting, we know that there are so many issues. What issues do we all run into? And I know we all run into it. So those who are watching, we've all done this. What are some of the issues that we run into?
Yeah, I think one of the main ones is a lot of times when people are cutting, sometimes you're trying to get in there with the dull blades, you're trying to have like some wide knuckles, you're getting your shoulder over it, try to get that last cut, trying to get there. Sometimes, people have veered off. I know I've done it before. Sometimes you nick yourself because you're just trying to cut and you veer off, or sometimes again, you're trying to cut with a dull blade, you can nick yourself. So there's a lot of just a couple issues that you can run into when you're cutting.
That's right. And that's with the cutter. With the ruler slide. And as we want to cut, we either tend to want to walk up our ruler because we put so much pressure, Laurel, against the ruler's edge. As we get to the top of that ruler, it will also, move. So the ruler sliding, the cutter issues, there's just so many. And if you love cutting, these are some of the issues that would stop you from wanting to move forward in your hobby, right? No one wants to go off to no man's land. Nobody wants to go up and over the ruler and nick themselves. You'll be surprised, that is pretty common. Cutting the tip of your finger is something that I continue to hear over and over again. And so the Quilters combo, if you know Grace Company, you know that we are innovative and we are problem solvers. And so the Quilters combo solves all those with the 3 products. We have our ergonomic cutter, we have our 6.5 by 24.5 ruler, and our True Grips in that package. So before we get into the combo, why would anybody want to buy an ergonomic cutter?
Yeah, I think oftentimes when people start to look into that is because they're tired of dealing with what they have. Just because, like we said, some of the issues that you have, or sometimes it just gets expensive trying to get into it. And so kind of what we've done, as Mark pointed out, is we really actually, a little bit ago, we actually did a survey and we asked people, what are the issues you're running into, right? Which again is the ruler issues, the cutting issues, dull blade, right? All those issues. And we thought, hey, you know what? Why not solve those issues, right? Why continue to have to sit there and cut with a dull blade? Why continue to have your ruler slide off? So with that, we actually came up with some of these great products that actually solve those issues, and it's fantastic.
That's right. So let's look at the Comfort Cutter right now. This, Laurel, we know, is the best ergonomic cutter on the market. It is designed to eliminate stress, fatigue, pretty much your whole arm. And I'm not kidding when I say that, like from your fingers up to your shoulder. You had mentioned earlier when you go to cut, you would want to get above the fabric, right, to get that pressure. When someone is using a straight cutter, what are some of the ways we hold the straight cutter?
Yeah, so I think one thing that people tend to naturally do is you go like this, and like I said earlier, you're trying to get up and over that so you can try and cut. You're trying to get there, trying to do it, and then you can see here you can get a white knuckle because you're trying to push down, get that pressure on there. Or one thing I've seen people do as well is sometimes they'll put their thumb here, again, getting that white knuckle if they're trying to go and cut.
That's right. And not only that, go ahead and put that back down there again, but also what happens with the wrist, right? When we want to get that blade towards the fabric, that wrist bends, and if you want to do your thumb up top, it's the same thing. So no matter what we're doing, we have either our fingers holding the cutter, we have that bent wrist, and we get above the fabric, so our shoulder. So literally from your fingers to your shoulder, that's where the fatigue and stress comes in. I'm going to show everybody this. This is what we designed. So we have our ergonomic My Comfort Cutter. And what we did was, as you can see, we moved the blade from facing out to down towards the fabric. What that does is now the pressure that when we use a cut comes from up above. We don't need to move our wrist to do so. We don't need to use our fingers to do so. The pressure comes right above the Comfort Cutter with the palm of your hand. And that is why this is the best ergonomic cutter, because you're using more of the palm with these with the fingers supporting the cutter. So I'm going to just put this down, and I'm going to show that as I go to hold this, okay, now I'm holding with my left hand here, but I'm putting pressure from the palm of my hand on top of the cutter, all right? And these other fingers are going to go support the cutter. So now when I let go, my hand is holding the cutter by the palm of my hand while these other, my fingers are supporting it. So I'm not getting the white knuckle, I'm not bending my wrist, I'm keeping it straight with the design of the cutter itself, which again eliminates all that stress and fatigue in the fingers.
Yeah, and I actually think one thing that's really good that he pointed out a couple times is that really the bottom fingers are just simply supporting or really kind of just help holding or gently laying that cutter in there. There's no need for you to try to grip it like you point out. It really is just nicely supporting the cutter in your hand.
That's right. Which is also great for carpal tunnel, arthritis, maybe even ligaments taken out of your finger. Those, when that happens, that weakens our hand. And so it's hard to grab a cutter. I had a customer call in and she had a ligament taken out of her thumb and she couldn't use her cutter that she used for a long time. But because of that ligament that she had taken out, she couldn't use her cutter as much. And it was really sad for her. She enjoys, like we all do, right? You enjoy the piecing aspect. And when you piece, you want to have the right tools. You want to be able to keep going. But this individual, she couldn't keep going because of that ligament taken out. So I talked to her about our comfort cutter. And I even told her, with our comfort cutter, you actually don't need your thumb to cut, at all. Right? You can actually have your thumb on the outside. We talked about earlier how our fingers support this cutter, but with it, I can move my thumb to the outside of the cutter, and that will keep it to where I can still use. So as I go to cut without my thumb, I can still put the pressure down and have my thumb sticking out. So I don't even need my thumb to hold the cutter, and I can go ahead and make those cuts. That's what makes this cutter so universal, so great, the best ergonomic, because of the fact that I don't need, again, my fingers to support it. So again, with the comfort cutter, the palm of your hand is what's putting the pressure onto the blade. As you can see, the way it's facing down. And so with that, now when we go to cut, it's going to make it easier. And our entire Quilters combo, in fact, all of our TrueCut products, makes it easier, safer, and more accurate for you to cut. And let's look at how that comes to pass, right? So as we go to cut, again, my wrist is staying straight, and when I go ahead and move that forward, I'm getting the straight cuts. So with my wrist there, I'm not bending it, so it keeps it straight, which allows you to cut longer, allows you to finish more projects because that fatigue is not there. So we have the best ergonomic cutter based off the design and where the pressure comes from up top. And another customer, she loves her cutter and she did not want to move away from her cutter. And she was a little skeptical because of the way it was designed, but she came back to me and she says that she absolutely loves using this cutter. It feels good in the hand, it's comfortable, and she actually started using this every single opportunity she got, and she didn't use her other one because she loved the cutter. When you do a quilt, you have to cut it, you have to piece it together, and if you don't have the right tools, when you're cutting your quilt, getting ready to piece it, well, that project can be maybe lasting for months down the road when it can just last just maybe a couple days or maybe a week with the right tools. Other things about this cutter, right? It has a quick release. So changing out the blade is really simple. Laurel, tell us about quick release.
Yeah, so I think one thing that people find out as well, and sometimes why you don't change your blade out is because you're like, oh, I gotta go through the whole process of unscrewing, putting the blade in and being all careful about it. But one great thing that we've come out with is actually the quick release. So it's a really great thing that will just release everything at once. I'm gonna go ahead and do it here. You can see all of it at once, came out, no problem, very easy to do. And you can see too, it kept everything together, so I don't need to worry about, oh no, I lost, this one little piece and now I gotta get a whole new cutter, right? So that's one great thing about it. And it's just really a great thing. I'm gonna just put it back in here.
And if you're left-handed, you can easily make this into a left hand. Very, very simple. Just take the plastics out of the one side. Same with the other side. Now we're gonna go ahead and move that to the back end. And move this one over. Okay. So now we have it to be left-handed. Now let's go ahead and put the blade back in by pressing that right back down on the blade. And so now the cutter is a right hand to a left hand. Very, very simple.
One thing that I love that I'll point out here is actually in this little section, you're able to pull this little plastic part off. And it's really great because sometimes if you take these when you go to a show or something, or you take it, go do some cutting with your friends, that this little tab can actually come off so you can put your name in there, put a picture of your dog, your grandkids, anything really in there to make it your own cutter.
That's right. So if you go to a quilt guild or you go to a quilt retreat, you have your own cutter that no one can walk off with. So that's a nice feature of the comfort cutter. Let's talk about our guide.
Yes.
The guide is very important because that eliminates what we talked about earlier, which is veering away from the ruler's edge or going up and over the ruler and nicking our finger or damaging our ruler. So all of our cutters are equipped with the guide. This guide interlocks with our ruler. It comes with a 6.5 by 24.5 ruler, and the ruler itself has a couple nice features to it. One important, what are the holes for?
Yeah, so the holes actually can be used for a couple different things. One of them is actually so you can kind of see through and see your fabric and mark. And as you can see here, there's a couple different markings. So that way, you're not trying to make a mark and then shift your fabric over, try and make a straight line, that's really not straight. And then another great thing as well is they actually, since they have the holes, you're able to actually kind of put your fingers through and actually just help give a little bit more stability and put your fingers on the fabric to help hold it.
Wonderful. So let's look at that. So what LJ is saying, so I can put my fingers right through these holes and hold it down in place. So that eliminates the ruler from sliding, right? As we go to cut, you can put your fingers through. You don't have to put a lot of pressure down, and it's great for marking. Let's go ahead and look at some of the marking. Let's mark some fabric as we go to cut. So as we cut, it's nice to be able to go forward and maybe if you want to cut 2 inches, we have a couple 2-inch strips we want to cut, we can have those all marked so we're ready to cut. These are 1/8-inch measurements, easy to read. They are not busy, so looking at the ruler is easy to line up your fabric, which makes this cutter or this system really, really nice as well. All right, so as I go to mark the fabric, you can go right through the holes. I'm just going to mark right through. Okay, so that would be my next mark. So as I go to cut, now I can go and mark it right onto that line and make another cut. So it's great for marking, lining up your next cuts as you go. But as you noticed when I was cutting, how straight was that and how easy was that?
Yes, it was great. I know, like how many of you have cut off, right? How many of you have veered off before? How many of you veered off that way, and nicked yourself, right? Like I'm sure we've all done that. So this is great because it allows you to not do that and helps you, sometimes I know people as well that have nicked themselves, they get really nervous and so they'll try to hold the ruler kind of a funky way, but this way it allows you to safely and easily do it.
That's right. So I'm going to show you the track on our ruler. The track on our ruler is a taller edge, and what that edge does is a couple things. One, it's safety, so you can see that edge, and the other, it allows our cutter that has that guide to interlock with that edge. So as I go ahead and put that on there, my blade stays against the ruler's edge the entire time. I don't need to make sure it does that. It's doing it itself, which means when I go to cut and I interlock that, you can see as I pull away from the ruler, my ruler is staying with the cutter. So my blade will always be against the ruler's edge. So let's go ahead and make that cut again as I interlock this ruler. And I go all the way up, you get the straight cuts.
There was this one lady that I was talking to once who, I know some of you probably don't enjoy the cutting process, but she did, and she loved to do that. But one thing that she always found is she actually ended up with quilts that were smaller than the original intended size, because when she was doing it, she tended to veer off. And so to correct that, you go and make it a little bit smaller, veers off a little bit more, make it a little bit smaller again. And so she just found that she was doing that quite a bit. And I was like, you know what? I've got the perfect thing for you. And I showed her our great and amazing track system where you cannot veer off. And it seriously was a game changer for her. She went from doing smaller quilts to doing some of the biggest quilts that I have seen people make, because she's like, guess what? I can finally make this size quilts that I want to. And so it's really a great system. And so it gets you back to doing what you love most.
One thing I love to point out is where I'm holding the ruler, I'm not walking up the ruler, okay? The reason why that happened is the guide, I'm not pressing up against the ruler. As I press up against the ruler, that's what moves the ruler to the other side, which I have to then walk up the ruler and make sure it doesn't move, right? Hold it in place. But because my guide interlocks with this ruler, you're going to have those straight cuts. You're going to have an easier, safer, and you're going to be more accurate every single time. No more nicking your fingers. No more going off to no man's land, veering away. No more ruler sliding. It is truly the best cutting system. And what's nice is it's perfect. It's Quilters combo. It's great for the new beginner. And I'm sure those who are watching, how many of you can think of someone right now who, oh, that would be great. I can get that for this person, right? There's a lot of us out there that can use a system like this. So as we go and use our system, now we eliminated the veering away. We eliminated going up and over the ruler, the stress in our hands. What else do we have that can keep our ruler from sliding?
Yeah, one of the great things that we have that I absolutely love is our True Grips. And they're fantastic. They come in a set of 15, so you have a bigger size and a smaller size. And one thing that I also think is fantastic about them is that they're clear. So it's great. So if you put them there, it's not going to obstruct your view when you're trying to cut or mark or anything. So it's really great. That allows you to hold your ruler in place, but also still be able to see.
So this is the pack of True Grips. Like LJ mentioned, they are large and small rings, and they're very easy to attach to the ruler. And what's nice about our rulers, it has some circles on the back for these to be applied on, but any flat spot. So again, if you own 5, 10, 15 rulers and you want to keep them from sliding, get these pack of True Grips. They go a long way and they can cover a lot of your ruler to keep from sliding. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to add one of these. I'm going to take this off here. It looks like just like a little contact. So there we go. Okay. Just like LJ said, these are clear adhesive. They will not take the view away, and that's what we hear a lot when someone's holding the ruler in place. There's other things out there that could help manage that, but they do take away the view. They do take away the measurements or what you're trying to see. Where these are clear, that will not happen. So we can go ahead and we can put them on the back of the ruler, just like so. And this one already has it all the way down on the 3x18. I'm going to show the biggest difference. So 3x18, LJ, go ahead and move that around.
See if I can move it here. You can see I'm moving the whole table and it's still not moving.
That's right. Let's get some fabric underneath it. Be the same. Go ahead.
You can see. I'm not going to move it.
Yep. Stays right in spot. Now let's get the ruler that doesn't have any on.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, I definitely would veer off that way.
Very easy. So from start to finish, LJ, we talked about many different issues that can come from cutting, from veering away, from nicking your fingers, damaging your ruler, ruler sliding, pain in the shoulder. The list goes on and on about what we're dealing with as quilters. Now with this cutting system, it's easy, it is safe, it is more accurate. The other nice thing about this system are the rulers as well being injected.
Yes.
Right? Very sturdy. So we look at the holes, it doesn't take away the sturdiness of the ruler. It is very strong. So we can actually, and this isn't, nobody's going to do this, but you can see how flexible the rulers are, and they're very, very strong. Why is having a strong ruler important?
I think it's super important because as much as you try to keep, your area safe and tidy, but sometimes maybe you leave something out or a grandkid comes in or a dog or a cat, or anything comes in, it can knock it off, or sometimes, it just, a lot of times it can happen where it just breaks, but this way with it, it's fantastic that it doesn't break. And really, you could do a lot with this. It takes a lot to break this, so it's fantastic that we have that built in there.
That's right. So LJ, the Quilters combo is one that we love. When we go to shows and we're showing this, the customer's eyes lit up because they're like, oh my gosh, I can finally cut straight. In fact, they don't even know what to do with themselves because they're so used to cutting crooked that they are like, I'm finally going to be able to cut straight. And for those who have arthritis or carpal tunnel or other ailing elements on their hand or their arm, this is the best system for you. As you're watching this, I know you're thinking about some of the projects you have coming up and you have to do more cutting, but yet the cutter I have isn't the best, right? The ruler isn't the best, and we all have a lot of rulers that we love, but I promise and guarantee, and I know that's pretty big, but I've had a lot of the customers come back and tell me how fantastic this system is and that they can continue to cut over and over again. Some of these customers, they had to stop cutting, and this is a hobby they love, and they have to stop cutting because of the tools they have. You pick up the Quilters combo, you're going to be able to cut longer. It's going to be easier. It's going to be safer. It's going to be more accurate, and you're going to be happy. You're going to have smiles on your face. We enjoy quilting, so enjoy cutting as we use the quilters combo.
Yes, and there actually one time I had a customer, a very sweet lady that called in. And it was kind of as Mark had pointed out that she actually loved quilting, but she unfortunately wasn't able to do the cutting. So sometimes she'd have one of her grandkids come over that have to do it, but even then, right, they don't want to come do it as often as you want to, right? So she actually with this system was able to do cutting, and she sends me some cute little photos every now and then of the new projects that she's done because she's just finally been able to cut again with this system.
That's great. You know, TrueCut, we have the quilters in mind. We love what we do, and so we want you to enjoy what you do as well. The quilters combo will allow you to enjoy it. Again, think of what we talked about earlier with what you're going through as you're cutting, okay? We can't hide from it, okay? It is there, we can't hide from it. So think about those and think about how this system can prevent that going forward with all of your quilting needs. Very exciting. Thank you, Laurel. That was fun to have this project or this product that we're talking about, this system. And remember, follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and
check out our YouTube channel. We have some great informational videos out there that talk about these products, and they can kind of take you through step by step.
Absolutely. Again, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Alrighty, well that was wonderful. I'm so happy that me and Mark were able to do that video together because I personally love the quilters combo because I think everything that's included with it is just perfect if you're starting to look into quilting. So welcome Mark and Karla as well. What did you guys think of the video?
Awesome, you guys did a great job.
You know, I love the products, but for some reason listening, I'm like, man, there's just so much that could have, like, there's just so much about the TrueCut product. And thank you for sticking around for all those who have stuck around. I know it's a long day, a lot of information, but great information from tips and tricks. So, you know, there's a lot to talk about as we go through this, these events. But you know what, LJ, we're going to throw a little curveball. First of all, I love Paula's mention right there, right,
yeah,
Paula?
Paula, you did awesome. You're right.
Yeah, no veering away at all. Love it. And so that's the whole idea with the TrueCut products. It's easier, safer, accurate. You're not going to veer away. You won't nick your fingers. You're not going to go up. Easy for the kids, you know, all around.
It's easier to read and line up. I'm just so amazed, you know, and it's strong too. So I have stories about before we designed the TrueCut, I was using another brand of ruler and I really loved it because it was easy to read and I could line up my markings and cut straight. However, my kids kept breaking it. That was so frustrating because it was so hard to find that ruler that I love. So yeah, strength is really important. And if you have young kids or grandkids or just older kids that really like to test your products out and see what they'll do, yeah, this is the cutting system for you.
That's right. You know, we were actually, LJ, we're going to throw a curveball. Because this is not part of this. This is not part of this segment. Yeah, we chatted. You know, for those who stuck around, we know that it's been a long day and a lot of good information has been talked about, but not part of this section. But it will be now. We're going to do a giveaway, LJ. So I know it's not part of here.
That's awesome. I am all for those giveaways.
Yeah, so we're going to do a giveaway with a wonderful Plinko board, but we did another little twist. Instead of dropping the Plinko down, Karla had a wonderful idea. So Karla, what's your thoughts?
All right, we're going to ask you a question and we're going to do the three formats, you know, the YouTube, the Facebook, and our Grace Company. But the winner gets to decide what of these wonderful prizes they want. Yeah. So that's our little twist. And we thought it would be really fun because we want to thank you very much for sticking with us all day. It's been a lot of fun. And that's what makes this an exciting event, is just throwing those little twists and curves. And, you know, I like it crazy. So
we like it crazy. And we appreciate everybody. So this craziness, this is from Grace Company. So let's go ahead and if LJ, unless you have something else to say, we're going to go ahead with the question.
That's great. Go for it.
We have a really good one. So if you've stuck with us, then you'll know this question.
Okay.
So somebody here at the Grace Company designed the comfort cutter. And that person mentioned it early on. And so that will give you a little hint, but if you can name who designed the comfort cutter, you get to pick one of these amazing prizes. So, you guys are so smart.
Look at that.
Yeah, no pulling the wool over your eyes.
Wonderful.
And
So
you're very attentive as
Mark,
well.
question mark? That's funny. Mark, yeah. Mark?
Mark's very good at talking about the comfort cutter and the cutting system. He really is. But it was Nathan. So congratulations. And Donna Hall from YouTube.
Congrats.
Yeah. And you need to email Melinda at graceframe.com and let her know if you want, and we'll go through them, the quilters combo, which is the True Grips, the 6.5 by 24.5 inch ruler, and the 45 millimeter comfort cutter. The True Sharp 2, amazing sharpener, and it does work. Or you can get just the comfort cutter if you have the rulers and everything. You can choose the 360 circle cutter, the rectangle ruler set, or the 4-pack of finesse threads. So you decide. Congratulations on that one. Melinda, Melinda at Grace, Grace, frame, frame.com. And let's pick one from Facebook now.
Yes, so Facebook, we're going to do this. So Vicky, congrats, Vicky.
Way to go.
So again, right?
We can't stump you. I thought that was going to be too hard of a question. I'm going to start thinking of some harder ones.
Perfect. Alrighty. So again, so I guess they can pick any, and remember to email Melinda at graceframe.com. So you have some great and wonderful options there to choose from. So I love that idea, by the way, to have them choose what they'd like. That's a fantastic idea. So then let me come over here, and I'm just going to come and I'm going to pull somebody from our Grace website, so our Grace platform. So thank you for everybody that's joining us there. It's great to have everybody on YouTube and Facebook, as well as that on Grace here. So let me get it pulled up. Oh, hang on here. Give me just a moment.
God, the anticipation.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
I'm just trying to add to it. Dramatic effect. Okay. So it's Belinda B. So Belinda, and then B as in boy. So congrats, Belinda.
Yay.
Yeah.
Congrats.
So again, yeah, that's great. So yep, go ahead again. Pick any of those options that you would like that Karla just went through. We'll also be going a little bit more in depth as we go through this fall festival on some more of those items. So definitely keep, stay with us, stick with us as we start to get into it, tomorrow and then coming this next week as well. So just really quick here, I'm kind of just going to bring up my screen and I'm just going to show you a little bit about, or a quick reminder more than anything about how to navigate our website a little bit, and then just a couple reminders as well here. So just this is your homepage. So if you sign in or register, this is where it'll take you here. As you can see, I'm logged in as Nathan here, so he hasn't quite finished that bingo game, but just a reminder to go and finish, because if you do get all those letters in bingo, you are able to come in and actually get an additional prize. You get to click a wheel and it'll spin and give you a prize. So I definitely encourage everybody to go on and finish that bingo game, because who doesn't love, even more discounts? So go and take a look at that. And then just a reminder, I'm just going to briefly, this is kind of what we had today. So here we were looking at this, we had the live giveaway section earlier. We had Janessa went over this fall pumpkin banner. That was fantastic to see. The trunk show. So just some amazing things that we had. And then here we are now at the live wrap up. And I just want to show you again, this is for tomorrow. So this is what we're going to come in starting at. So first, we're going to come in, we're going to start with Karla. She's going to have a trunk show with finishing quilts on different frames. So that's pretty fun. Karla, why don't you tell just a little bit about what that's going to be?
Well, that was kind of fun. It was Nathan and he just asked me a few questions of why I chose certain frames to finish quilts. And yes, working here at the Grace Company, I have the opportunity to explore different ways of quilting and different frames and using them to quilt. And so it was just really fun to think about the history and the story of why I quilted it and how it came to be, and just some of my favorite quilts that I've done. And there are more to come. Trust me, I have lots of ideas. So join us tomorrow and just kind of get a little glimpse of, you know, the different frames and how you can finish your quilts on them.
Fantastic. Well, thank you. Yes, there's a lot to look forward to, and that sounds exciting. I'm ready for tomorrow already, so that sounds awesome. And then as we just scroll through here again, we're going to have some rulers with free motion work, so that'll be really interesting. I know I haven't really done a lot of ruler work, so I'm also super excited for that section.
Oh, and I want to just input that Lizzie Allen is an award-winning quilter, and she's going to share with us her tips and techniques, and I'm looking forward to that one as well.
Wonderful. Yes. Thank you, Karla. And then once we have a wonderful opportunity to hear from her, we're going to go into some snowflake designs with Pattern CAD. That'll be a great one as well. I know if you're looking at the automation, this goes a little bit further in depth on one aspect that you can use with it. So that'll be a great one. Definitely don't miss that. One thing I do want to point out as well is that if there is a specific section that you want to make sure you don't miss, there's this button right here that you can hit Add to Calendar. And if you do that, it'll actually send a reminder to you to make sure you don't miss the section that you're looking for. So just, if there's something you really want to watch, I'd encourage you just to hit it, and add it to your calendar there.
And I want to just say something there. And that easy snowflake is with one of our new educators. It's Amanda, and she has picked up the automation really quick, and you'll love this segment.
Yes, wonderful. Yes, I've had the opportunity to work with Amanda, and she is fantastic. And she's blown me away at what she's been able to do. Like, I don't even know. She's
very
picked up on
clever, very
things.
creative, and you'll really like how she's going to show you how to create this. It's a lot of fun.
Wonderful. Yes. Thank you. And then we're going to have some more automation. So today, Nathan went over the Quilt Motion Pro. And at the end of it, he did say he was going to go over the gold feature. So that's what this section will be on tomorrow. So really, this section that he'll be talking about is for the gold card, which can be used with the pro version of the software. So again, make sure to keep up and check in with us on that tomorrow. And then after that, we're going to have a sneak peek for a new travel kit for creators on the go, which is super exciting. I guess Courtney's going to be a part of that. Karla, do you want to share anything about that?
Well, Courtney's going to show you our new travel kit that we've come up with. Okay, because I have a long history of traveling with quilting supplies. And so this will just make it more compact and easier for you to get through TSA. And trust me, so I can tell you lots of stories about that. So it's kind of funny. So I will share those with you tomorrow after the segment, because it's a great story. You'll have to hear it.
Wonderful. Yes, I'm excited for it, because I know there's all the time you're like, yeah, no, I need my scissors right. You can't quite get them through TSA. So I'm excited to hear about that section and see what you have for us there. That'll be super interesting to see. And then we have some vendor presentation. That's going to be great. That's going to be by Holly. And we'll go over a little bit more about Holly tomorrow when we get into that section. And then we're going to move into tips for the machine. This is going to be a great section as well. I know, especially if you're looking into getting into quilting or just first time, getting your machine set up, this is going to be a great segment where it'll really show you some tips and tricks about the machines that can help you get started. So that'll also be great. Next, we're going to go, or after that, I should say, we'll go into our two 21-inch machines. And that will also be really interesting, because I know a lot of people are always like, well, they both have 21 inches. So what's the difference? So that'll be great for us to cover that tomorrow. And then after that, we'll have the live giveaway and recap. So don't forget to join us for that. Make sure put that on your calendar so you can be a part of that giveaway, because it will be for those that have pre-registered, but we also will be doing some of the live giveaways. So we'll be doing that Plinko drop, and maybe we'll mix it up again and do it where you can pick your prize. So definitely make sure, again, add that to your calendar so we can see you all tomorrow then. And then we're going to do a sneak peek on Free Motion Starter Kit and Guide. That'll be really interesting. I think, Karla, you also, is this the one you helped do a little bit on as well?
Oh yeah, we did a lot on it. So the education team, this is really one of those products that we're very proud of and we're very excited about. It's a starter kit to get you started, kind of out of the box and move you forward and get you comfortable and more confident in your abilities and your skills. So look forward to that tomorrow, and we get to show you what it entails and what it's all about.
Wonderful. Yes, that'll be super exciting. And I know with that, I know you always talk about Googling, you know, or not
Right,
Googling,
right. Or watching the
doodling.
YouTube videos.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah. So this
Yeah.
is going to get you started, and you don't need to walk away. You can just kind of relax and chill and, you know, have a good time and experience free motion quilting just a little bit differently. So
Yeah, wonderful. Yes, that's a great way to do it. And then we're going to have a Christmas advent calendar. That'll be super fun. I love those. My grandma, she actually, my grandma who quilts, actually put one together that she quilted some pieces on, and my mom has it now. And I've made sure I put my hat, you know, in the drawing so that when she gives it away, I can hopefully be the one to get that. So that'll
nice.
be super neat to see that tomorrow. And then after that, we're just going to have a wrap up. So, kind of what we're doing now. But again, please make sure to join us tomorrow. It's going to be fantastic. And then, really quick, just before we kind of end here as well, I'm just going to show you a little bit more about the website and where you can just find things. And I'd encourage you that even though we won't be live, I'd encourage you to, you know, check out the website, go and vote. I think that's a huge thing that we're going to have here. If I can pull up here. If you go here, you can go, actually, we'll go back all the way here. So this is your homepage. You can go just to the quilt show section. And then this is where you can come and choose a section and vote. So if we come to made from scraps, you know, just a reminder, you can vote as many times as you want. So definitely go in, look through all the sections, vote for the ones you like. And I hope, Karla, Mark, do you guys have anything else to share before we end the night here?
Well, I just wanted to again say thank you. And there's a lot that we talked about. So another fun day. I see a lot of comments. Tomorrow's going to be another fun day. There's going to be more education, more product knowledge. And besides our product knowledge and education, go to our website for the deals, because that's where all that is. If you're looking at a machine package, any accessories, the TrueCut products. So we just have wonderful deals going on. But we're very excited to have shared with you all of the education today with the product knowledge as well, because we know that it's easier for you guys to make a decision off of what you know. So the more you know, the better it is. So we're trying to bring all the education to you. We're trying to bring all the product knowledge to you so you can make a well-educated purchase, and one that you'll be happy with, and not one you'll be like, should I have, should I not have? So we want to give you with all the information needed so you can make the right choices. So it's been fun. I've been very excited to have heard, you know, Karla's team and what they've done, you know, listen to Charlotte and Luella. So what a fun, packed day it was. And I was happy to be a part of it.
Yeah, me too. It's just fun to see everybody gravitate towards learning something new. And thank you for being a part of the Grace Company and our fall event. We really, truly appreciate it. And you've seen some amazing quilters today, like with Charlotte, Luella, and Kris. Kris is an amazing quilter. I know she showed you some older quilts, but she is absolutely so much fun as well. So and Janessa with her wall hangings, and it just her little banners. It's just fun. It's just fun to see everybody grow. So grow with us tomorrow.
Wonderful. Yes. Well, thank you guys so much. And thank you seriously to everybody out there. I really appreciate it. And I am so happy to have everybody internationally in the States with us, wherever you are. Thank you so much. And we are looking forward to seeing you all tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
See you guys. Thank
Bye-bye.
you.